Masterful Personality. By Orison Swett Marde. Chapter 1. Supreme Personality. A man is not all included between his hat and boots, said Walt Whitman. There is something in a man which does not inhere in his flesh, which is not in his body, something which eludes the biographer and evades the camera, something we feel, something which radiates from and is fused into his presence, a real force, as mysterious as that of love, and just as hard to understand. We call it a man's atmosphere, or magnetism, and as students of personality we shall study it. In some personalities it is much more pronounced, more exalted, than in others. When you go near some people who are very magnetic you positively feel their impelling presence before you get near enough to touch them. A subtle radiation of real force surrounds them. There are people who claim that what they term the human aura is a condensation from the body which takes various forms according to the character and personality of the individual. Some are so pure as to affirm that liquor is not of earthly origin but is superheated spirit in material play. There are those who profess a particular knowledge of aura reading, while ruthless scoffing men who are tired of our secret seriously hope to escape it. Call it aura, magnetism, or whatever you please, this indescribable, indefinable, mysterious, personal atmosphere is a tremendous power. It draws people to or drives them from us. A famous truth of fact remains the same. With some certain people came near her which either attracted or repelled her, according to the character of the person. She could sense their souls, and her attendants said, would instinctively shrink, as though something was going to harm her, whenever an evil person came near her. She could feel their character. Helen Keller, deaf and blind, is quick to feel personality on the part of others. When she speaks before an audience she is moved to and tilts, spontaneously, by the vibrations which come to her from their different personalities, and which affect her according to the temperament and character she individuates in them. Everyone has an atmosphere peculiar to himself, pervaded by all of his experiences. We cannot radiate anything unlike ourselves or our ideals. The qualities you radiate will either attract or repel people. Your atmosphere will affect everyone you meet. We all know how vividly we feel the personality of certain persons after they have paused out of our homes, or even have paused out of life. There remains in the homes of those who have left us and in the places they have haunted, a certain something, a presence which we cannot explain, but which we feel very keenly. The soul never leaves its home so long as the body lies dead away in the grave. Members of the household detect the soul's presence, sometimes for many years. It remains in the atmosphere of the dead. This is not mere imagination. There is something left from the personality which we feel for a long time after a death occurs. Those of us who have visited the homes of great characters like Washington, Shakespeare, Beethoven and Roosevelt have felt their personality very decidedly. An individualized something seems to fill the home, the furnishings, the gardens of their sanctuaries, each desk, the chair they occupied, the library table, the silent piano, or other musical instrument. In the old home of Lincoln one feels his personality very strongly. There is, indeed, an atmosphere, an aura of personality around strong, magnetic characters which time cannot dissipate. With my children I have been privileged to visit the home of Theodore Roosevelt in recent days and I felt that he was always in it and that we were indeed present in it. As the celebrated trophy room, I could feel his great aura. It is magnetized and plainly so through the time we lingered present in life. His remarkable personality seemed to cling not only to the grounds of the home, but even to the great photos on the wall. His words seemed to radiate a force. His marvelous energy was to this employee in visiting the aura and abilities of this, and it is to be admired endlessly. We all have felt the quickening of ambition, the sublime influence and the noble inspiration which fills the atmosphere of the places of the renowned men. If a famous office is dominated by a powerful personality, we feel the dominating forces from the establishment. If a man has dominated the land, the bed of the ocean is a vivid, magnetic and masterful presence, and deep, and far, and everyone who touches the scene feels the suggestive vibration. Others around you will feel you if you are a real force. If you generate power, you will radiate it. Others will know whether you are a big, dynamic person or a powerful one, whether you can pull a big load or a little one, whether you are a giant or a pygmy, a winner or a loser. You can only radiate the force which you generate. Nothing but weakness can come from a weak man, no matter how he tries to make a favorable impression. Many people are like the moon, cold, lifeless bodies with no atmosphere which attracts. They do not radiate warmth or soul sunshine. Their presence seems to be aimless. Other personalities are like the sun, radiating warmth and light, joy and gladness. Dean Hon Howell tells of Longfellow, he never came but he left one more luminous for his having been there. This radiation of spiritual warmth and light that characterized Longfellow was also true in the cases of other great and best-loved American writers, Henry Ward Beecher and Phillips Brooks. One could not be in the same room with Beecher without feeling that he was in the presence of some powerful, spiritual force, that radiated good cheer, hope, courage, love. It used to be said in Boston that no matter how gloomy or depressing the weather, when Phillips Brooks passed by on the street people felt as if the sun had come out and dispersed all the clouds. There was something that radiated from this marvelous personality which was felt by everyone who came near him. I have often seen strangers pausing in the street, turn round and look at him, with wonder and admiration in their faces, conscious that they had seen a magnificent specimen of manhood. What a pity it is, said Beecher, that men take on more bitter and unhappy lives. If those roses and carnations have made me happy for a day, let me try and find helpful society for another, something for others, for one purpose that they are doing good. And you must make a man happy through content. When a man is unhappy he becomes useless, and he stagnates. Yet it's the printing of action and hope that make a large and luminous order man. Unless he is naturally happy, he is affected. God made a natural heart-bringer, a son whose nature is large and luminous, and who by his very example and spontaneous actions, smiles, cheers, and helps his fellows. God bless him, for he blesses everybody. How Entry writes a simple letter he sends back Beecher and Brooks, who those who were privileged to know them, as the writer was, will fully realize. When a student at Boston I attended Phillips Brooks' Sunday school classes, an unforgettable privilege. If some young editor were to grant me my wish, if I could only edit one thing in life, it would be a cheerful, sunny disposition. This would come to the average man more than all his texts self and one's fellows. A home may come to be the center of a large family radiating musings, joy, entertainment, and a delightful atmosphere through an entire home. On the contrary, a morbid character, gloomy, scolding, backfinding, enervating, dissonance, makes children spreading gloom and dissonance, spoiling the happiness of everybody. I know a mother whose charm of humor and sunny disposition are the life and joy of her family. No matter what the atmosphere she is always happy, always warm, a smile of cheer and comfort. Everybody runs to her for advice in their troubles and trials. The children cuddle about her and look to her for sunshine, just as flowers turn their faces to the sun and follow it all day. Is it not a wonderful thing that all of us have it in our power to radiate sunshine, blessing and comfort all along life's pathway? We all know through the experience we experience a sense of peace, of harmony and well-being. We feel the benign influence of these poised, radiant souls welling in prosperity. Everybody who comes in contact with them is enriched by the graciousness and charm of their personality. If you have not developed such a personality, at least in some degree, if people do not feel the fragrance of a beautiful character radiating from you, then you have not lived your life to the fullest sense, because your character is not balanced, your life is not a real masterpiece. You may have made a success as a specialist, but not as a man. Masterful Personality. By Orison Swett Marde. Chapter 2. Impelling Personalities. In our daily intercourse with people how many we meet and never think of again, because they leave no special impression upon us. There is nothing about them which particularly impresses us, no marked individuality in speech, manner, or conversation that distinguishes them from multitudes of others, and they pass out of our mind as they pass out of our sight. There are others, however, whom we may meet but once, and yet they leave a lasting impression on us. There is something about them that seems like an indelible mark upon our memory. They are forceful, inspiring, and distinctively forceful and deeply such personalities because there is a commanding, compelling quality in their mentality and bearing, their confidence and tone of certainty indicate their strength of character. When in the presence of Daniel Webster, men said that they felt ability and power multiplied. Their faculties seemed to be permeated by the force which radiated from his great mind. Strangers were so impressed by Webster's personality, when passing him on the street, that they would turn to look back at him without having any idea who he was. Did you ever feel yourself reinforced, your ability doubled, your powers or the things increased when you were in the presence of some strong personality whom you admired? Did it not seem that you could do more than before and suggest such an influence? His faculties prepared to coalesce for the time with your faculties and his ability to blend with your ability, so that your personality was added to yours. So real was the impression that you could say you felt this to such a person which you would not say to another. How often, in some emergency or crisis, we have risen to the demands of the occasion, but suddenly a strong personality came into our presence and all was changed for us. What a relief, what added support the new voice rushed to our aid. We were no longer timid, so largely lacking, but capable, efficient, masters of the situation. If we almost always do inspired by some stronger mentality, someone to inspire us to do what was possible to us, but which we could not do without this stimulus. It is said that Napoleon's presence at the army was equivalent to 50,000 more men. It acted like magic upon his soldiers. It made no sense that, if the final of men, doomed beside the courage, felt victory was always near. His soldiers fought like demons, they terrified the enemy. The very name that Napoleon himself was leading the army was that sufficient to attack them despite the enemy's heart. They knew that fighting the French army led by Napoleon was like fighting fate itself. Referring to his last desperate campaign, at the time when Napoleon himself set out from Elba to try his fortunes with the armed battalions of Europe, Dr. Thomas B. Gregory says, when he left the lion's den displaying the royalty, amazement, diplomacy had the quality thing astir. Never before in history has there been such triumph as that which Napoleon made every step between his landing at Cannes and his entrance into the Tuileries at Paris. The force and influence of a great personality were never more strongly emphasized than in the life of Theodore Roosevelt. One of the most heroic and picturesque figures in American history, during his public life the country actually felt the impress of his mighty personality. It was a marvelous factor wherever he was. Even among people who knew very little of history, he made a tremendous interest. Mr. Roosevelt's personality was so dynamic, so forceful, that it reminded one of a torrent racing down a mountainside, or of a Niagara of unlimited power and energy. He had a peculiar fascination for the multitude, men within the radius of his aura, which seemed to grip them with a terrible pull. It was said to be difficult even for men with strong minds to voice opinions in his presence. They were inclined to come to his view, as they were pulled into the magnetic current of his orbit. A friend after speaking to me said, "That's me, an admirer of Roosevelt. As you know, I hammered him in my newspaper for years. I don't approve of him. I don't like a lot of the things he says and does. But I just haven't it in me to argue with Roosevelt. I've got all I can do to resist his attraction. He draws me like a magnet. He seems to see where I stand and follows after. When I've talked to him 5 minutes it takes me about 24 hours to get over the effects of his personal magnetism and to hammer him again in a good old way. Just as our sun holds captive, as its satellites, all of the planets, so great personalities like that of Roosevelt hold captive multitudes of people who feel the grip of their personality, the indescribable influence of their life streams. I was at the White House during the Convention of Governors when Roosevelt was called president. There were not only governors present, but also justices of the United States Supreme Court, leading men of Congress and other commanding men from every state in the Union. He called that greatest gathering of eminent men ever held in America, and President Roosevelt stood before them with the dignity, graciousness, energy and masterly poise appeared on the platform. Some people have the remarkable power of influencing people, not only certain types and temperaments, but they also affect others to any extent. Roosevelt's personality was all-inclusive. Nature had given him the ability to impress vast multitudes as well as the one with whom he came into close conference. Wherever he went in the world, whether among the highest or lowest of men, the mighty or the lowly, Roosevelt won all over among his friends. He always aroused a peculiar interest. No king's name meant more to the man in the street than Roosevelt's. He will never be forgotten. He will always be remembered. While Mr. Taft was president, I was traveling over into the lands of Alaska. One of the chiefs had in some way heard that I knew Mr. Roosevelt, and he asked me to see him again. The government was planning to build its route from their lands. Wherever many of them had been done so, I had always lived in an island after to them, and tell all that I wanted to see the chief. He waited up at the line and said, "Ask Mr. Roosevelt to put a stop to this plan." I told him that Mr. Roosevelt was no longer president and that he must see Mr. Taft as the man who could help him. But he insisted, he didn't care anything about anyone else, Roosevelt was the man who could help him. An impelling personality will win almost anywhere. An editor once went to interview Lord Northcliffe, and when he returned he was asked what he had gotten. "What did I get? What did I give?" would express the situation better. He got everything from me and gave me nothing. I once sat with a great insurance man in New York, to get for publication the story of this wonderful life from absolute poverty. When he learned, I asked him if he got the paper. "No," he replied, "but he got me." The man had insured him for $5,000 which he couldn't afford, but he said he couldn't get out of it. Rufus Choate, the great lawyer, was an honest man and undoubtedly intended to do what was right, but his colossal magnetism and his irresistible gift of persuasion and glamour of manner so completely commanded the weaker minds of the jurymen before whom he pleaded that their verdict was often really his. The result was practically to nullify the work of his trial for the moment. They were really themselves, not expressing their true views. They were unconsciously thinking his thoughts, holding his views, not their own. They were under the spell of his masterly verdict. His jurors often felt this dominating influence for days after their verdict had been rendered. James G. Blaine could sway great masses of men by his strong, magnetic personality. Even his enemies found it difficult to escape his charm, said the historian Hearst. Everywhere he was received with what John Finley called a fury of affection. George William Curtis, William Dean Howells wrote, "There are a few great men, common great men, whose we know as names and powers, and whom we willingly let the ages have when they die, for living or dead, they are alike remote from us. They have never been with us where we live, but this great man was the neighbor, the contemporary, and there is not a heart or hand, and even in a life worth forgetting of this electrical stage the stamp of his personality will not be effaced from the minds of men." In the World War, the force of a great, impelling personality was felt many times. Pershing, Pétain, Joffre, Foch, and Haig were all forceful leaders who helped to change the course of battle. Age places no limit to a powerful personality. Clemenceau, at 80, the strong man of France, Thomas A. Edison, ex-President Eliot of Harvard, Lyman Abbott, John D. Rockefeller, Sr., are all men of advanced years whose forceful personalities have made and are still making a decided impression on the world. Phillips Brooks tells us, "We owe the most to the lives, like the stars, that simply pour down on us the calm light of their bright and faithful being, to uplift us by their silent presence. The deepest claim and courage. If we can do nothing for our fellow men, it is good to know we can be something for them. In the worst experiences of the humblest sort can really be strong, kind, pure and good without the world being better for it, without somebody being helped and comforted by the very existence of that goodness." Masterful Personality. By Orison Swett Marde. Chapter 3. The Man You Could Be. Kant says, "The aim of education is to give the individual the will and the capabilities of which he is susceptible. The one great duty," says another writer, "is to take the self and make of it what it was intended to be, to bring it to the highest perfection of which it is capable." We are all conscious that there are two personalities bound up within us, the man we are and the man we might become, the possible man, the supreme personality. We are conscious that what we have done and what we are but mere apologies of what we might do and what we might be, mere apologies of the true God-endowed self. The world judges us by what we are and by what we have actually accomplished, but above that we are capable of far above our improvement. There is something in us which tells us we are capable of something infinitely greater, something very much bigger than we have actually achieved. Why don't we set to work and do this greater thing, develop this larger possible man? Somewhere down the years he is waiting for you, the man that you ought to be. You, perhaps, have caught a glimpse of him many times. In your moments of ambition, in your moments of highest aspiration, you have glimpsed this bigger man, the man you long to be, the man God made you to be. Why do you keep him in the background, hiding in the little fellow in you, and let this poor thing live for you, to make a reputation for you? That little me, the coward man who dare not do things, the man who is afraid to speak the truth, why don't you arouse him and let him help you to put your real message across? One of the chief reasons why many fail to bring the gift of themselves is because they do not hold in mind the bigger possible model of themselves, they do not cling to the ideal of their highest possibilities. As long as we are content to be a cheap, limited impression of ourselves and what we are capable of, we cannot be or do anything very great. We are all carrying some models of life's marvels, and what we shall be depends upon the model by which we work. To attain a supreme personality, it is essential to have the solid supreme ideal. Everything depends on the model by which we work. Man is not called out of the universe to be an inferior being, a crawling worm of the dust, a miserable mind. No artist can put upon canvas a picture superior to that which is in his mind. He can only follow his ideal. The greatest artist in the world cannot paint a picture of the Christ unless a model is in his mind. He must see the Christ first, the ideal. No sculptor could hew the statue of a god out of a coarse, unshaped stone unless a structure superior to the block of stone filled his plan as his model. Every day you are changing your life. You are not the same as you were yesterday and never will be the same again. Life is a continual flux. The billions of cells in your body are constantly being renewed and changed. The whole personality is affected by your thought, molded by your desires and emotions. If you would attain personal supremacy physically, mentally, morally, climb to the visions of your highest moment, your noblest, your strongest moments, and stay by them to make your true models. Strive to make them permanent as a life pattern. Construct your ideals of a perfect vision, truth, beauty, justice, harmony. Think of yourself as you would like to be, not as you are. Visualize yourself physically, mentally, morally, spiritually. Think of yourself as you would like to be. Perfection as to your birthright, it is what you really are. It is every atom of your being. Any inferiority which you are convinced of regarding yourself, which exists in your mind, will bond your life. You will not improve on them defects which you are convinced you have until you cast them entirely out of your model. Suppose a youth should start out to study law, intending to make it his profession, and all the time should be convinced he could never make much of a lawyer, and should be constantly visualizing himself as a poor, weak, inferior lawyer. What are the chances that he will rise to become a leader at the bar? He would never reach the top of his ambition, never be a success in his profession. Realize everything in your career. Instead of groveling down among your weak qualities, lift your life to the level of your ideal. Start now to work up the model to your mind's image, as there your real environment is. You may be the grandson of a savage or a weak, slavish, ignorant creature, a bootblack, jellyfish sort of an individual. You will have no excuse to do the opposite sort if a longing for superiority, for mental royalty. Carve the picture of a superb, vigorous character. Be that man. There is not a person on the globe today that has not his divine model. There is not a man who has debased himself to the level of his highest self. We are all underachievers, the noblest of us is still an amateur at living, at productivity. We were created for life upon a higher level. There are powers, possibilities locked up within you, if you can only find the key, if you can only realize these powers, live out that giant, that dream dared to dream might be possible to you. You can work up the true model with vision of your soul and perseverance of your spirit. The real man is not the one who has to die, he is the image which took lodgment in the soul before birth. God never meant the supreme man to be disappointing. It is the little fellow who is usurping his place who has done this mischief. The ideal, the possible man, God's man, is the real man, and that is the one we should encourage, not let the fellow who has tended to win by his inferior achievement, push him to the background. Let the bigger possible man that you are capable of becoming, the man your Creator intended you to be when He fashioned you for a supreme personality. We are literally a reproduction of our thoughts, of our convictions regarding ourselves. What you think you are by doing but becoming. You are growing like the model of yourself which you hold in mind. The man you expect to be is now being objectivized in your character, in your personality, in your achievements. This is why the ideal you keep in mind, the mental picture you form of yourself, is so important in hastening or retarding self-realization. Many people have inherited a sort of depraved ideal of themselves, an inferior impression of themselves, with a very poor appreciation of their own value. Their early training, perhaps, has had much to do with this wrong ideal. In fact, they were overburdened and obsessed with wrong convictions that the very thought of superiority was blasphemous. At birth, they were hoodooed. In school and college, their mental horizon was varnished and spoiled. No artist who ever wrought a beautiful statue could do anything with a cheap ideal, a mean ideal, a shrunken, inferior impression of the man until one's vision is improved, larger. The only way a man can get a just sense of his fitness or strength to accomplish something is by finding out who and what he is in the divine order, to be true to the man God made, not to insincerely attaching to the reality of himself, but the picture of excellence that is God created. The Lord loves His children, every one of them, said Dr. Russell Conwell. God never intended anyone to be a failure. You were made to be successful, to be efficient, and not a nobody or a failure. Many highly successful self-made men have not told the real truth that they were humble employees, some of them office boys, that they made up their minds to be successful, and that was where the real greatness was, in making themselves. They did not even realize that their persistent holding in mind the best vision of themselves and their future greatness was a real creative force which helped to bring about the results they desired. From the time he was a small boy, General Pershing dreamed of being a soldier. His ideal hero was George Washington, and his chief desire was to be like him. A military man, hard, for a time, to reach school instead of soldiering did not dim this vision of the great soldier he longed to be. Through all the years from boyhood onward, he has been working on that mental model, raising himself from the poor youth teaching school away back in Missouri to the brilliant leader of the American Expeditionary Forces to France, next to Foch perhaps, the greatest general of the Great War. Phillips Brooks said, God lives encoded in every human soul. At some time in his life, each feels a trembling, fearful longings to do some great, good thing. Life finds its noblest spring of excellence in its hidden impulse to do one's best. One of the greatest secrets of a supreme success is to hold to the purpose of the Almighty, to answer for the talent He has given us. If we do our best in whatever situation we are placed, and if ideals are properly developed step by step, with every effort we make. If you read history and biography, you will find each of them, every Superman, the heroes men shout and on beacon lights along the path of civilization are those who continually strove for their ideal. You, too, can be a great success, if you set about it in the right way. You can do great things if you will. The way is open, the divine power to do and to become is in you. Start now. You'll find all that is needed is the will, the energy, and determination, to be a giant instead of a dwarf, a great soul and in the human family of great men. Don't let people and events dwarf your ideal of yourself by telling you that you can't do this or can't do that. Hold a high ideal of your ability, instead of thinking of a defective, dwarfed, crippled model of yourself. This will have a wonderful effect upon your character and your life. You cannot develop manifestations on a plane of sickly, poverty-stricken thoughts. You will think you can be efficient before you are efficient, for while you think you are inefficient you are inefficient. Hold in mind the thing you long to become, you will be it. I am health, I am vigor, I am youthly vim, I am truth, I am reality, I am perfection, I am efficient in every atom of my being. I radiate power. Hold these thoughts, ideals of yourself, and you will tend to become like them. In a beautiful little poem called Assertion, Ella Wheeler Wilcox says, I am serenity though passions beat, like mighty billows on my breast, I am eternity complete, I know no pain, I know no rest. I know the ocean speaks, the perfect word. My mind is peaceful as the sea. Peace, peace, I cry, it is my heritage, I am good health. Though fevers rack my brain, and rude pain racks my very strength, I know I shall be well again. I know my health shall come at length, through fiery visions of grey and sleepless night. Health, health, I cry, it is my own by right. I am success. Though hungry, cold, ill-clad, I wander for a while, I smile and say, it is but for a time, I shall be glad, tomorrow, for good fortune comes my way. God is my Father. He has wealth untold, his wealth is mine, health, happiness and gold. Masterful Personality. By Orison Swett Marde. Chapter 4. Personal Charm. Charm is something that no witchery of pen or subtlety of tongue has ever been able to define. Words are too coarse and bungling to describe its finer meanings. We have all of us felt its power, at some time in our lives, yet no beauty of face or form can match the fascination of a lovely personality. Plain faces and ugly forms have held men and women spellbound in the presence of the handsomest faces and the most perfect forms. Certain people, even, queer combinations, who seem like misfits in the universe, win the rarest fascination of the world's heart by their manner of personality. In all ages men have worshipped beauty of face and form. In all time there has been this all-compelling power of magnetism or inner physical beauty. The women who are most loved and most popular are not so by any means who are most beautiful, but they have that indescribable something that, for lack of a better term, we call personal charm, says a writer. Their natural and gracious manner, their helpfulness and loving kindness, their culture and love of refinement, and above all, their attractiveness of personality, gives them a position and influence that the loveliest women lack. There have been many women who were only plain faces, with nothing whatever in their appearance, who had a tremendous influence in the history of their time. Some of the great leaders of French society before the Revolution, women who ruled infamously over men and empires, were not beautiful, even when they were young. Madame de Pompadour was anything but beautiful, yet she was the measure against which all women were judged and compared with. It is a very difficult thing to resist that magnetic charm of personality which has so many joyous and pure souls, and has even changed the destinies of nations. We have not tried to define it for centuries, so we say, those who possess it have charm, and those who have it are not winning personality. I recently heard a man say that when he last saw Ellen Terry, who was then approaching her 70th birthday, she sat with her chin resting in her hand and listened, by her eyes, and without the least effort captivated us. With the memory of her charm and fascination which no lines in her face could conceal. She was not beautiful, but lacking the charm of magnetism, could not enchant. Sarah Bernhardt, 75, has plain features and anything but an ideal form, and yet she has indescribable charm which grips and fascinates people in a most remarkable way. Cleopatra and Johanna of Naples are said to have had most unlovely physical defects, which marred their beauty but could not affect their charm. Some modern writers say that Cleopatra was not beautiful at all. We cannot overestimate the power of even a physical beauty and understatement of that power of personal charm. Even the famous Madame de Staël, who swayed the hearts of the great men of France with a personal charm which was absolutely irresistible, declared that she would gladly give all of her learning and brilliance for beauty and one physical beauty spark. Some men after this learning that they are plain, that they have no physical beauty like other girls, and they become sour and pessimistic, when, if they only realized it, they have that slumbering within them, which, if awakened and developed, would infinitely more than compensate for any mere charm of face or degree of form, and could make them far more beloved in the hearts of the girls whom they now envy for their natural beauty. There are women who have no physical attractions and yet have been magnets of beauty, such beauty of character, such grace of soul and poise of womanliness that everybody thinks of them as beautiful loveliness and loves them as more than a match for any degree of mere physical beauty. Because the quality of magnetic charm seems to be born in many, men and girls think they cannot acquire it, so they never make the effort. As a result they go through life as shrink, uninteresting, unmagnetic, negative, and in the highest, attractive girls they might be if they chose to cultivate the character qualities and social graces that distinguish a woman of fine charm. Personal charm is made up of many different ingredients. We know that people who possess it are distinguished qualities as kindness of heart, generosity, unselfishness, tolerance, magnanimity. Narrow-minded, stingy, mean dispositions and distorted views of life, with selfish, greedy, suspicious traits, shut one out from the possessions of true charm as it was a wide lining and a large friendliness. I have never seen a normal person who could not be popular, if he would be, and would make the expected to succeed. If it is not easy for people, it is not usually sociable to cultivate the art of being agreeable. It is perfectly possible, it can be done. There are many instances in history of people who have developed marvelous qualities and made wonderful achievements in their struggle to redeem themselves from some physical handicap. Girls who were crooked or nervous, girls, not rare youth heroic efforts to redeem themselves, to develop compensation, and have succeeded in doing what would have been impossible for them but for the deformity. It is astonishing what it is possible to secure in the effort to redeem oneself. I knew a girl who was very plain and extremely unpopular, whom everyone refused to dislike except a few intimate friends. She was so sensitive and so charged all her popularity, and subjected herself to slights, slurs, and derision, she finally got desperate. She finally felt that since she had no hope of being beautiful plain face, she made herself so popular. It has been said of her that she was the most popular girl in school, though nobody ever thought of her as the charmingly odd girl, especially along the line of her one deep soul influence. No one could talk with her without thinking lofty thoughts. No one would help in the school. She began to tolerate dull companions, to aid those who struggled with their studies, to throw herself into the life of the school and to win out socially and build. She learned to love other people, not for what they could give her, but for what she could give. And though she never learned to see herself ideal, perfect, beautiful, as the Creator intended her to be, she began to realize that if the truth of her being, there could be no imperfection, so long as she did not permit her morbid heart to throw morbid dust over it. Worse than any physical handicap was the handicap which made her dislike herself. She forgave herself, began to expect more from herself and presently repelled, until by her kindness, her courtesy and unselfishness, she finally became even more popular than her attractive sister. She was wanted at every gathering and became a social leader in her town. She developed a soul beauty, which made her extremely attractive and caused people to forget her plain features. It is not the kind of beauty, to wish to be beautiful, wrote Margaret Bottom to her king's daughters, only men should sigh higher and desire beauty of character, lasting beauty, beauty no one can take with you as you pass into the great unseen, and every day you can use the great beautifiers, love, joy, peace, kindness, goodness, helpfulness. Charm can take the place in some faces of the great beautifiers, and more the spots on your character, the wrinkles made by care and anxiety will pass away and you will be truly beautiful. The face that reveals the beauty of the soul, the face through which a superb woman expresses herself, even though in itself it is not comely, is infinitely more attractive than the face which has all but beauty, with no soul behind it. It is the soul that responds to our want, that gives us the truest satisfaction. One would think that if fathers and mothers want their children are trained to form attractive habits, to build their charming personalities, yet we see thousands of uncouth, unkempt children that in so many ways meet, uncared children develop into manhood and womanhood with disagreeable manners, whose selfish ways and find of coarse natures, screaming irritants of neglected youthful training. We always admire the person with a magnetic personality, and yet we make very little, if any, effort to develop in our children the qualities that help make such a personality. Charming manners, a fascinating magnetic presence, courteous, winning ways, are worth more to a man or woman than a college education without them, because they make a charming personality. There is nothing which gives such an atmosphere to a girl's life as her atmosphere. If she radiates sweetness and light and helpfulness wherever she goes, if she has a charming presence, an attractive personality, she has a tremendous power outside of what is generally called the mental equipment. I know women who have such a charming presence, such a fascinating personality that it is almost impossible to deny them anything they may desire within our power. Of Madame Récamier and her magic sway over all classes of society in Paris during the last years of the 18th and the early part of the 19th century, it has been written. This beautiful woman united the highest intellectual qualities with the most sincere affection. In her early youth the love of pleasing was a passion with her, and this became subdued as higher life, until it filled her heart with the deepest sentiment of trying to make those around her happy. If you desire ease of manner, magnetic power and charm, there is nothing that can hinder your success. Anyone can develop the moral qualities that constituted so much the charm of Madame Récamier. The greatest and the only permanent forces in the world are the moral forces, and all can cultivate these. Masterful Personality. By Orison Swett Marde. Chapter 5. A winning personality as an asset. When one of our great financiers was asked how he picked men for his big enterprises, he said, "A winning personality is the first thing I look for in a man." In other words, the personality of an employee means so much to him, that when he finds this quality in a man who has a good business head, a man who is honest and dead in earnest, he feels that he has a valuable asset. Never before has there been such a demand for fine personality as at present. It doubles and quadruples the value of one's ability, because it makes the ability agreeable, attractive, and that's what businessmen are after. A man's business worth is not gauged by his ability alone, but by his persuasive force, his power to please people, to interest them, and to make them believe in him. It will make all the difference in the world to your success in life whether you have a pleasing personality or the opposite, a personality which arouses antagonism and dislike in those with whom you deal. Personality plays a tremendous part in the business world, as it does in the social world. Salaries are based on it, partnerships are founded on it, fortunes are accumulated largely because of it. An agreeable personality often has an influence out of all proportion to a man's ability or his position. Only a short time ago I heard of a young man who had been placed in an important position for which he had an unusual fitness, in appearance, training, and education, but he had been unable to hold it. Everything was in his favor, except one thing, his inability to make and to hold friends. Wherever this young man has worked his employers and associates have acknowledged his superior ability and training, but he cannot get along well with others, he is egotistical, overbearing, and his employers and his fellow workers never like him. He is not a good mixer, and he gives the impression that he feels superior to those who are placed under his control. Because of this, even with all his wonderful qualifications, his fitness for the job, his ability and education, he has failed to hold a good position. The art of life, the art of extracting all its power from the human machine, does not lie chiefly in processes of bookish culture, nor in contemplation of the beauty and majesty of existence. It lies chiefly in keeping the peace, the whole peace and nothing but the peace, with those with whom one is thrown, says Arnold Bennett. Multitudes of people cannot get up and on in the world because they cannot get along amicably with others. They antagonize everyone, they are not friendly, and they are full of prejudices, peculiarities, and idiosyncrasies. Often such people sour on life because they think others are keeping them back, when the trouble lies in themselves. They do not realize what a tremendous part goodwill, kindliness, the faculty of being friendly with everybody plays in life. Joseph H. Choate, one of our greatest lawyers and diplomatists, possessed a genial and attractive personality which endeared him to thousands he never saw. This undoubtedly did much in winning him the appointment of United States Ambassador to England. Other lawyers had as much ability, but he had a marvelous charm which endeared him to everybody. His personality enhanced his mental attainments 1,000-fold. No matter what your vocation may be, it pays to cultivate popular qualities, for to be popular means that you have power, that you have influence, that you are on the road to supremacy. Popularity means customers, influence, power. It gets our heart and hand before we know it. I am reminded of a salesman who has such an attractive personality, a man so tender and sweet in his nature, so genial, whole-souled, so magnanimous, that he does not need to make very special effort to sell things. I have often bought things of him that I did not really want, simply because he had such a winning personality that I could not very well help myself. There was no forcing about it. I bought the things because I liked the seller. He is so interesting and attractive that customers like to trade with him. Instead of hammering away as so many salesmen do, trying to break through the ice, to make a good impression, and then pounding arguments into a prospect, this man simply radiates sunshine. He reminds one of the fable of the sun and the wind in their efforts to get his cloak from the traveler. The wind blew terrifically in its attempt to blow the cloak away from him, to wrench it from his body, but the man only wrapped it tighter about him as the wind grew fiercer. Then came the sun radiating its soft, warm beams, making the traveler warmer and warmer, until he had to remove his cloak. There was no noise, no blustering. The sun merely shone upon him, and it did what the wind with all its terrific effort and bluster could not do. If we could analyze the qualities which make up the success of our great men in business or professional life and rank them on a scale of 100, we should find that the gentle art of pleasing would constitute 25 or perhaps 50% of their whole effectiveness. Few of us realize how much we are influenced by a gracious personality, but it has influenced legislatures and swayed presidents. It is true the power it gives may be abused, but we cannot deny the fact that it is a tremendous force in the world of affairs. What fortunes have been made by men who possessed it? Who can estimate the value of it to newspaper reporters and correspondents? It is said that there was scarcely a door closed to de Blois in all Europe, a private office or a place so exclusive that he could not enter. All opposition seemed to give way before his magnetic personality. Doors which were barred to others would fly open to him. Some orators have this charm of personality which attracts and sways their listeners out of all proportion to what we call their mentality. Something comes from them which electrifies their audience, which seems to be independent of the words they utter. Another man can speak the same words without producing 1/100th part of the effect of that mysterious something which seems to emanate from the born orator's personality, which fascinates as if by magic. It is said that Dickens's personality was so charming that when he came into a room, it was like the sudden kindling of a big fire by which everybody was warmed. And of Goethe we are told that he possessed such a charming personality that when he entered a restaurant anywhere, the people there would lay down their knives and forks to admire him. Someone says that the soldiers of the Revolution fought for Washington rather than for liberty, simply because of the charm of his personality and character. There was something in his very presence that had a powerful influence over his men. Of the late Charles F. McKim, the famous architect whose work lives after him in the Public Library, the Columbia Library and the Madison Square Garden, in New York, and the Pennsylvania Terminal in the same city, Albert Kelsey writes in the Philadelphia Public Ledger. St. Gaudens used to call this Pennsylvanian, once a Germantown boy, Charles the Charming, for he had an irresistible, high-bred, quiet way with him, which enabled him, with an unusual amount of perseverance added, to overcome most obstacles. We see every day what an important part personality plays in the business world. We all like to associate and to do business with people who are agreeable or whose personality appeals to us. We will go a long way to be served by them, whether it be in buying goods or in patronizing a hotel or railroad. On the other hand, we avoid the antagonistic, the disagreeable, cold and unfriendly person. Such a personality does not attract business or friends. A hotel man may build up a large, high-class business because of his geniality, his accommodativeness, his watchfulness of his customers' needs and his uniform courtesy. A combination may buy him out on the strength of his profits and then put a new manager and new clerks in the house, who may be efficient in many ways but lacking in the genial qualities that distinguish the former management, and very soon many of the customers are going elsewhere. In this way that valuable asset, goodwill, is lost. Personality often scores a victory when every other influence fails. If you want to put through a big business deal, if you want a special accommodation, if you want to get the help of another's influence, telegraph, telephone and letter are all inadequate. Nothing else is strong enough, forceful enough, influential enough, to do what can be done by a personal interview. A prominent insurance manager who has made a reputation for hiring able solicitors lays great stress upon their personality, the impression they make on him at the first interview. For years this man's desk has been at the farther end of a long room, and when an applicant enters the officer is all eyes. His mind is alert, on the lookout for every possible earmark which indicates quality. These earmarks are the letters of the alphabet with which he spells out his opinion of a man's ability. He watches every movement of the applicant, the way he walks, the way he swings his arms, the way he holds his hat, how he sits down, his conversation, his manner, and especially his eye. He wants to know if this is steady or furtive, because a steady eye, which looks squarely at you without flinching, indicates a firm, steady mind, self-confidence and usually, a clean mind. Everything about the applicant is under the testing fire of his scrutiny and he goes through a sort of third-degree process. All sorts of questions are put to him in order to bring him out to see what is inside of him, to get a measure of his caliber, his grit, his stamina. He wants to know if he has got sand, lime in his backbone, iron in his blood, or if he is an easy mark and would be easily discouraged. In short, he wants to find out if he is made of the stuff that wins. This manager believes that only a comparatively small part of a good solicitor is contained between his hat and his boots, that the atmosphere he radiates, his invisible aura, is everything. A good education is a great advantage to a man or a woman, but most of us put too great emphasis upon education, upon mental equipment and training. We seem to think that this is everything, but our personality may have more to do with our success in life, more to do with determining our place in the world, our social or business advancement, our standing in our community, than our mere mental equipment. On every hand we see people forging ahead apparently out of all proportion to their real ability, because they have a pleasing personality. We all like to be with genial souls. It's the smile that boosts you up the ladder. In the business office a pretty, gentle, smiling, interesting girl, who doesn't go around with a chip on her shoulder, is like sunshine, says Dorothy Dix. Her personality is a sort of heavenly chemical that neutralizes the irritability of those about her, making the atmosphere calm and wholesome. The possession of a winning personality does not bar one from having an intimate acquaintance with the works of the late Noah Webster. One may smile and be a crackerjack accountant still. There is no reason why a woman should not study the art of being agreeable just as earnestly as she does the art of salesmanship. It is as important to acquire the human touch as it is the touch system on the typewriter. My definition of an ideal personality for business, says a writer in the Business Philosopher, can best be given by using the letters PERSONALITY as the first letters in the following words: perseverance, earnestness, reliability, sincerity, optimism, naturalness, ability, loyalty, initiative, tidiness and yearning. Perhaps yearning should come first, as it is this strong desire for self-improvement, and the wish to be of best service to herself and her employer, that impels the successful girl in business to acquire the other qualities that I have mentioned. No matter what career you enter, you cannot overestimate the importance of cultivating the personal qualities which attract people to you. These are born in every human being and are only waiting to be brought out. No one can be a supreme personality unless he develops them. Masterful Personality. By Orison Swett Marde. Chapter 6. What we attract. If you analyze the people about you, you will find that each one like a magnet attracts to himself the things which find an affinity in him. One man attracts everything that is pleasant and agreeable, while another seems naturally to call to himself all that is undesirable, all that is disagreeable. One is a cheerful magnet and surrounds himself with joy, gladness, and beauty, while another is a gloomy, despondent, pessimistic magnet, and attracts everything that is touched with melancholy, that is dark, morose, and morbid. One man is a luck magnet, and good fortune, an abundance of all that is desirable, comes his way, while his neighbor, perhaps, draws to himself misfortune. Nothing seems to be just right with him, he is ill-timed, always a little too early or a little too late for the opportunity. When he gets there the chance has gone, or it has not arrived. Now, the reason for this lies in the man. Like attracts like. Everything has power to attract its kind. Henry Ward Beecher said that dogs liked him because there was a good deal of the dog in him. Beecher attracted man's best friend, as he did man himself. The bright, the cheerful, the agreeable, turned to him as naturally as flowers turn toward the sun. There was always a halo of sunshine about him no matter how dark and stormy the atmosphere of those around him. Nothing moves in this world unless something moves it, and the thing moved will only respond to the chord that is akin to it. The feelings we arouse in others, the sentiments, the emotions, the passions we excite, are good indicators of our own disposition, our own character and personality. We arouse in others that which corresponds to our mental attitude toward them, our treatment of them. If we arouse suspicion, distrust, jealousy, envy, these qualities must exist in ourselves. If you would make yourself a supreme personality, one that will attract desirable people and things to you, you must weed out of your nature all the disagreeable, repellent qualities and cultivate the heart qualities, the helpful and encouraging qualities. A young man whom I know is very much discouraged because, he says, he cannot attract people to him, he has no magnetism, and he has asked me to tell him how to cultivate it. I told him to study magnetic people and notice what qualities he admired in them. This young man who wishes to cultivate magnetism is extremely ambitious, but his ambition is of a selfish sort. He is studious, he is ambitious to shine, ambitious to get all he can from others, to absorb, but he does not give out anything. He is like a sponge, takes in everything. Now, magnetic people are just the opposite of this. They give out a great deal. They radiate magnetism because they are permeated with the qualities that make personal magnetism. If we analyze a powerfully magnetic person, we shall find that he has a kind, genial nature, that he is not small or narrow in his views, but on the contrary, large and generous. Selfish minds, narrow, stingy natures, and especially envious, jealous people, are never magnetic. The qualities that attract are lovable qualities, and until the young man in question cultivates these qualities, he will not succeed in making himself magnetic. Love is the primal note in every melodious personality. To have friends, to win love, you must make yourself a magnet for love. You must send out the friendly thought current, the helpful current, the kindly, loving current of human fellowship. If you give out stinginess, narrowness, meanness, selfishness, you will not receive love's gifts in return. As you give, so will you receive, and the more generously you give of love and kindness and service, the more generously will the current that returns bear them back to you. There must be some quality within us which is like what we wish to attract, or it will not come. The negative man cannot draw to himself positive things. Everything which comes to him will be negative, minus. The plus, the positive, and the creative do not come to him, because there is nothing in him to attract these. Lincoln was a marvelously magnetic man. His heart qualities characterized him even more than his brain qualities. It was his great, loving, sympathetic heart that drew people to him. There was no room in that splendid nature for malice or pettiness. I know people who are very anxious to increase their magnetism so as to attract people, but they are so selfish, mean and stingy, so intolerant, so prejudiced, and so jealous of others and of their success that they can never be magnetic. They are cultivating the opposite qualities to those which characterize magnetic people, closing their hearts to human appeal. People who are poverty-stricken in their sympathies, who are cold, selfish and inconsiderate of others, little realize that what they send out creates counter-currents which are constantly coming back to them, forming their characters in accordance with the outflow. The currents of the lives of hard, cold, marbleized, selfish characters are always turned inward. There must be a strong outward flow of goodwill, good cheer, tolerance, magnanimity, sympathy, kindliness, before we can get a countercurrent or inflow of magnetism and of goodwill. It costs something to develop an attractive, rich personality. Of course, it does. Everything worthwhile in this world costs something. The more valuable a thing is, the more it costs. It costs something for a young man to become a lawyer, a physician, or a businessman. It costs years and years of effort and hard work. It costs something to be popular. No man can ever develop a supreme personality by remaining secluded. If you exclude yourself from your kind, from mixing with people, and close your heart to human fellowship, you will lack that something which attracts all sorts of men. Very magnetic people are good mixers, and they enjoy mixing. They feel at home with other people. They love to enter into others' lives. Many of us are no better than uneducated heathens. We may know enough, but we give ourselves out stingily, and we live narrow and reserved lives, when we should be broad, generous, sympathetic, and magnanimous. It is the warm-hearted, cordial, genial, good-natured, whole-souled fellow who is liked. On the other hand, the cold-blooded, indifferent, selfish sort of man who is shut up in his shell, the man who is a poor mixer, who doesn't take much interest in anything but himself, no matter how much money or ability he may have, is always placed at a tremendous disadvantage. I know a man of great brain power who has been a recluse all his life. He has always lived by himself, he eats by himself, when he can, and if he travels, he seeks a seat by himself. He goes to a restaurant and gets into a corner by himself. He rarely goes anywhere with anyone, and yet he wonders why people do not like him. He never gives them a chance. He takes no interest in others, why should they take an interest in him? Wherever he goes he always has a book in his pocket, and will get by himself and read if he can. He is a miser of his time, he cannot bear to spend any of it in talking to people. He thinks it is a waste of time to visit others, and is unhappy if people break in upon his evenings so that he cannot read and study. He takes great pride in his attainments, in the extent of his self-culture and his book knowledge, but he does not realize that he has been very selfish about all this. He has never been willing to impart any of what he has gained to others. How many people have been doomed to a life of obscurity because when young they were selfish and kept to themselves as much as possible. They preferred to keep aloof from others and would not exert themselves to be agreeable, entertaining, or to interest themselves in others or enter into their lives. When, later in life, they discovered that the achievement of their ambition would depend very largely upon their ability to mix with others and make friends, they found the power to do so had gone, for habit had such a hold on them they could not break its chains. Many a man ambitious for a public career has been disappointed because when running for position or office he found he was a poor mixer and could not arouse any enthusiasm for himself. He could not attract people. They were cold to him, deaf to his arguments and appeals. By a sort of instinct, we avoid people who avoid others, who have not been in the habit of mixing with their kind. They repel us, while the mixer, on the other hand, attracts. A supreme personality is never developed in solitude, but it is largely developed from our mingling with the crowd. It is largely a reflex action that builds personality. Masterful Personality. By Orison Swett Marde. Chapter 7. You can compel people to like you. Yes, you can do this, even though at this very moment you are not popular and people dislike you. You can so interest yourself in others, you can be so cheerful, so courageous and helpful, that others cannot help being drawn to you. You can compel them to like you, you can attract them to you and hold them as with hooks of steel. It is the heart qualities that attract, and it lies with you whether or not you shall cultivate and strengthen these qualities. Thousands of people who have superb ability, and could be great successes, are comparative failures in life, because of their unfortunate personality, which prejudices people against them on first acquaintance. Someone says that the only thing left to us when we come in contact with a disagreeable personality is flight or fight. I know a woman with a fine mind and a most generous heart, who unconsciously antagonizes people by always doing or saying the wrong thing. She prides herself on her honesty and is very fearless and outspoken in her criticism. She is continually saying things that drive others away from her, and she makes an unfortunate impression on strangers, yet she is very kind and generous and will do anything in the world for those who need help or encouragement. She is one of the most accommodating women I have ever met, yet she tries one's very soul by her repellent way of doing and saying things. She cannot understand why she does not attract people. She wants to, she longs to be popular, but people don't like her. She lives an exclusive life when she longs to live an inclusive one. If you are not popular, if people shun you and you don't know why, study yourself, examine yourself carefully, and you will find that you really have qualities which repel, which antagonize, which rub people the wrong way. You will probably find many things in yourself which you did not realize you possessed. This self-examination may be a revelation to you. Some time ago I was talking to a young lady who said that she never was popular and never could be, she had always been a wallflower wherever she went. She did not interest people. Nobody seemed to want to talk to her. She said her mother was unpopular, moody, inclined to be melancholy, and she believed that her unpopularity was predestined, something she could not help. Such an idea is preposterous. You must like others before they will like you, interest yourself in others before they will interest themselves in you. If you want people to like you, you must not be moody, or glum, or peevish, touchy, resentful, or sensitive. Thin-skinned, self-conscious people are always being hurt. They are always sure people are trying to injure them. Keep your hurts, your sore spots, your sensitive spots, your troubles, your trials, your afflictions to yourself. Don't parade your aches and pains or always be describing the symptoms of your troubles. People who are constantly thinking about themselves are never attractive. Study the most popular girl in your town or neighborhood and you will find that she is affable and companionable. She may not be brainy or educated or very highly cultured, but she is companionable, she is lovable. She makes people feel comfortable and happy. She is interested in others' sorrows as well as their joys. She knows how to listen. She does not talk about herself continuously. There is nothing which repels so much as selfishness, no one we despise so much as the person who is always thinking of himself, looking out for his own advantage, who is utterly indifferent to the comfort or welfare of others. Such people are not only unpopular but they are also deficient or weak in important qualities that distinguish a supreme personality, qualities which, by a little diligence and perseverance they might acquire and strengthen. It is just as essential to cultivate these qualities as it is to cultivate what we call the intellect. To attract others instead of repelling them, you must cultivate the heart qualities, you must drop your selfishness and indifference and show a kindly interest in others. If you are not popular, the chances are that it is due more to your selfishness than to any other one thing. Be a good listener, and instead of always trying to lead the conversation to yourself to things that interest you, try to interest yourself in others and talk about what interests them. Thus you will soon destroy this unpopularity bogey. Then other people will take the same interest in you that you take in them. The secret of the man who is universally interesting is that he is universally interested. This was, above all, the secret of the charm that Dr. Holmes had for everyone, William Dean Howells tells us. Some people imagine that because they are not endowed with beauty of form and feature they can never be attractive to others, yet how often this is disproved. The outflowing qualities are what enrich the personality and attract friends. Of the historian, Francis Parkman, Howells, in his Literary Friends and Acquaintances, says, "I think that no man ever came near him without in some measure loving him. To me he was of a most winning personality, which his strong, gentle face expressed, and a cast in the eye which he could not bring to bear directly upon his vis-a-vis, endeared. I never met him without wishing more of his company, for he seldom failed to say something to whatever was most humane and most modern in me. If you have a really generous, magnanimous heart, if you are kind and genial, accommodating, if you are genuine, helpful, you will be popular, though you may have many physical blemishes. We do not care for people who irritate us, who rub us the wrong way. Nor are we drawn to people who are always correcting or criticizing us and trying to cure our faults. People who are pugnacious, aggressive, or overbearing, who possess domineering qualities, who are narrow, intolerant or uncharitable, are never pleasing or popular personalities. Such people we shun. How often I hear men say, "I know that I am not popular but I can't help it, I am made that way. I am not a mixer, and I never can be, it's not in me." Now, my friend, a pupil in school might as well say, "I will give up arithmetic because I can't solve those problems, they are too hard for me, my mind doesn't run to mathematics." It is the duty of every human being to develop his personality to the utmost, to make himself just as attractive to others, just as interesting and just as effective as possible. If you are willing to put forth the effort, you can make yourself popular. Many people make the effort, but their attempt at being friendly with others is, apparently, so forced, so mechanical, so lacking in warmth, that they make a sorry, bungling job of trying to be popular. They feel kindly towards others, but they do not know how to show it. They are neither good listeners nor good talkers, and they have a cold, reserved manner that keeps people at a distance. If you would be popular, you must learn to be a good mixer. You must develop the human element in your life, and be friendly and companionable in a hearty and spontaneous way. You cannot attract people by merely following a mechanical formula. You must add interest in, and a real love for, humanity to your efforts, and you must express this in your manners. People are not half cordial enough. We are too reserved. We are afraid of letting ourselves out, afraid of opening wide the door of our heart and letting strangers in. We hold them off at arm's length mentally. We are too formal. When you shake hands with a stranger, put your heart into it. Grasp the hand as though you were glad to see the owner of it. Look him in the face, give him a smile from your heart. Let cordiality and geniality gleam in your face. Radiate good cheer. Give the stranger a generous welcome. Let him feel that you are genuinely glad to meet him. You will find something in him that will interest you. There is something really interesting in everybody. In reality, this stranger is your brother. You may never have seen him before, but he belongs to your family. You are one in the universal brotherhood. What an excellent thing it is to develop in a child an irresistible charm of manner and of personality. The lives of many disappointed people would be very different from what they are if, in childhood, the latent cordiality and geniality of their natures, their power to please, together with unselfishness and thoughtfulness of others, had been developed. When we think of the wonderful value of an amiable, lovable disposition, and how easy it is to develop such a disposition, it would seem as though we would do anything in the world to secure this priceless treasure to our children. Instead of that, we train them but very little in its cultivation. The silent, timid, morose child is allowed to grow up silent, timid, morose. His parents seem to think he was born that way, that his disposition is fixed in his nature, and cannot be changed to any extent. This is a great mistake. Any child's nature can be revolutionized by proper training. Children are wonderful imitators. Patience, kindness, generosity, humility, courtesy, unselfishness, good temper, guilelessness, sincerity, these make up the supreme gift, the stature of the perfect man, says Henry Drummond. Is it not possible for every one of us, young and old, to cultivate these qualities? Masterful Personality. By Orison Swett Marde. Chapter 8. What is your keynote? Every person is characterized by that which may be called his keynote, something which distinguishes him from all others, which identities him. What is your keynote? What is the first thing a person thinks of whose attention is called to you? What is the first thing people who know you think of when they meet you? Do you impress others as being a weak, limp personality, or as a strong, forceful character? What impression do you make upon them? William Dean Howells once said of Nathaniel Hawthorne, "He was such a man that if I had ignorantly met him anywhere I should have instantly felt him to be a personage." Some men suggest something infinitely greater than what we actually see with our eyes, than is actually conveyed by any words they have ever spoken, or any deeds they have ever done. In fact, some of our greatest men have said very little. There is a larger, sublimer man suggested in their personality and character. Grant never said anything which would give him any claim to the actual Grant of history. Everybody felt that there was a mightier man back of the one who was always smoking, back of the silent man. It is not alone what he did, but what he made others feel was possible to him that makes him immortal, that gives him his place in our estimation. There was something in him infinitely greater than anything he ever said or actually did. It is the possible Grant, not the actual, that we revere so much. There was something in Lincoln infinitely greater than the sum of all his deeds, infinitely greater than the actual words he spoke. Even his immortal speech at Gettysburg was tame and commonplace compared with that immortal Lincoln embalmed in our memory. So much of our success in life depends upon what others think of us, upon their estimate of us, so much depends upon our reputation, upon people who have never seen us, but who have only heard of us, who have only gotten their estimate of us from others' estimate, that we cannot afford to make a bad impression, we cannot afford to be a poor advertisement of ourselves, that is, of what we are trying to make of ourselves. We are all walking advertisements of what life means to us. People can read our history, our biography like open books. We cannot disguise ourselves very much from the prying eyes, the curious perceptions of those who are always trying to weigh and to measure and to size us up. In his journal Emerson wrote, "It is an important fact that a man carries about with him favor or disgrace. We impute our reception in society to the will of others and forget that we ourselves alone determine what that reception shall be, that a man may always, before he enters the door of a house foretell his welcome by consulting his own mind. It will render him a true and faithful reply. It is not what you say but what you think, what you believe, what you stand for, that you will radiate. People will get their impression of you, not from what you say or pretend to think or feel but what you really believe, think, and are. If you have repellent qualities you cannot expect to be popular. The moment we find that a person is mean, selfish, greedy, narrow, intolerant or jealous, we begin to discount him. Many of us are very poor advertisements of what we are or what we have for the world, very poor advertisements of our real worth. People have to know us a long time to find out our good points and to get rid of the unfortunate impressions they first get of us. Some of the finest characters sometimes seem encased in ice and make a very unfortunate, repellent first impression. You want to get away from them and cannot see why others are attracted to them, how they can have friends who admire them. They not only do not attract you, but there doesn't seem to be anything in common between them and you. They are not sociable, not interesting, their conversation and their manner repel you. And yet when you get into trouble, when your business is in bad shape, or you have some personal bereavement or affliction, the first person to come to you may be one of these personalities. You are surprised, and ever after that you realize what a kind heart, what genuineness have been encased in the cold personality. It has taken you all that time to discover how much real friendship and helpfulness were inside of that cake of human ice. There are multitudes of people with warm hearts that are thus encased in ice, so to speak, in their manners. Many lack tact. They are always saying the wrong thing, doing the wrong thing, making a false impression of what they really are. People with weak personalities, with little magnetism, who have small, narrow, prejudiced minds, never make much of an impression upon their community. They might live in the same place for a lifetime and die without making a dent. Don't allow yourself to be a nonentity, a colorless, spineless, jellyfish man or woman. Stand for something in particular. Don't be afraid of making enemies if you are in the right. The stronger your convictions the more enemies you are likely to make, but the more forceful you are, the more people will respect you. Theodore Roosevelt used to say that it is not enough to be known merely as an honest man, one should be robustly honest. That is, so vigorously honest that there is no doubt left in anybody's mind. He had no use for what we may call twilight honesty, that is, pretty near the border line of dishonesty. He believed in the vigorous kind. What we want is to develop a vigorous, robust personality, a personality that will be forceful and vigorous wherever it goes, a personality that will leave a good impression. Mr. Roosevelt went through the world like a mighty meteor, making a tremendous impression wherever he appeared. In the Roosevelt Memorial Association his friends are trying to perpetuate what may be called his keynote, the Rooseveltian ideal, the fundamental principles and precepts this remarkable character succeeded in stamping upon the world as his very own. Every man should be ambitious to stamp something worthy upon his age and leave behind him something which the world will not willingly let die. It is just as important to win hearts as it is to win success, to win friends as it is to make money, to make a good impression as to make good in any other direction. In other words, we all want to succeed in life, we want to make the most of life, and we ought, therefore, to make the most of everything that will help us to do this. It is not enough to have lofty ambitions and ideals, if we do nothing with them. They must be put in practice or they will not contribute to growth. It is in making our ideals actual that we attain success in life and experience growth of personality, says Bliss Carman. A businessman of charming personality and fine feeling says, "I have made the resolve that my life work shall be a masterpiece." Could any human being make a grander resolution? Why not make this your resolve, your keynote? Determine that you will make your personality felt in your community as never before, that you will make your life a masterpiece, not the daub of a cheap, superficial artist, but the masterpiece of a master. Every life ought to be a declaration of individuality, a distinctive, characteristic keynote. There is nothing which gives such an expression of power as a marked individuality. To say that a person has a strong, vigorous individuality, is the same as saying that he is original, resourceful, able. But when we meet a person who makes no particular impression upon us, so that we merely think of him as one more person we have met, there is not likely to be much power or original force there. Be sure that your life conveys some worthwhile message. It will convey a message of some kind, and it makes a tremendous difference to you what sort of a message it is. Masterful Personality. By Orison Swett Marde. Chapter 9. Take your manners with you. A European innkeeper had inscribed on the walls of his inn, famous for its hospitality and unrivaled service, this legend: "You will find a trocate excellent bread, meat, and wine, provided you bring them with you." The same is true in regard to courtesy and good manners. Provided you take these excellent things with you wherever you go, you will find everyone you meet as polite and courteous as yourself. One reason why so many people get so little not only out of their travel but out of their entire lives is that they do not take their manners with them. They leave them behind, and the result is that wherever they go they are always creating friction, they are always in conflict with someone. In personal supremacy, good manners fill an important place. No man who is truly superlative is lacking in the finer qualities. Delicacy of conduct and refinement of manner are always earmarks of good breeding and fine training. There is no person living who is not susceptible to the influence of good manners. To be a success in life, one could not do better than to set William of Wykeham's motto before him and walk in its guidance: "Manners mocketh man." No matter what your ability or your education, a rude, gruff manner repels people. Prejudice will close hearts and doors against you. People with bad manners, no matter how great their ability, have to push, by main force, every step of their advancement, because those they antagonize, those who dislike them, will not get out of their way, will not stand aside to let them pass, as they do for the gracious, pleasing, kindly personality, who has a welcome everywhere. Doors fly open to him which must be pried open by men of greater ability but with a disagreeable personality. There is no better letter of introduction than a fine manner. The language of the face and the manner are the shorthand of the mind, easily and quickly read. The most fascinating person is always the one of the most winning manners, not the one of the greatest physical beauty. A fine manner with an ugly face, or even a deformed body, is an infinitely greater factor in winning one's way in the world, than a bright, pretty face, and a perfect physique, with a bad, brusque manner. There are certain manners, says Emerson, which are learned in good society, of that force that, if a person have them, he or she must be considered, and is everywhere welcome, though without beauty, or wealth, or genius. We are all looking for sunshine and harmony in this world. We try to avoid the dark, damp, dismal places, and we shrink from harsh, unpleasant, discordant personalities, as well as from depressing surroundings. Everybody likes to be surrounded by agreeable, gentle-mannered people, not by those who are gruff, uncouth, peculiar, and disagreeable. Perhaps nothing besides downright honesty contributes so much to a man's success in business life as a fine manner, courtesy, gentlemanliness. Other things being equal, of two persons applying for a position, the one with the best manners gets it. First impressions are everything. A rough, rude, coarse manner creates an instantaneous prejudice, closes hearts and bars doors against us. Thousands of professional men, without any special ability, have succeeded in making fortunes by means of a courteous manner, while many a man has gone to the wall financially because of his rude, gruff manners. Many a physician owes his reputation and success to the recommendation of his friends and patients, who remember his kindness, gentleness, consideration, and, above all, his politeness. This has been the experience of hundreds of successful lawyers, clergymen, merchants, tradesmen, and men of every class and of every walk in life. Competition today is so sharp, rivalry so keen, that every art that can influence trade is brought into requisition to secure patronage. Even 25 years ago men were employed largely because of their ability in certain lines, without regard to their personality or manner. Manliness, a pleasant personality, an attractive manner, are now very great factors in the choice of employees who are to be constantly in contact with the public. Today, ability to make friends and hold them, and agreeable social qualities, are regarded as very valuable assets in an employee, for employers know that surly, impudent, careless, indifferent, or snobbish employees can drive away a great deal of custom. They want clerks who are so polite, attentive, obliging, and agreeable, that people will go blocks out of their way to be served by them. On every hand we see employees kept back by their bad manners. The employer knows that their fine ability and splendid talent is no substitute for good manners and courteous bearing. These qualities attract everybody. One of our great business houses says that the customer's goodwill is their most precious possession, and there is nothing that will create goodwill as quickly and effectively as courtesy. Courtesy is indicative of fine character. This quality is always found with other admirable qualities. If I could command the speech of 20 nations I would preach politeness in them all. It is the Aladdin's lamp of success, said the do not speak idly in praise of politeness, for out of the experience of 56 years in the banking business it has been borne in upon me almost daily that courtesy is one of the prime factors in the building up of every career. It is the hallmark of the Christian gentleman and of the keen man of affairs. Courtesy lingers longer than merchandise, is a slogan of a great department store. Courtesy does linger longer than any article of merchandise you buy. Human nature is so constituted that we remember and appreciate unusual courtesy and kindness, a special consideration, in the clerks waiting upon us. We love the pleasant, the attractive. We are drawn to the smile, and we shrink from the frown. We do not like to be snubbed or treated indifferently. We put ourselves out a great deal to keep as much as possible with polite, well-mannered people. Young people do not realize how much a pleasant and agreeable manner has to do with their success in life. A fine, gracious manner has an irresistible charm and is a tremendous power. Like beauty, it sways judges and juries. History tells us that the Duke of Marlborough, who wrote English badly and spelled it worse, had such an irresistible charm of manner that he swept away the distance of empires and influenced all Europe. His fascinating manners and winning speech disarmed the fiercest hatred and quickly made friends of his bitterest enemies. Everywhere we see honors won and great triumphs gained by pleasing, fascinating manners. We know how the engaging personality, the charm of manner of Edward Albert, the young Prince of Wales, impressed and won the hearts not only of his future subjects, but also of the American people, during his visit to Canada and the United States. We can quickly tell a well-bred person by the little marks of automatic good manners, automatic courtesy, that are as natural to him as walking or talking. What a contrast he is to the one who is trying to be well-bred and well-mannered, to appear at ease, but who has not had proper early training, and consequently, in spite of all his efforts, is often awkward, confused, humiliated, and ill at ease, because he is afraid he has done or will do or say the wrong thing. Lord Chesterfield, who was an accomplished man of the world and a shrewd judge of men, counseled his son to prepare himself for the world as athletes used to prepare for their exercise. Oil your mind and your manners, to give them the necessary suppleness and flexibility, strength alone will not do. Those who would be good-mannered must frequent the society of those who are well-bred. A Spanish proverb says, "Live among wolves, and you will soon begin to howl." We betray our associates in our manners, for we unconsciously become like those around us. The finest mannered people I know have not only lived with good-mannered people, but are also descendants of generations of well-bred people, an inheritance of generations, generously bred. Our habits are always betraying us. People who practice company manners, who are polite only when there is someone around of whom they stand in awe, or before whom they wish to appear to the best advantage, are always doing the most mortifying things when they are off their guard. Many people who are punctilious in regard to their manners with strangers think they are privileged to be rude, snobbish or overbearing with their everyday associates, or those with whom they are familiar. Intimacy is no excuse for rough manners, though the majority of us seem to think so, says Arnold Bennett. In the home and office, as well as abroad, good manners should be observed. Oh, what a pity that all children are not taught the power of fine manners, a courteous address, a winning personality. How comparatively easy to root out of their tender lives the weeds and cherish the flowers, to cull the thistles and let the roses grow, to cut out the ugly and cultivate the beautiful. How much easier to kill the selfish plants in their infancy than to try to do so after they have become giant trees. It takes a great deal of sunlight and cheer and patience, and oceans of love to mold repellent, disagreeable children into charming, attractive men and women, but it can be done. How quickly the millennium would come if all mothers, if all teachers would bend themselves to this task. We should not have the crooked, gnarled, knotty, unsightly, full-grown human trees we have if they were properly trained and pruned in the nursery. The qualities of grace, charm, and general attractiveness are such tremendous assets of women, considered from every standpoint, that it seems almost criminal that they are so often neglected in the early training of our young women. A girl's manners generally indicate the sort of home from which she comes. Wherever she goes, she carries her individual atmosphere of refinement or coarseness. Her ideals are tinted by her home training. Her bearing, her conduct, her grace or her lack of it, her self-control or her hair-trigger temper, are telltales of its influence. Women represent the aesthetic, the sentimental, the beauty side of life. They stand for what is sweetest and gentlest, what is finest and most delicate in our civilization. Everyone expects to find in women refinement and delicacy of bearing, modesty, and becomingness of deportment. The lack of early training in these graces of life not only seriously mars the career of many girls who are obliged to make their way in the business world, but it also seriously mars their chances of favorable marriage. Men are naturally harder and coarser in their fiber, more animal in their instincts than women, and they are attracted by all that is graceful, beautiful, and delicate in the feminine nature. Men admire in women the qualities which they themselves most lack, and when a girl's conduct approaches the masculine they are immediately prejudiced against her. Anything which suggests or borders on coarse conduct or boldness very quickly repels them. To be cordial and courteous on all occasions, to meet people affably and greet them warmly, to avoid thoughtless speech and careless deeds, to be tactful, and thoughtful of others' feelings, to try to make everyone feel brighter and better, this is second nature to the well-mannered person. The life dream of many a young woman has been shattered because of the lack of early training in the finer graces of life, because she was permitted to grow up without developing that refinement and sweetness which constitute the great charm of the feminine nature. The world will never know how much our great men are indebted to the gracious tact and inborn gentility of their wives for their success. Many years of life in rough barracks could not overcome in the father of his country the gentle influence of Martha Washington. Josephine's fascinating manners and wonderful powers of persuasion were more influential than the loyalty of any dozen men in France in attaching to Napoleon the adherents who would promote his interests. Josephine was in the drawing-room and the salon what Napoleon was in the field, a preeminent leader. The secret of her personality that made her the empress not only of the hearts of Frenchmen, but also of the nations her husband conquered, has been beautifully told by herself. "There is only one occasion," she said to an intimate friend, "in which I would voluntarily use the words, 'I will,' namely, when I would say, 'I will that all around me be happy.' The root of good manners is in the heart. It lies in a kindly consideration for the feelings of others. Nothing can constitute good breeding that has not good nature for its foundation," says Bulwer. No one appreciates a mere form of courtesy without a kindly expression back of it. Diplomatic courtesy that thinly veils selfishness and impatience is not the sort that wins in the long run. We all know people who are selfish and cold-blooded, but who put on a certain superficial, polite exterior. Some of these people cannot understand why they have so few friends, why they are not loved. The fact is they do not have the qualities which people admire, they are cold-blooded, their courtesy does not touch the heart. Everybody feels that their politeness is nothing but veneer, put on for policy's sake. The mere observance of the outward forms of politeness, while there may be coldness, even bitterness in the heart, always lacks the spiritual quality that gives true courtesy the grace of a benediction. Masterful Personality. By Orison Swett Marde. Chapter 10. What mental chemistry will do for you. Have you ever studied over the problem of why some men succeed and others fail? Or why one man is a weakling while another is a dominant, radiant, forceful personality? It is the reaction of the mind upon the body that makes a man what he is, a failure or a success, a negative or a forceful personality. Most of us are the victims of wrong thinking, and the great remedy for this is the science of mental chemistry, the principles of which we are only just beginning to understand. It is unfortunate that our schools and colleges give no attention to this branch of mental science, which is of infinitely more importance to the human race than all other sciences. If educational institutions all over the world only knew how to, and would impart a knowledge of this great science to all their students, the lives of men would be revolutionized in a generation. We would develop finer, nobler characters, an infinitely higher order of living. With a little practice of mental chemistry, the whole race would take a long step forward. Hope would soon take the place of despair in millions of lives, confidence of timidity, courage of discouragement, energy and efficiency of lassitude and inefficiency. It would be a new world with new prospects, new hopes, newer and grander possibilities. In other words, man would become a new creature, he would be transformed by the renewing of his mind, the changing of his thought. Do you ever realize, my friend, the reason why you are not getting on faster, why your career has been so disappointing compared with what you expected it to be, why you are in poverty, unhappy and limited, drudging hopelessly in an inferior position, when you have the ability to do infinitely better? Perhaps you do not know anything about mental chemistry, and have been blaming fate, or hard luck, a malign destiny, or some other fetish for what you, yourself, are responsible. You have not attained the happiness, the success and prosperity you sought, the fulfillment of all your cherished ambitions, because you have been thinking into your life the enemies of the very things you have been working so hard to get. You have perhaps been holding in your mind the thoughts which fight against your ambition, against your aspirations, against your efforts. Your doubts, your fears, your worries, your anxieties, your jealousies, even your selfishness, all these things are fighting against your life aim, balking your efforts, neutralizing your hard work and cutting down to a minimum the percentage of your achievement. It is our thought that makes or mars our lives, as Swedenborg said, every volition and thought of man is inscribed on his brain. Thus a man writes his life in his physique, and thus the angels discover his autobiography in his structure. Every man is the architect of his own life and fortunes, and his success or failure depends largely upon his knowledge of mental chemistry. This gives us absolute control of our thought forces, is the sovereign remedy for all mental diseases, the one thing that can remove all obstructions to our growth, to the highest possible development of all our powers. The fundamental principle of mental chemistry is, that two opposite thoughts cannot exist in the mind at the same time. While the lower thoughts and lower animal propensities are dominant, their opposites will be neutralized, and vice versa. The lower cannot exist with the higher any more than can truth with error or harmony with discord. One excludes the other. No one who knows anything of mental chemistry need be the victim of his thoughts or moods. Just as the filthiest water can be made pure by the science of physical chemistry, so the most demoralized mind can be cleared up and made pure and clean by the science of mental chemistry. The antidote of right thinking, the counter-suggestion of the thing that has polluted or poisoned it, will restore it to health. The way most people fight error or evil in themselves is to try to drive it out by a supreme effort of the will. This is like trying to drive darkness out of a room without opening the shutters. The darkness is nothing but the absence of light, and when the shutters are thrown open light floods the room and there is no darkness. Evil is but the absence of good, and in the presence of good it flees, as the darkness before the light. Evil cannot exist at the same time, in the same place with the good. Mental chemistry eliminates destructive thoughts, vicious habits, evil passions or tendencies, not by combating or killing them by sheer force of willpower, but by substituting for the evil thing something better, something higher. To empty by filling is the surest way to get rid of mental enemies. We cannot drive them out directly, but we can substitute the opposite thought, the antidote, the truth thought for the error thought, the harmonious thought for the discord thought, the love thought for the hatred, the jealous, the envious thought, the goodwill for the ill will, the malice thought, the success thought, for the failure thought, the opulence thought for the poverty thought, the abundance thought, for the want and lack thought. We can substitute the health thought for the sickness or disease thought. We can send health pictures into all the cells of the body, and if these cells are discouraged, or are becoming diseased we can, by holding the health ideal, the health thought, the abounding life thought, stimulate and encourage, restore them to normal. Constant worry, fear, jealousy, hatred, and all other evil emotions and feelings, not only impoverish the blood, thus impairing the digestive processes, but they actually make chemical changes in the brain cells and in the different secretions of the body, and in this way induce and facilitate the development of all sorts of abnormal conditions. It is now well established among the best physicians that long-continued anxiety, chronic fear, a constant foreboding of evil, dread of coming to want, domestic worries, prolonged grief, envy, jealousy, hatred, etc., not only develop cancer, but liver trouble, heart trouble, kidney trouble and brain, as well as many other diseases. We all know how unrestrained passions tear us to tatters, age us, upset us, and ruin our efficiency, and how, on the other hand, love, kindness, good cheer, serenity, the contemplation of beauty, of sublimity, of grandeur, sends a healing balm through our entire being. Experience has shown us that the finer thoughts, moods, and emotions bring with them a sense of well-being. Feelings of love, of unselfish affection, of benevolence, of goodwill toward our neighbors, have an uplifting, vitalizing influence on the body. We always feel better, stronger, more hopeful and ambitious, more efficient, while they remain with us. The opposite emotions have, as we know, the opposite effect. They completely destroy the harmony and efficiency of both body and mind. All negative, pessimistic thoughts, all evil passions and moods, are destructive. Instead of building, they tear down and destroy. They create discord in the mind, and whatever introduces discord into any part of the human machine is injurious to health. Those things that make us discordant are physical and mental enemies, they react disastrously on the life. They not only destroy health, but they are fatal to success and happiness. Knowing these basic laws of mental chemistry in a general way as we do, it would seem as though we would naturally try to protect ourselves against our enemy thoughts, moods, fears and passions. Knowing the thoughts and emotions which are joy builders, health builders, efficiency promoters, success encouragers, it is strange that we do not constantly saturate our minds with them, and thus neutralize our enemy emotions, our explosive passions and our discouraging, destructive moods. Instead of doing this, instead of encouraging our friend thoughts, keeping a high ideal of health and harmony constantly before the mind and expelling every discordant thought, every enemy of harmony as we would expel a temptation to crime, we allow discord, fear, worry, jealousy, and hatred to generate the most vicious poisons in our system. And when we allow the mental conditions thus created to become chronic, it is easy to see that dire results will follow. These are everywhere in evidence. We see them in the small, shriveled lives of multitudes of people, capable of doing superb things, who are plodding along in mediocrity, because they nourish in their hearts hatred, suspicion, grudges of all kinds, little envies and petty jealousies, a variety of evil feelings and emotions that enslave them and cut down their efficiency to the minimum. They are victims of an unfortunate mental attitude, insignificant characters, nobodies, when but for their mental enemies they might be superb men and women, useful, happy, and successful. There is a law in England which decrees that if you can keep the bailiff out of your home, keep him from once getting entrance, he cannot sell you out, but if he once gets in, he can remain until you pay your debt. If you don't pay, he can sell you out. If you can keep vicious, poisonous thoughts out of your mind, they cannot harm you, but if you once let them in they will play havoc in your life, sell you out, ruin all your prospects. They are always on the watch, trying to force an entrance to your mental house, and the only way to make yourself immune to their attacks is by daily practice of mental chemistry until you become an expert. It is a glorious thing to realize that we can all do this, if we will. We can absolutely control our thoughts. We can completely dominate our mental world and free ourselves forever from all the enemies of our physical, mental, and spiritual well-being. Like all seemingly difficult problems, it's the simplest sort of a thing when we understand it. St. Paul condenses the whole philosophy, the whole science of mental chemistry in the injunction, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are of good report, whatsoever things are honest, think on these things. It is purely a matter of what we allow our minds to dwell upon. Whatever thought we hold in mind represents some definite thing, and so long as we hold the thought in mind, we are attracting it, the thing it represents is being developed in our brain, in our character, is being outpictured in our bodies, in our expression. It is the thinking on the thing that produces the effect that is like it, the quality that corresponds with it. Knowing that opposite thoughts cannot occupy the mind at the same time, it rests with you whether you shall of your own free will choose the thoughts that will hold you down to the level of the brute or those that will lift you to the plane of your divine nature, to the height of your godlike possibilities. You can, for example, concentrate on the thought of love, and all that it implies, peace, harmony, kindness, poise, goodwill, etc., and you will radiate those beneficent qualities. Your uplifting, helpful influence will be felt wherever you go. Or you can concentrate on the thought of anger, or hatred, or jealousy, revenge, or selfishness, which will crowd out love with all its divine healing, helpful influence, and drag you down to the level of your lower nature. And so on through all the gamut of human feelings and emotions. You will get a vivid picture of the devastating influence of the lower thoughts and emotions if you look at a man in the grip of a violent fit of anger. The countenance which perhaps a few minutes before was placid and calm and sweet is transformed into that of a beast. The lower nature of the man, the brute which anger unloosed, looks out of his eyes, eclipses the beauty of his expression and stamps in its place, its own savage, cruel image. In an instant not only the face but the whole man is completely changed. All that is opposed to the divine, the sleeping beast in him, has been aroused and now reveals its bestial force in every lineament, in every motion of the body. Now, a man who is the victim of a hot temper, who is easily moved to such devastating fits of anger, can, by the daily practice of mental chemistry, rid himself of this terrible obstruction to his growth. He can transform the animal man into the intellectual man, the spiritual man, by the renewing of his mind, by changing his thought, dwelling upon the opposites of hatred and anger, love and goodwill. We know that we can develop mathematical ability by exercising that portion of the brain which presides over calculations. The same is true of the 40 or more mental qualities or faculties. Each can be developed according to the degree in which we concentrate upon and exercise it. It is well known that by concentrating our thoughts upon any particular part of the body, we can accelerate the flow of blood to that part, so, when we think upon certain things, the brain cells or that portion of the brain which presides over the faculty that corresponds to our thought, receives added nourishment from the additional blood supply. In this way the constructive faculties, love, truth, harmony, goodwill, etc., or the destructive faculties, hatred, error, inharmony, ill will, etc., may be developed to any extent we please. If we dwell upon the forbidden, the lower thoughts, desires, and emotions, if we long for the things that demoralize, if we allow our animal propensities to dominate, to rule us, we are developing the animal in us, strengthening the brain cells which preside over our lower nature, giving them additional nutrition by concentrating on and exercising them. On the other hand, deprive the brain cells which give rise to the lower thoughts, the animal desires, the baser motives, the selfish greedy parts of the brain, of nourishment, cease to exercise them, and they will gradually atrophy and go out of business, and the higher parts of the brain, the spiritual nature and energies, will correspondingly develop as they get more nourishment and more exercise. In other words, we can develop or eliminate any qualities we desire by acting on the scientific principle that opposite thoughts, the bad thought and the good thought, the constructive and the destructive, the positive and the negative thought cannot exist in the mind at the same time. The one excludes the other. You can determine which shall live in your mind, which shall die there because you can choose. There's the whole secret. Man was made to attain perfection, and after we once get a taste of the higher joys of life, the lower pleasures, the baser passions and animal enjoyments will no longer satisfy us, no longer appeal to us. We will want the higher joys, the more glorious experiences, and they will be at our command just in proportion as we think upon these things, dwell upon them, persistently aim to realize them in our daily life. The whole process of mind development, of character building, of attaining success and happiness, is perfectly scientific. All you have to do is to summon to your mind each day the thoughts, the sentiments, the qualities, you wish to dominate in your life. In other words, follow the injunction of St. Paul, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are of good report, whatsoever things are honest, think on these things, perform this mental exercise religiously every day, several times a day, if possible. Hold the mind persistently for 15 minutes at a regular hour daily, preferably in the morning, on the qualities you desire to develop, and in a comparatively short time you will form the habit of right thinking, and what you concentrate on will begin to be outpictured in your body, in your character, in your environment. People who are not familiar with mental science are apt to think when they begin to study the new philosophy of life that it is some sort of miraculous wonder-working thing that will relieve them almost instantaneously of the results of wrong thinking. They expect to get rid of all sorts of evil physical and mental conditions after a few days' practice in mental chemistry, going into the silence for perhaps not more than 2 or 3 minutes each day. They think that this ought to be enough to cure them of a condition which they have been developing for 25 or even 50 years by negative, destructive thinking, indulging in all sorts of vicious passions and emotions: jealousy, malice, envy, revenge, carrying grudges, visualizing disease, weak, ill, devitalized bodies, giving way to hot temper, the blues, despondency, every kind of tearing down thought and feeling, and then they expect to get rid of all this, of the frightful conditions which for all these years they have been building up. I know people who criticized mental healers because they could not get complete relief, after a few days' treatment, when perhaps, on those very days they did enough vicious, negative thinking to counteract all of the treatment. It is because of the general ignorance of the vast powers of the human mind and of our ability to regulate conditions that the world is so full of misery and suffering today. We are beginning to realize this, and the time will come when mental chemistry will be regarded as infinitely more important in our schools and colleges than physical chemistry or any other study, because our destiny depends upon its knowledge. If children were trained in this science, they would early learn to distinguish and classify their mental friends and their mental enemies. They would know what emotions, passions, mental attitudes are depressants, discord producers, and what are mental stimulants, uplifters, rejuvenators, healers. They would know that the mental depressants are disease producers, because they lower the disease-resisting power of the body and invite the development of the enemies of health. They would know also that the mental stimulants, mental tonics, increase disease-resisting power and tend to neutralize, to destroy the enemies of health. They would soon learn that every thought which depresses, every unpleasant unhappy thought, every gloomy, despondent thought, is a disease producer, a life destroyer, that all such thoughts depress the heart action, impair nutrition, and play havoc in the body generally. They would know that faith, hope, good cheer, kindness, love, are mental and physical stimulants, that they promote nutrition and stimulate all the building forces of the body, that they are the natural antidotes of all the depressants. Anesthetics have proved a marvelous blessing to the world, but mental chemistry will prove an infinitely greater blessing, because it is going to do away with a large part of the suffering of humanity, and especially the mental suffering, and physical sufferings are comparatively unimportant. In 25 years from now, millions of people will have learned how to live practically without pain or disease, without physical distress or mental suffering, because they will have learned enough of mental chemistry to neutralize the poisons which now curse mankind: the poison of fear, of worry, of anxiety, of envy, even the poison of hatred, of jealousy, of anger, of revenge, of malice, of selfishness, of all destructive emotions. Gradually the leaven of the new philosophy of life, of which mental chemistry is but a part, will filter through and revolutionize the entire human race. Man is only beginning to discover his divinity, that he is a god in the making, that he is himself an indestructible part of the creative force of the universe, that he is a co-creator with his God, that he is in partnership with God, and partakes of all his attributes and qualities. He is finding a force in the cell life of his body, in the great within of himself, which is infinitely greater than the force of muscle, his divinity. He is finding that even will power is weak compared with the mightiness which comes to him through consciousness of his oneness with omnipotence, with omniscience. He knows that as he progresses on the life path he will discover the whole truth about himself, and that truth will set him free from all his limitations, from all his enemies. Masterful Personality. By Orison Swett Marde. Chapter 11. Timidity and Supersensitiveness. There are multitudes of people with good brain power and well-developed minds, who are well educated and competent to make a prominent place for themselves in their communities, who, nevertheless, are unknown because of their timidity and supersensitiveness. It is pitiable to see people who have excellent mental endowments and splendid traits of character remain practically shut-ins all their lives, because of timidity or shyness. They cannot, or do not, try to get out of their shells. They feel this narrowing, strangling thing, this sense of oppression which hampers or embarrasses them, but which they believe they cannot overcome. He who strives for a supreme personality must put down timidity and overcome sensitiveness, or he cannot hope for success. A great deal of talent is lost in the world for the want of a little courage, says Sidney Smith. Every day sends to their graves a number of obscure men who have only remained in obscurity because their timidity has prevented them from making a first effort, and who, could they have been induced to begin, would, in all probability, have gone great lengths in the career of fame. The fact is that, to do anything in this world worth doing, we must not stand shivering and thinking of the cold and danger, but jump in and scramble through as well as we can. On every hand we see people who are too timid to attempt to do the thing they long to do and are perfectly capable of doing. They hesitate and wait, hoping that something will turn up to help them, but they are too timid to push themselves, too timid to assert themselves, and so they remain in the background all their lives as the great tide is creeping past them. To falter at the supreme moment, to desert a cause through timidity or for selfish advantage, that is a blunder that has blighted many a high career, says a prominent writer. The timid man is placed at a tremendous disadvantage on every side because he is never in a position to take advantage of the opportunities which may come to him. He is always pushed aside by stronger personalities, by more aggressive natures. He is in the same position as the timid pig which is always pushed aside in the trough and who only gets his food, if there is any left, after the more aggressive pigs have devoured what they want. I have a good illustration of this on my farm. In the same litter of 9 pigs, several of them are so timid that they are always being pushed out of the trough, forced aside and have to wait until the other pigs get their fill. If the man in charge did not take pains to keep the other pigs away and give these timid pigs a chance, they would half starve. The Bible says, "Woe unto him who is faint-hearted," which might have been translated, "Woe unto him who is timid." The timid man is always the victim of stronger, more aggressive characters. He is bossed about, dominated, and must take what is left, if anything. He is never confident enough, aggressive enough to push his way to the front. He waits for others to recognize his merits and to push him. Everywhere in life the timid, retiring, self-effacing man is placed at a tremendous disadvantage, socially and in a business and professional way. People may be sorry for him, they may pity him, his friends may say he has the ability and other splendid traits, but it is aggressiveness, it is self-confidence, push, assurance that win. No matter how much we may admire humility, it is certainly not a business-getter or a money-maker. Everybody is either pusher or pushed in this world. It is the pusher who arrives. The pushed are never first. The timid person always keeps in the background. He takes a back seat whenever possible. He cannot bear to be doing anything which puts him on exhibition, which makes him a target for other people's observation. This retiring, self-effacing characteristic is a crime, because it keeps the victim from using his locked-up powers, which can only be brought out by aggressive pushing, energetic, self-confident methods. The cultivation of self-assurance, confidence, would revolutionize the careers and lives of these timid people, but it is very difficult for them to get away from their obsession and the fear, the dread of other people's eyes, of other people's opinions. Another thing timid people suffer tremendously from is their fancied inferiority, yet they cannot seem to bring themselves to the point of making sufficient effort to get out of their timidity rut, which is always sidetracking them. They suffer perpetually from a sense of great lack, they feel that there is something wrong with them, still they cannot seem to make up their minds to change this condition. One of the things that stands in the way of the advance of timid people is their extreme sensitiveness and super self-consciousness. They are very thin-skinned. Their feelings are always being wounded, and this makes them very suspicious, for they always think that they are being slighted or insulted. If they see others laughing, they take it for granted that they are the subject of their amusement. Now, these faults and weaknesses increase, if they are not checked, until they often become real obsessions, cramping, crippling, dwarfing, and in fact, often absolutely ruining careers. Delicacy of structure, fineness of fiber, and exquisiteness of nature are often characteristics of timid, sensitive people. They are often most lovable characters, and their very fineness and delicacy are often so extreme that they render them unfit to buffet their way in a rough, matter-of-fact world. They shrink from the public, the strenuous life is distasteful to them, and they retire gradually into themselves and become cut off from the great mass of humanity. Then they begin to shrivel up, get into ruts, and never develop the toughness of fiber that would enable them to compete with stronger, more aggressive characters. If you are timid, naturally shy and sensitive, inclined to avoid people, you must make up your mind at the start that you are going to overcome this handicap, which will certainly keep you back, if you do not. Remember that if you retire from the crowd, keep away from others, and stay by yourself, you pay the penalty of losing the very things that will call the best out of you and out of your educative strata. If you keep by yourself, you are beyond the reach of the things which tend to strengthen your character and develop your powers. None of us was made to live alone. Whoever retires from the crowd pays the penalty of a shrunken, shriveled nature, a starved, stunted life. I know a man who tells me that for many years he was so timid that it was painful for him to meet people. He would cross the street to avoid speaking to anyone, even a friend. In his younger days, when there was any company at his home, he would make all sorts of excuses to keep out of the way. He would go to the barn or the woodshed, hiding until the company had gone. He never dared to enter a church or go anywhere else where people were assembled, unless he could arrive very early, before any great number of people were gathered together. In fact, he was so shy and suffered such distress at being faced by others, or if attention was called to him in any particular way, that he simply couldn't endure it. As a result, he always kept by himself, buried himself in books, and brooded over his deficiencies, which he magnified into deformities. Finally, this man was brought to a sense of realization of how his career was being ruined by his timidity, and he determined to try to overcome it. He commenced to study mental chemistry and to put it in practice in his life. Today his friends can scarcely recognize him as the timid, retiring man of old. Many people are really untruthful because of their timidity. They cannot bear to say no, they cannot bear to refuse people, and they cover up and deceive, not because they are dishonest at heart, but because they are timid, and they haven't sufficient strength of character to stand alone in their beliefs or opinions. They don't like to oppose others, but always want to agree with them to make things pleasant. Timidity often induces disease. Timid people are always sufferers from fear, and chronic fear seriously affects the heart and the circulation of the blood. That, of course, means more or less a damming up in the system of the blood and the retention of poisonous debris which a vigorous circulation tends to eliminate. Fear not only retards the circulation, but it is a paralyzer of ambition and of energy. It is liable to be much more serious in its effects on the timid than on those with more assurance and self-confidence. They have such a mortal fear of criticism, of the possible embarrassment and of the humiliation they will suffer by attracting any attention to themselves, that they naturally strangle the impulse to say or do the thing they long to say or to do. This morbid self-consciousness, the fear of what others will say or think of them, not only keeps them in the background, but also injures their health, for self-expression is a great aid to good health. He has not learned the lesson of life who does not every day surmount a fear, says Emerson. All the timid people I have ever met have the putting off habit. Procrastination runs in their blood, and it is a curse to them, because they can never bear to decide anything on the instant, and are almost paralyzed when compelled to make a final decision on an important matter. They are never sure of their judgment, they distrust it. They always wait to have their opinions corroborated by others before they themselves become convinced. This gives them the reputation of having no opinions of their own, which makes them still more timid. They have no faith in their own powers, no confidence in themselves, and lack courage. There is no dare in their nature. They are afraid to take risks which they lack the courage to back up. This is one reason why timid people are so far behind those who are courageous and brave. They do not dare undertake the very things which they feel perfectly capable of doing. They always hold back their decision, reconsidering it, their powers of deciding promptly and firmly, being very much impaired by their timidity. Now, there is little room in this crowding, competing age, for the timid, vacillating youth. He who would succeed today, must not only be brave, but must also dare to take chances. He who waits for certainty never wins. If you believe in yourself, you may win even if no one else believe in you. On the other hand, even if everyone else have faith in you and you do not have faith in yourself, you will be a failure. You need not blow a brazen trumpet to advertise yourself, but you must know and respect yourself. You must overcome your timidity, you must conquer fear and self-distrust by the practice of faith in yourself. You must use your power or lose it. What matter if you make mistakes, if you fail even? Remember that, not failure, but low aim is crime. Better have the courage to make the attempt and fail than have the ability to win and lack the courage to try. Cowards, Shakespeare tells us, die many times before their real deaths. Timid people suffer from innumerable misfortunes which never come because their lack of courage leads them to exaggerate the probable results, whereas if they had a lot of courage and assurance, and these things which they anticipate should really happen, they would not be greatly troubled by them. Timid people should try to realize that others are not thinking half as much about them as they think they are. Everybody is too busy with his own affairs to bother about what you are doing, my timid friend. Timidity is not a very difficult weakness or mental disease to overcome, if one has a little knowledge of mental chemistry, if he knows that two opposite mental attitudes cannot exist in the mind at the same time, that one will neutralize the other. As with timidity, the sense of inferiority, by holding the opposite thought in the mind, the antidote will neutralize these feelings. Hold in the mind the thought of courage, of bravery, the consciousness of one's own divinity and one's own birthright to produce overcoming strength. We are finding that many of the enemies of our happiness, the enemies of our success, such as timidity and sensitiveness, are merely mental diseases, mental weaknesses which are comparatively easily cured, especially if treated early in life. I have, however, known many very remarkable instances of timidity victims not only being cured when long past middle life but also very quickly cured. It is simply a question of realizing one's power and applying the antidotes of the disease, then we neutralize it in just the same way as the diphtheria germ is neutralized by the antitoxin antidote. The victim of timidity should remember that he is not a waif, a puppet, thrown off as a separate creation, to be buffeted by chance, destiny, or fate, but that he is a vital, living force coming from the great creative force of the universe. The consciousness that he can no more be separated from his source, than the sunbeam can be separated from the sun, should continually reinforce him with the sense of his great dignity and power as a son of God and lift him above any feeling of inferiority, or of inability to meet adequately any situation or condition that may confront him. Remember, if you are a victim of timidity, that your cure lies within yourself. You cannot depend on any outside aid for relief. You must depend upon yourself alone to overcome your handicap and to succeed in your life's ambition. Do not delude yourself with the idea that the infinite power will push you forward without any volition of your own. You have your oars, use them or float downstream and perish. The responsibility for life's victory or defeat rests with yourself, you cannot realize this too soon. Hence, no matter how much you may dread responsibility, push yourself into it. As Carlyle said, do the duty that lieth nearest thee, the next will already have become clearer. Masterful Personality. By Orison Swett Marde. Chapter 12. Habit and Personal Supremacy. Habit, if wisely and skillfully formed, becomes truly a second nature. Bacon tells us, while the Duke of Wellington says, habit second nature. Habit is 10 times nature. A large part of the secret of character building, the shaping of a fine, strong personality, is hidden in the thing we call habit. It is the great miracle worker of the world. About all we ever amount to in life comes from the momentum of the habits we have formed. The great difference in the power and efficiency of individuals is generally due to the difference in habit training in early life. Who could ever estimate the multitude of lives which have been ruined by the habits formed in youth of associating with people of low-flying ideals and low aims and of reading demoralizing books that destroyed the ambition? Many a man who complains that success in life does not come to him, and that he has not the luck that others have, is so shackled by habits of one kind or another that it is quite impossible for him to make progress in the direction he is trying to follow. What men call fate is a web of their own weaving, from threads of their own spinning the thoughts and acts that have become habitual. Man's entire life work is a masterpiece or a botch, according as each little habit has been perfectly or carelessly formed. There is no other thing upon which human destiny so hinges as the influence of habit. Our whole lives depend upon it. We are the product of our habits, which, after they have been practiced for some time, become imperious, automatic. Life itself is indeed a series of habits. Think of how little we should accomplish in a lifetime, even though it should extend into the 2nd century, but for the aid of habit, which makes such a large part of our activities automatic. When we wish to walk anywhere, we do not have to stop and think and deliberately will to put one foot forward and then the other, or when we wish to drive an automobile, to carry on a conversation, to play a piano, no matter what we desire to do, we are not obliged to think of each movement of the different muscles used in order to do it. These things are matters of habit, they have been practiced until they have become automatic. Whatever we have once thoroughly learned becomes automatic. The dominant, creative, positive character becomes so by the constant repetition of positive acts and creative thought until such brain processes have become habitual. A man may build up a forceful or a weak character, according to his habit of thought. If he holds the self-confident, self-assertive, decisive, mental attitude, he will become strong, creative. If he harbors the doubting, the hesitating, the self-effacing, the self-depreciating thought, he will become a negative, ineffectual man. It is just a question of which way he sets his brain by habitual thinking. Habit is a silent partner given to us at birth to go with us through life, to help us do whatever we wish to do. Habit will help us tremendously to advance our interest, it will push us ahead, or it will trip us up, hold us back, according to its nature. We are all of a piece, and what we do becomes a part of us. This is the way character is built. A sloppy, slovenly habit means a sloppy, slovenly character. The best way to ensure a good character, a fine personality, is to entrench the life in good habits. The habit of rising at a certain hour in the morning, of meeting engagements promptly, of being always courteous, kind, accommodating, methodical and systematic, of stating everything exactly, of doing everything to a finish, of being scrupulously honest, never idle would prove a lifelong blessing which cannot be overestimated. Such habits would wear their beaten tracks in the soft nerve and brain tissue, and become thoroughly entrenched in the constitution of the mind. The habit of always doing one's best enters into the very marrow of character, it affects one's bearing, one's self-possession. The man who does everything to a finish has a feeling of serenity, he is not easily thrown off his balance, he has nothing to fear, and can look the world in the face with the consciousness that he has not put shoddy work into anything, that he has had nothing to do with shams, and that his record is clean. The sense of efficiency, of being master of one's craft, of being equal to any emergency, the consciousness of possessing the ability to do with superiority whatever one undertakes, will give a veritable soul satisfaction which a half-hearted, slipshod worker never knows. When a man feels throbbing within him the power to do what he undertakes as well as it can possibly be done, and all of his faculties say, Amen, to what he is doing, and give their unqualified approval to his efforts, this is happiness, this is success. This buoyant sense of power spurs the faculties to their fullest development. It unfolds the mental, the moral, the physical forces, and this very growth, the consciousness of an expanding mentality, and of a broadening horizon, gives an added satisfaction beyond the power of words to describe. It is a realization of nobility, the divinity of the mind. Professor James said that the habit of inferiority, the habit of accepting inferiority, from oneself, is one of the most deplorable things that could come into the life of a human being. Once entrenched in the fatal habit of inferiority, it is almost impossible to break away from it. Many a man has become the victim of self-depreciation because he has formed the habit of accepting other people's suggestion of his inferiority. Be careful how you tag yourself with the stamp of inferiority by your negative expression, your negative mental attitude. When you form the habit of saying, I can't do this, I can't do that, when you are always objecting to the fact that things are against you, that you are unlucky, that you can't seem to get on as other people do, you are stamping yourself with inferiority so that everybody can read your tags. Every uncomplimentary thought or remark you entertain about yourself, Every time you hold the thought that you are a nobody and never will amount to anything, you are tending to make the thought a reality in your life. Your world is limited only by the extension of your thought habit. You cannot project yourself beyond these self-limitations. Habits are broken up and changed in the reverse order of their making, only at a much slower rate of speed. To be successful, the effort to build up a habit must be a voluntary, happy effort. If a man tries to change his nature for the sake of someone he loves, he is much more likely to be successful than if his employer whom he disliked were to try to force him to change. The conquering habit, that is, the habit of thinking well of yourself, of believing you will win out in whatever you undertake, is a great character builder, a tremendous stamina producer, a character supporter. The young man who gets the reputation of being victory organized, of winning in everything he undertakes, inevitably walks, talks, and acts like a conqueror with a conqueror's spirit. Such a man is really already made, as far as his future is concerned. Everybody is looking for that sort of stuff. You can always tell the habitual victor by his manner, he always carries the air of victory with him. He does not apologize, dodge or sneak. There is no vacillation, no wavering or sign of weakness in his movements, he radiates force in every action, he carries strength and victory wherever he goes, he does not avoid your eye, does not parley, or needlessly explain, there is no roundaboutness in him, he goes straight to his goal, he is direct, outspoken, fearless. There is nothing of the evasive in his character, he does not cover up his plans or hide his movements, he has no need to, he has no secrets, everything is open and above board. This habit of victory we find is made up of many smaller habits, of which that of doing things promptly and fearlessly, of grappling with the hard problems at once as they come up, is very important. Such a habit is a great strengthener of the initiative. One of the very best habits you can form is promptness, the habit of fulfilling your obligations promptly. This habit is far-reaching in its influence. If you gain the reputation of always being on time, you will gain people's confidence and they will regard you as trustworthy in other ways also. Lord Nelson said, "I owe all my success in life to having been always a quarter of an hour before time." Few people realize what part the habit of promptness plays in a successful career. It is a wonderful help in the habit of decision. Men who are always dilly-dallying and delaying have weak decision, and that is fatal to any great success. Starting right and right away, would make a splendid life motto for any youth to adopt. Punctuality is a great educator, it is a constant reminder of the value of system and order. The early formed habit of punctuality in childhood, of being on time for breakfast, on time for school and church, often makes all the difference between a dependable man or woman and one who can never be relied upon. Business men place great emphasis upon the habit of promptness, because this always goes with other fine success qualities. No one ever knew a sloppy, slovenly, slipshod person to be noted for his promptness. Promptness goes with system, with order, appreciation of the value of time, persistence, accuracy, thoroughness. They are all bound together. Positive characters are usually prompt, while negative characters are lax in their appointments, in the keeping of time. They also seriously lack initiative. The prompt man is usually a decided man, much more likely to know what he wants than the man who is habitually behind time. So the qualities which make for efficiency, for success, are closely allied to promptness, to system, to order, to initiative, to accuracy. Man does not always, nor does he usually, realize that he is being molded and fashioned by his ordinary daily actions as well as by his more unusual efforts, into certain conditions of character and even trends of thought. But this is the truth. The formation of habit never ceases even when we are asleep. Masterful Personality. By Orison Swett Marde. Chapter 13. Clothes and the Man. How refreshing to meet a person who thinks so highly of his personality and appearance that he is extremely careful of his dress, fastidious in his cleanliness and in every detail of the care of his body at all times. Such a person on that very account carries weight in the world, for he regards his personality as a sacred gift, requiring the utmost attention and care. The body should be cultivated just as we cultivate a talent, and our clothing should be in harmony with our personality. Every normal person has an innate love for the beautiful, and it should be the desire of all of us to make ourselves as pleasing and as attractive to one another as possible. Most people do not think half enough of themselves and of their personality. They are not particular enough about their cleanliness, dress, and general appearance. The care of the body and the care of the soul, said Phillips Brooks, are not two distinct duties, but two parts of one duty. If we really believe we have divine qualities, that we are the children of divinity, we must acknowledge that God's children were not intended to go around in rags, like beggars, or in shabby, ill-fitting, ill-becoming clothing, but that they should always be neatly and becomingly attired, so that human beings would be attractive to one another. It is really each person's duty to do everything possible to make a pleasing impression upon others, so far as his dress, his manners, his conversation, and his bearing are concerned. God's children should be works of art. There is no time so well spent as the necessary time devoted to keeping one's person absolutely clean, healthful, and becomingly and tidily dressed. Every little detail of one's person should be attended to with the greatest scrupulousness. You should never allow yourself to leave your room in the morning or to go out of your home until you are prepared to meet anyone you know. Always be sure that your linen is clean and your garments free from spots. If you make this an invariable life habit, you will not only think more of yourself, but you will also save yourself many a mortification and humiliating experience. I have known a man for many years who has a very brilliant mind, but I have scarcely ever seen him when his collar and cuffs were not soiled or when he did not have grease spots on his clothing. He will often wear a soiled, frayed necktie, and he is not particular about polishing his shoes or keeping his clothes pressed. These things have very seriously stood in the way of this man's advancement. I know a professional man, very talented, and a convincing, interesting talker, who would be very popular and in great demand, especially upon public occasions, for after-dinner speeches, but for the fact that he dresses so badly, looks so slack and slovenly in his person that people do not like to invite him. He never seems to care what he wears anywhere. He doesn't seem to observe what other people wear, and his clothing is always ill-fitting, soiled, and inappropriate. Everybody recognizes his talent, his genius, his brilliancy, but he is not presentable. A soiled collar or an old suit of clothes has brought humiliation to many a man, as it did to one from Boston, who related to me the story of his unhappy experience. He left home one very rainy morning wearing an old suit which was not only threadbare but also badly needed cleaning and pressing. He thought it would rain all day, and he did not even put on fresh linen, as he didn't think it would matter much. But to his great chagrin he met some very important people that day, and he said he would have given $100 to have had on another suit of clothes and clean linen. He was so utterly distraught by the consciousness of his soiled and shabby clothing that he was not himself at all. He was self-conscious, embarrassed, and ill at ease. He said the incident taught him a lesson, and that he then made a vow never again to leave his room until he was fittingly and becomingly dressed, no matter what the weather was or where he was going. We all know how difficult it is to appear at our best when we are dressed at our worst. A good appearance is a wonderful aid to good manners. We can speak better, we can think better, we have larger initiative, and we have more courage if we are becomingly dressed. The mental attitude has everything to do with the enlargement or the contraction of our ability and our efficiency. When we are conscious that there is something the matter with our clothing, that it is disarranged or that it indicates a sloppy, slovenly mind, a lack of order, cleanliness, and neatness, we feel ill at ease or embarrassed. This acts as a depressant to our courage and to all of our other faculties. Then our initiative is paralyzed and our powers of thinking and of conversation are seriously affected. While none of us knows the reason why we are so acutely affected by the character and quality of the clothes we wear, yet none of us will for a moment dispute the tremendous influence of our clothes upon our daily conduct. A good appearance helps inwardly as well as outwardly, because whatever helps our self-respect increases our efficiency as well as adds to our sense of well-being. Have we not all of us enjoyed the energizing effect which new and becoming clothes impart? When we don new garments, how we brace up, how that slouchy, demoralizing feeling leaves us, and what added power is given to us. When people are well dressed, their step is more lively, they walk with more energy, their heads are up, their minds more alert, they feel that they amount to something, they have more self-respect, greater self-esteem. Emerson says that the consciousness of being perfectly dressed gives us a feeling of inward tranquility which even religion is powerless to give. It is this feeling of inward tranquility which enables us to do so well what we are not able to do at all, when shabbily or carelessly dressed. The next time you feel blue, or discouraged, or do not feel like undertaking anything, just try this experiment. Take a hot bath, a Turkish bath if possible, groom yourself thoroughly and put on good clothes. Dress yourself just as though you were going to some important function. Fix up your room just as though you expected important guests. You will be surprised to see how your mind will brace up to correspond with the standards you are setting yourself. It is a strange fact that, no matter how able we may be, we cannot separate our thoughts from our dress, our appearance. It has a very subtle influence on our lives. "I don't know how it is, I cannot explain it," said a woman of charming personality to me not long ago, "but somehow, I feel different when I am conscious of being well dressed. It seems to open up my nature, and unlock my powers. I can express myself better. There must be something about it besides the stimulation of the presence of others, because I can even write a better letter, I can get more out of a book I am reading, I can do better work when I am well dressed, even if I am alone, than if I go about the house half dressed, as so many women do when they are at home and do not expect callers. Somehow, being well dressed seems to brace me up all around. I have more confidence in myself. I think more of myself. I have more self-respect. I find, now that I have gotten a little taste of the advantages of being well dressed, that I am crippled and dwarfed when I am careless in this respect, even when in the privacy of my own home. Make yourself as beautiful as possible in this life, first by beautiful thoughts, beautiful desires, beautiful actions, next by care of the body, cleanliness, neatness, order, and proper dressing, says Ella Wheeler Wilcox. Whatever your mission in life, do not ignore the fact that your personality and your personal appearance have a great influence on your success or failure. Very plain, even ugly people, often possess an attractive personality. But they are well groomed and well dressed. Few young people put sufficient emphasis upon the things that influence their success in life. Their assets are principally personal, and very few of them realize how important it is to watch every one of these assets in order to keep them in their highest possible productive condition. No one will ever know, no statistician or sociologist will ever be able to find out, how large a percentage of the great army of the unemployed, of the denizens of the slums, of the might-have-beens, the paupers, and the criminals who make up the dregs of society, have fallen to their present pitiable and degraded condition because of their disregard of their personal appearance when they first started out for themselves. There is an old saying that, clothes make the man. We may deny the exact truth of that statement, but if we scoff at it, we are not on the highway to success or personal supremacy. Next to a stout heart, nothing helps a man or woman more in this world than a good appearance. Our clothes and how we wear them, do indeed play an important part in our lives. The apparel oft proclaims the man, Shakespeare well said. Good clothes are the best introduction to society that we can have. The badge and sign of a gentleman is his dress. No man can be at his best when he is ill-dressed, or wearing shabby attire. Good clothes, by which we do not necessarily mean expensive clothes, indicate that the wearer possesses a well-balanced mind, a sense of order and the fitness of things, and the manner in which the clothes are worn show the kind of a man within them. When a man looking seedy and slouchy applies for a job, his very appearance gives him away. It is easy to see that he is likely to be disappointed because employers are not looking for failures or anything which bears the mark of failure. They are looking for efficiency, for a man of system, order, energy and push, for a man with a lot of work in him, of staying power and stamina, and when a man's dress and appearance are all a sort of advertisement that he does not fit the thing he is trying to get, of course there is likely to be only one result. To prove his right to advancement, a man must have the opportunity to exhibit his ability. This opportunity will be uniformly denied him if he presents himself for his intended demonstration badly clothed. There are many deluded, gray-haired people, who go about from place to place seeking a job week in and week out, month in and month out, and are discouraged and disheartened at their lack of success. They seem to think that the whole trouble lies in their gray hairs, their advanced years, when their failure to secure a position is more often due to their unattractive personal appearance, their untidy, slovenly dress. Such people will often try to appeal to an employer's sense of pity and tell him of their hard luck and how difficult it is for people who show their years to get a job. All such hard luck appeals only hinder still further the applicant's chance of success. Now, the quickest way to make an employer want to hire you is to be well groomed, and to appear alert and up to date no matter what your age. If your appearance is unattractive, you must not be disappointed if you are refused a position. Unfortunately, people do not judge us nearly as much by big things as by little ones. Soiled fingernails, a frayed necktie, a greasy collar, baggy trousers, and a seedy hatband, considered by many as little things in themselves, may lower other people's estimate of you and give them an unfortunate and probably an erroneous impression of you generally. We express ourselves first of all in our bodies, and we exhale our personality, our character, from our attire to an extent of which we are often unconscious. The outer condition of the body is accepted as the symbol of the inner. If it is unlovely, or repulsive, through sheer neglect, we conclude that the mind corresponds with it. Slovenly dress and slovenly manners usually mean slipshod mental traits and weak morals. Very often deterioration of character begins with the neglect of the person, the little details of the toilet. The man who for any reason becomes discouraged, who does not care whether he is clean or not, who is indifferent as to the condition of his clothes, soon begins to be careless about his business, about his associates, about his manners, and ultimately, about his morals. There is indeed a very close connection between a fine, strong, clean physique and a fine, strong, clean character. A man who suffers himself to become careless in regard to the one, will, in spite of himself, fall away in the other. The mind slips down as the standards of living slip down, Robert J. Burdett says. Slovenliness is contagious. It communicates itself from the dress to the character. The dust and grime on your clothes is liable to work into your thoughts. Tidiness is one of the cheapest luxuries in the world. It is also one of the most comfortable. Professional men, life insurance solicitors, traveling salesmen, and men in general, whose business brings them into frequent contact with others, say that it is the most short-sighted policy in the world for anyone to be neglectful of his person and to go about wearing out-of-date, shabby, or soiled clothing, when he can afford to wear better. Experience has taught these men that the mere appearance of prosperity has a great influence in drawing patrons and customers to them, and also in securing invitations to places where they will have an opportunity to meet prominent people who can advance their interests. If men who have achieved fame and success still find it necessary to consider their clothes, what is true of a man starting out to climb, or a man who is halfway up the ladder, perhaps, but whose position is not yet secure? Good clothes and a neat appearance promote a man's self-respect and confidence in his strength. They help to make him unafraid, and they tend to raise a healthy man's ideals, to make him feel that he has a place in the world and must make good with his fellow men, his fellow workers. The consciousness of making the best appearance he possibly can, and of always being scrupulously neat and clean, will sustain a man under the most adverse circumstances and give him a dignity, strength, and magnetic forcefulness that will command the respect and admiration of others. How much easier it would have been for some of our prominent men to have succeeded in life had they paid more attention to their appearance, their dress, when they first started out, instead of ignoring it because they thought it was foppish to think much about what one wears. Lincoln would have gotten along much easier, in early life, had he not been so careless about his appearance. Horace Greeley, also, never seemed to care what he wore. Now the finest mind is placed at a disadvantage if the individual presents a careless appearance, and certainly such carelessness never adds anything to anyone's reputation. The whole trend of our efforts in life should be upward. No man can afford to be constantly discounting himself in the estimation of others. If a person offends us in his dress and is careless in his grooming, it is difficult for us to overcome the bad impression he makes. He is handicapped, and one cannot afford to have more handicaps than he can possibly help. Each human being really ought to be a superb work of art. His personality ought to be so set off by what he wears as to make the best and the most pleasing possible impression upon others. Instead of that, the majority of us are freaks. Our clothing is not fitted to our constitution and our temperament, to our age, our size, or our form. We wear what everybody else wears. No two human beings are alike, and yet millions of people will wear the same kind of hat, the same sort of collar, and the same style of clothing. One's dress should be a part of oneself, should have a meaning which indicates the personality and the character. It should be an expression of the wearer's self. The Creator has never made two forms exactly alike. Why should they be clothed alike? Your personality is worth a lot of study, and in regard to your dress it requires taste and judgment. Do not think it is sufficient to go into a store and spend a few minutes buying a suit of clothes once, twice, or several times a year. A jewel is enhanced by an appropriate setting. Why is it, asked one man of another, that Mr. B, who wears costly and fashionable clothes, always looks ill-dressed? Because, was the reply, Mr. B is never clothed. He is only covered. We all know the experience of meeting people who, like Mr. B, are only covered, not clothed. Their garments do not suit their personality or their temperament either in color, style, or fabric. They appear as if they had just thrown on some odd clothes to cover an uncomfortable nakedness. And only a step or two from this grossness of appearance are multitudes of people who are only partly clothed, some feature of their apparel crying out against the carelessness or bad taste of the wearer. Thousands of men declare that they cannot afford to dress well. They go around in ill-fitting and poorly chosen clothes and want to know who could live and dress well on their meager salary. These men fail to recognize the fact that the well-dressed man is not alone he who wears expensive clothes. To be neat and clean is more than half of being well-dressed. In dress, as in everything else, the little things always count. The clean collar, the carefully tied neck scarf and polished shoes, rather than the quality of the linen, the richness of the silk and the grain of the leather, reflect our characteristics. It is the fit of one's clothes rather than the texture of the cloth that indicates care and thought. A good hat, dust-covered, has stood in the way of many a man's progress. Leather, covered with mud and dirt, cannot reflect any good character. That it is profitable to dress well there can be no doubt. Try to get good clothes and then take care of them. The fact that you are comparatively poor and unable to dress as well as you wish may be some drawback, yet the very consciousness that you are dressed just as neatly and becomingly as you possibly can afford will add dignity to your deportment and give you self-assurance. Dressing well is very largely a matter of good taste, a sense of what is fitting and becoming. Indifference and carelessness about your dress will not help you, nor is it a mark of superior character, or brain power. On the contrary, it is an indication that you do not think as much of yourself as you ought to, that you do not have a very high respect for yourself or a very high regard for others. You owe it not only to yourself but to others to be becomingly and fittingly dressed, to appear well, to look well. You will then think more of yourself and others will think more of you. Masterful Personality. By Orison Swett Marde. Chapter 14. Conversation, the Art of Arts. The man who bungles in expressing himself, who knows a thing but never can put it in logical, interesting, or commanding language, is always placed at a great disadvantage. Everywhere we see men and women advanced in life rapidly because they are pleasing talkers, they can interest people, and this adds greatly to their popularity and personal supremacy, while we often see others, with greater ability in their special line, who have few friends and get on very slowly because they are poor conversationalists. They have never acquired the art of talking well. There is nothing more interesting than a fascinating talker, one who has a broad, rich vocabulary, a refined charm of expression. Every bit of your culture, your education, your experience, comes out in your conversation. You bring everything to bear upon your talking art. Your painting, your sculpture, or whatever your vocation is, you work at only part of your time. People seldom see your pictures or your sculpture, or hear you sing, they seldom have an opportunity to measure your ability, to know your special talent, but whenever anyone converses with you, your conversational art is on exhibition. Every time you speak it is being displayed. By your conversation one can quickly gauge how much of a real man or a real woman you are. It indicates the degree of your power, of your intelligence. Why not try to make your conversation a masterpiece, by making a study of the elements of interesting conversation. Why not cultivate your mind by reading, observing, and talking, by asking questions and absorbing knowledge in every possible way, with the determination to make of yourself a superb conversationalist? Think what this would mean to your friends, what satisfaction it would give yourself, and how it would help you on in your career. Think how it would back up your ability in the most favorable manner, how it would advance you in your vocation. To be a good conversationalist, able to interest people, to rivet their attention, to draw them to you, by the very superiority of your conversational ability, is to be the possessor of a very great, and invaluable accomplishment. It not only helps you to make a good impression on strangers, but it also helps you to make and keep friends. It opens doors and softens hearts. It makes you interesting in all sorts of company. It helps you marvelously to get on in the world. It sends you customers, it attracts business or professional clients. If your conversation does not bear the marks of culture and refinement, if it does not show familiarity with good English, does not indicate that you have been reared with refined and cultured people, that you have associated with the well-bred, you will be located in other people's estimation accordingly. Everybody you meet is looking at the labels which you exhibit in your person, your appearance, your manners, your conversation, your bearing. If you speak flippantly and vulgarly, you will naturally be classed with the flippant and the vulgar. If your language is coarse and slangy, people will estimate you by these labels. It is neither priggish nor pedantic to wish to improve conversation, someone says. To be a success in the world of society or business, one must know how to interest men and women by learning to talk pleasantly and well. Poor conversers often excuse themselves for not trying to improve by saying that good talkers are born, not made. We might as well say that good lawyers, good physicians, or good merchants are born, not made. None of them would ever get very far without hard work. This is the price of all achievement that is of value. It is true, nature has endowed some people with the rare gift of expressing what they think in beautiful language without effort, but that is no reason why others who are not blessed with a ready tongue may not become good conversationalists. Charm of mind and manner, humor, sympathy, responsiveness, readiness to see connections which are interesting, quickness to understand allusions, are among the gifts that distinguish the good talker, and while it may be said that these are gifts possessed by but few persons, nevertheless, every one of us may do much to attain success, or ease in conversation, by deliberate effort and perseverance. There is a good suggestion for people who lack readiness of speech in the advice which Longfellow once gave to a young friend: see some good picture in nature, if possible, or on a canvas hear a page of best music, or read a great poem every day. You will always find a free half-hour for one or the other, and at the end of the year your mind will shine with such an accumulation of jewels as will astonish even yourself. As a rule, reading will be the greatest help, not the reading of silly, superficial, exciting novels, but of books and periodicals that will make one think, that will inform and inspire one, books that will make a man more ambitious, more self-reliant, more resourceful. There is practically no limit to the topics of conversation available to the keen observer, the intelligent reader and thinker. Practice talking about things you see and hear and read, about your interesting experiences of the day, and whatever arouses your enthusiasm or attention. All these things will give you food for thought and raw material for conversation. Benjamin Franklin tells us that when he conceived the bold and arduous project of arriving at moral perfection, he made a list of 13 virtues and annexed to each a short precept. The first virtue was temperance, the second silence, followed by this precept: speak not but what may benefit others or yourself, avoid trifling conversation. In choosing topics for conversation there are many points to be avoided. First of all, do not talk of yourself or your vocation in social circles. It may be of great interest in the office, or at home, where so much depends upon your success or failure, but it is not a social subject. As for your aches and pains and sorrows, the less you say about them, the better you will be liked, the more welcome you will be wherever you go. The world has enough sorrows of its own. Sometimes it takes a bitter lesson to convince one who is always reaching out for sympathy, and who talks of his troubles until even his best friend dreads to meet him, of this truth. I knew of a case where such a lesson was of inestimable value to a young woman who had come face to face with her first real affliction. She was naturally full of life and fun, and was a favorite in society. Having the faculty of entertaining others happily, she was never without friends about her, until in her grief she poured her sorrows into the ears of her callers so often that they ceased coming. Meeting some of these one day when they were chatting gaily over something they had heard, she asked them why they had ceased to visit her, now when she needed them more than ever before. "Some of you used to drop in every day, why do you stay away?" she asked. One of the young girls, with a frankness which was cruelly rude, replied, "It's like going to a funeral every day to call at your house now. You used to be the jolliest girl in the set, but you don't know how we dread being treated to a deluge of tears every time we call, and you talk of your troubles all the time." "You will never have a chance to say that again," replied the young woman, hurt, shocked and angry, as she turned away from the girl who had been so unfeeling. But it was a lesson to her of inestimable value, never forgotten in the years that brought troubles and cares, at times hard to bear alone. She had learned what the poet meant who said, "Laugh and the world laughs with you, weep and you weep alone." Another subject of conversation to avoid, is that of petty trials of housekeeping and with one's servants. Some hostesses who have really bright minds launch into a discussion about the hardship of keeping house with inefficient help, and when a guest leaves, it is with the consciousness that she has been entertained during the entire call with matters pertaining to kitchen affairs. One of the most unfortunate subjects to introduce at a social gathering is that of church and religion. It is one which causes unlimited argument, and where there is a difference in doctrinal views, a discussion frequently arises which is a decided bore to those not engaged in it, and a source of irritation to the host and hostess. In fact, religion is a subject too sacred to be made a topic of controversy where nothing is to be gained excepting the expression of one's individual opinion. It is unnecessary to speak of the reasons why gossip should have no part in any conversation. Yet it is one of the greatest evils permitted in social life. Gossip has destroyed homes, has filled suicides' graves, and has made martyrs of innocent victims, for when once the tongue of gossip is turned against woman or man, there are many hearers who would not admit, even though it were proved, that the gossip was false. Entertaining conversation is not alone dependent upon a well-stored mind, a ready wit or broad culture, says Mrs. Burton Kingsland. It lays under contribution qualities of heart as well as head, and should reveal sincerity, sympathy, and simplicity. We must feel an interest in our subject before we can inspire it in others, and enthusiasm is contagious when it is sincere. It gives animation to the face, vivacity to the manner, and has a thought-compelling power that aids fluency of expression. This and the gushing exuberance that speaks only in superlatives are many miles asunder. Without simplicity, no conversation has charm. The moment we perceive that it is labored, or that the speaker seems to calculate the effect of his words, if unnecessary mention is made of desirable acquaintances, or there is a display of attainments or mock innocent vauntings of advantages, that moment do we see through the pose, and feel only contempt for the affectation and pretense. Truth has a marvelous power of making itself felt in spite of what is said. Self-consciousness is but egotism under a less severe name, and self must be forgotten before we can add to our speech the grace and dignity of simplicity. When we meet a real artist in conversation, it is such a treat and delight that we wonder why the majority of us should make such a botch of the medium of communication between human beings, when it is capable of being made the art of arts. I have met a dozen persons or so in my lifetime who have given me glimpses of the superb possibilities of conversation. Among women, Mrs. Mary A. Livermore, Julia Ward Howe, and Elizabeth Stuart Phelps Ward, had wonderful conversational charm, as have Jane Addams of Hull House, and Mary Woolley, president of Mount Holyoke College. But it is a rare thing to find a polished conversationalist today, to hear one speaking exquisite English and using a superb diction. It is a deplorable fact that indifference of speech is one of the characteristics of the American people. We are not only poor conversationalists, but we are poor listeners as well. We are too impatient to listen. Instead of being attentive and eager to drink in the story or the information, we have not enough respect for the talker to keep quiet. We look about impatiently, perhaps snap our watch, play a tattoo with our fingers on a chair or a table, hitch about as if we were bored and were anxious to get away, and frequently interrupt the speaker before he reaches his conclusion. In fact, We are such an impatient people that we have no time for anything except to push ahead, to elbow our way through the crowd, to get the position or the money we desire. If you wish others to be interested in you, you must be interested in them. Listening itself is a fine art. There is nothing more flattering to a person than to feel that you are intensely interested in what he is saying. To be a good listener is next to being a good talker. But if you seem indifferent, if your eyes wander around and you seem bored when others are talking, they will lose interest in you. Margaret E. Sangster said, "Conversation is essentially an occupation of society, it cannot be the engagement of solitude. To converse there must needs be at least two parties, one to speak, the other to listen, one to assert, the other to assent, one to challenge, perhaps, and the other to deny. In bright and animated conversation between equals, there is always politeness and desire to hear both sides. The unwillingness to exert one's self to be sociable, to be a good talker as well as a good listener, is much more common than a lack of ability to be. Many people excuse themselves from making the effort on the ground of their natural diffidence. How often we hear a person say, 'I feel kindly toward people, but I can't take the initiative to try to interest them. I don't know how to talk to them. The moment I am introduced to anyone I am tongue-tied, I stand like a stick. People get away from me as soon as they can do so politely. They ask to be excused for a minute and never come back. It is no use for me to try to go against my nature.' Such a person must simply overcome his self-consciousness. He must forget himself and must take unselfish interest in others. Of course, it takes an effort to overcome a quiet, retiring disposition and an inclination to shrink from meeting people, but it pays to try. Make up your mind that there is something interesting in everyone you meet and that you are going to find it, and you will be surprised to see what facility of speech you will acquire. Not only that, but there will be a marked improvement in your whole personality. Conversation is a great ability discoverer, a great revealer of possibilities and resources. It stimulates thought wonderfully. No one knows what he really possesses until he makes his best effort to express to others what is in him. And, remember, my friend, no amount of natural ability or education or good clothes, no amount of money, will make you interesting or entertaining if you cannot express yourself in good language. Nothing worthwhile was ever achieved without thought, effort, and close application. The acquisition of social graces is no exception to this rule. The linguist studies for years to master foreign tongues, the musician and the painter who have won fame, first worked hard to deserve it, and we may be sure that the men and women who became famous because of their sparkling wit and charming conversation were not idlers in the world wherein they shone. No matter what career you enter, you cannot overestimate the importance of cultivating those personal qualities which attract people to you. To know what to say and how to say it in a pleasing, convincing way carries one over many bridges on the way to personal supremacy. Masterful Personality. By Orison Swett Marde. Chapter 15. Be sincere. Be genuine. Some years ago a man presented himself at a New York hospital to see if science could so patch up his face that he could go about among his fellows without wearing a mask. He was a chemist, and in an experiment, in which explosives were used, the ingredients blew up. He was holding a carboy of nitric acid at the time and he stumbled and fell, splashing the liquid all over his face. For months he was not expected to live. His face was so frightfully disfigured that even his wife fled from him in horror. After many experiments of grafting skin from other parts of his body to his face, the surgeons told him that no power on earth could make him presentable again, and he would forever have to conceal his face behind a mask. It is a dreadful thing to be obliged to conceal one's face from one's fellows and never show it again, but there are multitudes of people who always voluntarily wear a mask. They seldom show the face of their real selves. They are always hiding behind the masks of duplicity and deceit, behind lying masks, behind the masks of dishonesty and insincerity. I know people who are conscious that they are not genuine, not true, that they are not what they pretend to be, but they do not seem to realize what a demoralizing influence this is, how it undermines the character. The consciousness of wearing a mask, of not being true, of appearing to be something which we are not, acts like a leaven in one's nature, it weakens and undermines self-respect and self-confidence. There is one person in the world we must believe in if we are going to make the most of life ourself, and we cannot believe in ourself if we know that we are not genuine, that we are not true, if we know we are wearing a mask. This above all, to thine own self be true, and it must follow, as the night the day, thou canst not then be false to any man. I know men who have accumulated fortunes but who have never succeeded in getting the confidence of their fellow men because they are not genuine, they do not ring true, they pose. People know that they wear a mask and that they are hiding their real selves. We always distrust people who keep the door of their hearts closed, and we believe in those who are simple, genuine, plain and outspoken. We believe in people who are not afraid to have others know just where they stand. We do not respect others just because they believe as we do. We respect them because they believe what they stand for, and because they are ready to back up their convictions without flinching. We are afraid of people who pose and operate behind masks. We want to see what a man looks like, we want to see his real self. There is one quality characteristic of all truly great people, and that is honesty, sincerity. No matter how well born or reared, how well educated, how talented he may be, if the person does not ring true, if he is not sincere, people will soon find him out. The basis of a supreme personality is genuineness, absolute sincerity. Insincerity undermines all the other virtues. There is no other quality or characteristic which can take the place of genuineness. There is nothing we admire in others quite so much as simple, absolute sincerity. Sincerity comes from two Latin words sincere, without wax, that is, without pretense, without varnish, without a mask. Genuine people do not hide under any pretense or varnish. They do not imitate or pose. They are satisfied to be themselves. They are not afraid to express their opinion, no matter whether it coincides with the opinion of others or not. They do not bow and scrape to those who are in a position above them. They are just themselves, honest, sincere, open and above board in everything. This is one of the chief reasons why we admire sincere characters, because they are themselves. If you are trying to develop an attractive personality, you must be original, you must quit imitating, quit copying. Dare to be yourself. Do not be afraid, say what you think. This will strengthen your self-confidence. It will improve your judgment, your level-headedness, your initiative, always to have an opinion and to be courageous enough to express it, if called upon to do so, or if the occasion for doing so arises. All great lives are simple. There is no ostentation in them, no posing behind masks. Greatness is gentleness, simplicity, sincerity. The essence of all greatness is sincerity. No matter how you try to cover up your real self, no matter how much camouflage you exhibit to the public in regard to yourself, nature is always trying to tell the truth about you. If you are trying to cover up your real self from the world, there is something about you that will give you away at every opportunity. There is always something looking out of your eyes that is all the time trying to defeat you. Often an unpremeditated, uncontrolled glance of the eye will open the door of your heart, which you are trying to keep closed, and permit others to see the pretense there, to discern the motive which you are endeavoring to hide. Truth appears in all sorts of forms, you cannot hide her very long, cannot keep her back, cannot put a mask on her. A glance of the eye, a shrug of the shoulders, a gesture of the body, will give you away, and nature will say, this now is the real man. The love of truth is characteristic of every great soul. Truth and honesty are a man's most powerful allies, and the man who cuts loose from them throws away his greatest asset. Whatever your lot in life, whether you succeed or fail in your undertakings, there is one thing in which you can succeed, in being honest and sincere. You can be genuine, you can ring true, so that everybody will know where to find you and what to expect of you, because you will always be the same. Thus will you grow in character, and your personality become more attractive and more forceful. Men are powerful in proportion to their honesty, their sincerity, their genuineness. The world listens when character speaks. It despises a pretender, a man who will say smooth, oily things which have no sincerity or genuineness back of them, to everyone he talks to. Insincerity is a most despicable quality. Any deception, however slight, is a dangerous thing in which to indulge, because it starts a habit of deception, and the next time you will go a little bit further, and the next, further still, until finally you are enmeshed in all sorts of entangling deceits. There is no place where insincerity can work such far-reaching harm as in the home where the children come under its influence, and pattern themselves by those who practice it. The trifling insincerity of the child may grow to a criminal insincerity in the man. The trivial falsehood the child hesitatingly murmurs may make of him a chronic liar when he has attained manhood. Genuine sincerity should be the rule in all intercourse with children. There is fable from the Persian which illustrates the possible influence of sincerity in a boy. "Go, my son, I consign thee to God," said the mother of Abd el-Kader, after giving him 40 pieces of silver and making him promise never to tell a lie. "We may not meet again until the day of judgment." The boy left home to seek his fortune, but in a few days the party with which he traveled was attacked by robbers. "What money have you with you?" asked one. 40 dinars are sewed up in my garments," replied Abd el-Kader, but the robber only laughed. "What money have you really with you?" inquired another, sternly, and the boy repeated his former answer, but no attention was paid to his statement, which was not believed on account of its frankness. "Come here, boy," called the chief, who had noticed the men talking with the youth. "What money have you?" "I have told 2 of your men already that I have 40 dinars sewed up in my clothes, but they do not seem to believe me." "Rip his garments open," commanded the chief, and soon the silver was found. "And how came you to tell this?" "Because I would not be false to my mother, to whom I promised never to tell a lie." "Boy," said the leader, "are you so mindful of your duty to your mother, although so young, and am I so insensible, at my mature age, of the duty I owe to God? Give me your hand that I may swear repentance upon it." He did so, and his followers were greatly impressed. "You have been our leader in guilt," said his lieutenant, "be mine at least in the path of virtue," and he took the boy's hand, as the chief had done. One by one, all the rest of the band did the same. If there is anything that shocks us, it is to discover that people in whom we have trusted and believed have pretended to be what they are not. We forgive almost anything rather than this deceit. You cannot long conceal the truth about yourself. When you try to give a false impression, you are living a lie, and sooner or later you will be exposed for what you are. As Emerson says, character is always known. It cannot be concealed. It speaks loudly, not only in our words, not only in our deeds, but even in the atmosphere that surrounds us. So also with every reality concerning us, the truth will out. Yet many persons mar or ruin their lives by denying these realities by trying to appear cleverer or richer or stronger or better than they are. Pretense plays a large part in most lives. Very few people are absolutely frank or genuine in every respect. Few of us are willing to throw our hearts wide open, to let everybody peep into the inmost recesses of our souls. We keep the door pretty closely closed. Now and then, perhaps, we allow an intimate friend to peep in, perhaps, but the attitude of most people to others is, hands off. They talk and chat and joke with people, but they do not allow them to get a peep into their inner souls. They haven't enough courage to be frank or genuine. They are afraid of Mrs. Grundy. Their sensitiveness as to what people will say tempts them to cover up their real selves. Gushing over people whom they don't even like is a very common form of insincerity among women. I once heard a girl say of a caller, the moment she left the house, "Well, I certainly am glad that old hen is gone. She bores me to death. When I see her coming I always try to get out of her sight, but this time I couldn't escape." Yet this girl had been extremely gracious, even affectionate to her caller, had told her how delighted she was to see her, and that she hoped she would come often. It was always such a pleasure to see her. She little realized how her deceit was injuring herself. There is nothing more demoralizing to character building than to think one way and to speak and act another. It is death to all sincerity, and sincerity is power. The flaw not only destroys the value of the diamond, but the discovery of a flaw prejudices us against the diamond ever after. Every time we think of it we are reminded that the diamond appeared to be something that it was not flawless. There is no other quality that men admire in women so much as genuineness, and nothing they dislike so much as deceit. Outside of virtue itself, there is no other one quality that means so much to a young girl who is dependent upon herself and trying to get a start in the world, as genuineness, transparency of character. The girl who does not practice any form of deception, either in word, in manner, or in appearance, is the one whose personality attains the higher development. Since confidence is the basis of everything, anything that violates it is bad policy, to say nothing of the wickedness of the violation. It is so much easier to get a living or make a fortune by clean methods, that it is surprising any human being can be found who will degrade himself to adopt questionable methods. There are plenty of men in our penitentiaries today who have, by their nefarious methods to make money, worked hard enough to have made themselves rich and influential, if they had only adopted clean, honorable methods of work. The scheming, the planning and the studying that multitudes of burglars have put into practice would have produced many times the value of the things they have stolen, if they had used them to create instead of to steal things already created. The mind penetrates shams very quickly. The poser, the person who is acting a part, who says one thing but thinks the opposite, is never trusted. There is something about insincerity which you feel. The flatterer never makes a good impression upon us. We always feel that, back of the honeyed words, there is a lack of genuineness. There is a false ring to them which it is not difficult to detect. Children are profoundly impressed with genuine honesty, and if you teach them to deceive, by example or otherwise, if they find that you wear a mask, that you entertain in a way you can't afford and give a false impression of your means in other ways as well, that you fib and deceive, these things will not seem wrong to them. If mother or father does it, it must be all right. Soon the son or daughter will do similar things naturally. Time and again I have known fathers to punish boys for deception, for lying, when they would do or say the same things themselves when guests were present. I know of an instance in New York where one of these men was telling a prominent friend one day how much he paid for the different works of art, furniture, etc., in his palatial home. After the visitor had gone, his little son said, "You know perfectly well, father, that you never paid any such price for those pictures as you stated to Mr. Blank." The father replied, "What of it? There is nothing like making an impression upon other people as to one's standing, and what one can afford." This man did not realize that a little later he was going to catch his son in a misstatement which would embarrass him very seriously. When he called him to account for it, he said, "Why, father, you told Mr. Blank the other day that these works of art in our home cost so much money when you know very well they didn't. Now you are calling me to account for a misstatement." There is a false sense of obligation to children which often leads a parent to insincerity. He does not want to minimize their pleasures, he does not want to refuse them clothes which he cannot really afford to give them, so he pinches himself to give his children an unnecessary fullness of things that he really cannot afford. Why not tell your children your exact financial condition? You might say that you don't want them to have as hard a time as you have had, you don't want to impress their young minds with their poverty, you want them to have a good time, to have pretty dresses, to have the things that other children have. But it is very much better to be frank not only with your children but with yourself and with other people. Why try to sail under false colors? Why wear a mask? Why not be willing that everybody should know how you are situated, and not strive and strain to do things which you can't afford to do because you think other people expect it of you? Why do you want to appear better off than you are, better situated than you are? Why do you want people to think you have more money than you have? Why not be honest? In time your children and your friends will find out your real condition, so what advantage is there in trying to deceive them? Why should you buy luxuries and entertain in a manner which you can't afford? Some of the greatest men that ever lived received distinguished guests in poor homes and were not ashamed to offer them the simplest fare. One distinguished Frenchman, very poor, many a time when he had company, had nothing to eat but potatoes. He did not apologize for his poverty. He was saving every penny to buy priceless books for his library. Ralph Waldo Emerson was not afraid to dine simply when he had very distinguished guests in his home, nor did he apologize. Great men are simple, genuine, and true to themselves on every occasion. They do not try to make you think that they are other than they appear, that they are better off than they are, that they have more money than they really have. People who are deceptive are always weaklings. No one can build up a strong and beautiful character while pretending to be what he is not. People who live behind a mask are always in terror for fear of exposure. They are always trying to cover their tracks. It is difficult for them to express themselves freely because they are always wondering what others will think of them, and of giving themselves away. They are afraid of showing their blemishes, their weaknesses. No, my friend, there is no substitute for sincerity, for genuineness. Be square with yourself, never try to deceive or camouflage. Never wear a mask, and you will have nothing to cover, nothing to explain. You will not be obliged to tell a dozen lies to cover the one you told first. Everything will come out right, if you are always genuine and true and simple. Then it is the easiest thing in the world to live. Others will believe in you. But when there is a mask upon your face, and others are in doubt as to what is behind it, they are suspicious, they do not trust you. No matter what you may say, the presence of a mask arouses suspicion. Have the courage to be yourself. People will think infinitely more of you. One can always tell masqueraders, people who appear to be what they are not, to be better off than they are, or to be more than they are. Whether you are genuine or counterfeit, a gentlewoman or gentleman at heart, or a mere poser, everybody who meets you can tell. It is of little use for you to put on airs or assume affectations. If you pretend to be what you are not, somebody will unmask you. Bluff and swagger are very poor substitutes for genuineness. If you try to put on fine manners just for the occasion, when you are habitually coarse and rude, people will see through it all. If you strain to use big or unusual words with which you are not familiar, everybody will see that you are not educated, that you are merely affected. If you gush over people and pretend you are delighted to see them, when you are wishing in your heart they were miles away, they will feel your insincerity. Something in your atmosphere that you cannot conceal will betray you. If you want to be truly happy, live the simple, truthful, natural life. Be sincere. Be genuine. Be honest with yourself and with others, and you will have nothing to fear, nothing to regret, nothing to cover up or of which to be ashamed. Masterful Personality. By Orison Swett Marde. Chapter 16. The Voyage of Self-Discovery. One of the most famous presidents of Dartmouth College, in an address to the students, gave this advice: first, early in life make it a point to find yourself. Second, make sure that you are right. It is a great thing to find one's larger self at all, and especially early in life. One of the first steps in this direction is an education, the broadest you can possibly get. Science is constantly increasing the size and efficiency of the telescopic lens, and every new and improved telescope reveals new secrets in the heavens, brings out new marvels never before beheld by man. Education, training, and discipline are telescopic lenses which reveal our hitherto unknown powers. When the educational lens is turned upon the great within of ourselves, it reveals marvels of latent power and possibilities. The larger and more delicately adjusted the training lens, the educational lens, the discipline lens, the greater the revelation of our possible selves. The uncovering of your possibilities, an aroused ambition, higher ideals, an insistent urge to be a little more of a man, to play a little worthier part in life, to be satisfied with nothing but your best, to live your life up to the level of your highest gift, these are some of the chief advantages of an education to the earnest, painstaking student, and you should leave nothing undone to secure them. If you can't go to college, you can give yourself a good substitute for a college education at home in your spare time. Multitudes of young men and young women have done that. An education is, of course, only one avenue to self-discovery. If you would be a giant instead of a pygmy, you must be continually improving yourself in every direction possible, increasing your intelligence by closer and keener observation of men and things, broadening your mental and spiritual outlook by constant study, reading, and thinking, and enlarging your sphere of usefulness by the persistent effort to improve the quality of your work. Perhaps no other means of self-discovery is more potent than an inspiring, uplifting, encouraging book. Henry Ward Beecher said he was never again the same man after reading Ruskin. Emerson's writings have revealed to thousands of readers, as they did to me, their larger possibilities, of which they were unconscious until they read him. Reading the world's great books, the Bible, Shakespeare, the life stories of great men and women of discoverers, inventors, authors, and scientists and association with noble souls are constantly helping people on their voyage of self-discovery. You can't always associate with great people, but you can always be in close touch with them through their life stories, and it is an excellent thing to keep such books near you, because ideals become dim and ambition sags if we do not constantly stimulate them by the right mental food. Many successful men never found themselves or realized their possibilities until they had reached middle life or later. Then they were suddenly aroused, by reading some inspiring book, by listening to a soul-stirring sermon or lecture, or by meeting some friend, someone with high ideals who understood, believed in, and encouraged them to bring out the larger man that had so long been locked up within the dwarf. Whatever tends to encourage and uplift you, whatever stimulates you to renewed effort, whatever arouses your ambition, makes you a little more determined to do something and be somebody in the world, whatever you can possibly afford that will cheer and encourage you to push on and to struggle up to your goal, is a splendid investment in self-discovery. At every opportunity hear lectures about great men. Put the portraits of conquerors, the great winners in life, men who have won out in spite of great difficulties, upon the walls of your room. Place beside them inspiring mottos. Put them up also in your place of business. Keep them constantly before your eyes, just as the Romans used to keep the statues of their great heroes in the rooms of their young sons to arouse them to heroism and the practice of heroic virtues. Environment is another powerful factor in self-discovery, and we must if possible put ourselves in an ambition-arousing atmosphere, where there will be a constant urge to develop our latent ability. We should get the utmost possible freedom for the best use of our powers at any cost that does not sacrifice principle. No one should remain in an environment that discourages, disheartens him and cramps his powers, and if one makes use of the opportunities at hand, no matter how insignificant they seem, he can ultimately free himself from the most forbidding environment. If you are yearning to answer the call that runs in your blood, if you are longing to give expression to the strongest, the best thing in you, nothing on earth can hold you back, because the power to conquer all obstacles is inside of you. There is no environment in the United States so unfavorable, so discouraging, no situation so disheartening, that a youth who is determined to find himself, to make the most of the stuff the Creator has given him, cannot overcome. Did ever an American boy rise out of a more discouraging environment or conquer greater obstacles than did Lincoln? Young Schwab, the stagecoach driver at Loretto, Pennsylvania, and later store clerk, did not ask for any outside help to change his environment. He saw a chance to do that and get into an ambition-arousing atmosphere, into the success current at the Carnegie Steel Works, where he toiled as a day laborer, driving stakes for an engineer corps at $1 a day, studying in his leisure time, evenings and holidays, to fit himself for a bigger job. His ambition was thoroughly aroused, and he said to himself, "I mean to be the president of this concern, some day. I will show my employer that I am anxious to earn promotion, I am going to do more than I am paid for, more than is expected of me. There is something in me that tells me I can be a big success, if I only try hard enough, and I will. I will be the biggest man it is possible for me to be." Of course the youth was promoted, and with every upward step he uncovered a new layer of ability, fresh power that astonished himself. Within a short time, he became an engineer, and then the chief engineer of the Carnegie Steel Works. At 25, he was superintendent of the Homestead Works, and at 30 he was in charge of both. At 39, he was president of the United States Steel Corporation. Later, he became president of the Bethlehem Steel Company, and then, as the head of the Government Emergency Fleet Corporation, he was the biggest steel man and the greatest shipbuilder in the world. He is today literally king in his line. The man who succeeds above his fellows, says Bulwer, is the one who, early in life, clearly discerns his object, and towards that object habitually directs his powers. Thus, indeed, even genius itself is but fine observation strengthened by fixity of purpose. Every man who observes vigilantly and resolves steadfastly grows unconsciously into genius. The process of developing your possibilities, especially along the line of your particular talent, must begin early, or the chances of doing the biggest thing possible to you will be materially lessened. If the call in your blood is not so distinct, your special talent so pronounced, that there can be no doubt as to what vocation the Creator intended you for, you will have to study yourself more closely to find your bent. A few bits of seaweed and driftwood floating on the waves were the first indications to Columbus on his momentous voyage of discovery that he was at last approaching land. These renewed his hope and courage and enabled him to quell a mutiny of his sailors which threatened to prevent the discovery of a new world. The great discoverer held his course westward, in the direction from which the indications of land came, and gave the world a new continent. Now, if you are in earnest in your voyage of self-discovery, you will see signs of special strength in some particular direction which, if followed, will lead you to your specialty, a new continent of undiscovered potentiality in the great within of yourself. Perhaps other people have spoken to you already of some particular thing in which you have done remarkably well. Or in some unexpected emergency or crisis, you may have surprised yourself by doing something superbly well by a show of very much greater power than you thought was in you. Perhaps you have been leading a very commonplace life, been regarded as a very ordinary person by those who know you and not having a much better opinion of yourself, when in an inspired moment you have had a vision of very much greater ability than you have ever shown at school or in your work. Or you may have always had a sort of intuition, an instinctive conviction, that there is something very much larger in you than you have ever brought out, that in you there is the making of a great salesman, a great orator, a great lawyer, or something else that has no connection with your present job. There may be certain other indications cropping out in your career, pointing toward much larger possibilities in a particular line and infinitely greater general power in the great within of you than anyone ever credited you with. The thing for you to do is to follow up these signs of your hidden potencies. Resolve to make your highest moments permanent, to do every day, as far as possible, the superb things you did in an emergency, push on acting the Columbus to your own undiscovered territory, and you will surely unfold that bigger man the Creator enfolded in you at your birth. Man, it is within yourself, says Pestalozzi, it is in the inner sense of your power that resides nature's instrument for your development. While seeking every legitimate aid and every possible experience which can help to open up your nature and release new force, depend above all else upon your own inherent power to make the most of every talent you possess. Everyone who has ever made his mark on the world, who has done things worthwhile, has found his resources in himself. The motor power of self-development is coiled up within you. We do our greatest work, uncover most of our latent power, when struggling to make good, when striving to make a place for ourselves in the world. No youth ever inherited wealth enough to uncover his godlike possibilities. No father can do this for his son, it can be done only by self-effort, self-help. Boosting from the outside will never help us to discover ourselves. Edison, as a youth, had no boosters, no wealth, no powerful friends to help him find the great man he is today. He only knew that he had a liking for certain kinds of scientific study and experiments. He never dreamed then that he was going to be the world's greatest inventor. He simply followed his bent, using every opportunity that came to him to develop his powers. And thus his first tiny stream of ability widened and deepened as it ran toward the great ocean of science until it now empties like a mighty Mississippi into the sea. Abraham Lincoln never dreamed that he would go down in history as perhaps the greatest man ever born on the American continent before his day. He simply followed the leading of his inclination, struggled to get an education and to develop his general ability as best he could. He did not seem to have any particularly pronounced gift or talent above the average boy. But he made the most of what he had and uncovered such colossal ability and character that the world for all time has been enriched by his life. One of the chief points to remember about both those men is that they found themselves through self-effort, through their individual, strenuous efforts to get an education, to raise themselves to the height of their conscious possibility. It was thus they discovered continents of hidden ability which raised them head and shoulders above other men. The constant endeavor to help oneself, original thinking, original acting, a vigorous exercising of the initiative, these are the things that help us to self-discovery. It has been demonstrated that by skillful workmanship a piece of crude iron can be made into fine hairsprings worth more than 50 times the value of its weight in gold. No matter how poor you may think your natural gifts, if you are willing, by persistent toil and study and effort, to hammer and refine the crude iron to the hairspring of your possibilities, you can raise the value of your human material to undreamed of heights. This was what Columbus, the weaver, Franklin, the journeyman printer, Aesop, the slave, Homer, the beggar, Demosthenes, the cutler's son, and hosts of other poor boys did. They seized every opportunity that came to them to develop their powers, and so raised their values that they towered high above other men. A man's larger, diviner possibilities, the undiscovered part of him may be hidden under all sorts of soul and power-destroying rubbish: doubt, lack of self-confidence, timidity, fear, worry, hatred, jealousy, revenge, envy, selfishness. These obstacles and every other hindrance to growth and development must be removed before one can find his true self, the man made in the image and likeness of his Creator. Masterful Personality. By Orison Swett Marde. Chapter 17. Health is Power. He who has health has hope, and he who has hope has everything. Arabian Proverb. I didn't think such a little thing would put a $10,000 automobile out of commission, said a lady who stopped at a garage to have her car put in running order again. It was the simplest thing in the world, a machinist told her, to put the best automobile out of commission. The slightest defect anywhere would either prevent its running or would injure it very greatly if it were continued in use without receiving attention. If the gas did not feed just right, if a nut or screw were loose, if the oil ran out and the bearings heated, or if any little thing were out of place anywhere, the machine would be seriously handicapped, if not put completely out of commission. While we know that all this is true of an inanimate machine, yet the majority of us seem to think that the infinitely complex human machine can run right along and do its work when all sorts of things are the matter with it. We take far less care of it than the intelligent owner does of his automobile, yet we can't understand what the trouble is when it breaks down altogether, as it occasionally does, and refuses to perform its tasks. Some time ago an ambitious young fellow came to me and asked me to tell him how to increase his ability and his power to achieve things. He was pale and emaciated, with something like signs of dissipation in his face. The young man seemed very anxious to get along in the world, but, evidently, he had taken the wrong path. A few questions brought out the fact that, although not dissipating in the ordinary sense, the course he was pursuing was almost as disastrous to his health. He was sitting up till 1 or 2 o'clock at night, studying, while working very hard in the daytime, and to brace up his depleted strength, he was not only drinking coffee and tea to excess, but he was also taking other stimulants, even drugs. It is amazing how ignorant many otherwise intelligent people are when it comes to a question of body and health building. Not 1 in 1,000 has his personal machine in good running order. It is not properly lubricated by refreshing, renewing recreation, play or exercise, liberally mixed with good cheer and lots of fun. It is overfed or underfed, perhaps never being supplied with the right kind or quantity of fuel to keep it working smoothly. The digestive organs are abused by being fed all sorts of foods which continually fight one another and get the whole machine out of gear. Then we try to jam it through by pouring into it a little gas or dope in the shape of coffee, tobacco, or some drug. We do stimulate it in this way, as a tired horse is stimulated by a whip, and for a short time get results, but we little realize that jamming our machine through in this way is a very expensive and often a fatal business. Franklin said, 9 men out of 10 are suicides, and he was right. Men everywhere, business and professional alike, cut off many years of their possible lifetime by their unhygienic living, and systematic disregard of all the laws of health. It is a very simple matter to keep fit, but we find all sorts of people, young and old, running down, petering out, because they are burned out. Their brain and nerve tissue lacks resisting power, and pneumonia and other diseases, which are not ordinarily regarded as fatal, take them off because the cell life of their body has been exhausted by irregular living. We hear a great deal about the conservation of our natural resources: water power, forests, coal and iron mines, and other natural products, but there is nothing else so much needed as the conservation of human resources, the conservation of human health, human energy, human possibilities, human life. There is nothing else in which there is such prodigal expenditure, such reckless wastage. The body was intended to be a superb engine of power, a magnificent dynamo of force which we could fling with tremendous effect into our life work. But how puny, how defective, how weak, how dwarfed our efforts compared with what they might be, if we had that superabundant, abounding, robust health which would be equal to any undertaking. Keeping fit, physically and mentally, to do the greatest thing possible to us is the foundation of all success. If you want to win out, and who does not, you must enter the arena of life with all the power you can muster, in superb health, at the top of your condition, capable of putting up your biggest fight. You should be as well prepared for the contest as the prize fighter who is determined to keep his record is prepared to enter the ring. To expect to succeed in any distinctive way without putting one's self at the top of his condition would be like trying to use profitably and with the best possible results a great electric power plant with most of the dynamos out of commission because of short circuits, burnouts, or some basic defect. It is the law of life that the weakest shall go to the wall. Nature has no use for weaklings. She tramples underfoot the physically unfit, the physically infirm. Health means confidence, it means hope. Health increases courage tremendously. It increases faith in one's ambition and in one's mission in life, and faith is the very basis of achievement. Health means larger opportunity, greater possibilities. It means efficiency, success, happiness. He who has health is young whatever his age. It is as important for you to cultivate health, virility, vitality, as it is for you to cultivate character or mentality. No matter how highly cultured a person may be, if he does not radiate vitality, if he has nothing to give out, if his lack of vigor distresses you so that you feel like saying, "What a pity that splendid mind has not some foundation in health, some physical basis," he will have little attraction for you. I am often asked how to develop personal magnetism. My first suggestion is to develop robust health, for magnetism is a physical as well as mental radiation. There is no one way in which we can develop so much magnetism as by improving and taking great care of our health. A person with a weak body, a devitalized constitution, has very little magnetism. Health makes one feel good, and to appear good you must feel good. To smile when you are in pain, to be agreeable when you are physically depleted and devitalized, is difficult. It is a great thing to have that abounding health, that excess of vitality which makes us feel like conquerors, strong of body, clear of intellect, equal to any emergency, which makes us the easy masters of conditions which would discourage weaklings. There have been men who have done wonders in life in spite of frailness and physical infirmity, but they are only the exceptions that prove the rule. St. Paul, Alexander Pope, Caesar, Pascal, and Nelson were types of the men whose great souls overcame their bodily weakness, whose indomitable spirits could not be limited by sickness or infirmity. But, in the main, the man who makes good has good health. The Roman idea, mens sana in corpore sano, a sound mind in a sound body, expresses the highest ideal of physical and mental poise. There is one reassuring truth for those who are sickly: health may be cultivated, just as you cultivate a sickly plant, and much in the same way by the proper use of light and air, and by suitable nutrition. It is the plus of health, the overflowing spirits, the bounding vitality, that enhances all of the beautiful qualities we admire in a superb personality. The magnetism of a great man's personality lies in the fact that half his strength he has not put forth. He has a power behind his needs which makes his talents trusted, writes John A. Howland. This reserve force is found in sound health. Capitalize your strength for high productivity. This should be our motto, but how many people do just the opposite of this? They capitalize their weakness, capitalize a devitalized body. There is a vast difference between going to your work in the morning in superb condition, so that you are radiant with enthusiasm and buoyancy of spirit, eagerness and zest, ambitious to excel in it and to make every minute count, and going to it with low vitality, and showing dejection and discouragement in your bearing, and a weary brain, jaded from bad habits and lack of sleep, with the body badly nourished with improper food, or with the digestion entirely upset by overeating. This will not only have a disastrous effect upon your appearance but also upon your disposition. A light heart, buoyancy of spirit, an optimistic outlook on life, are the natural expression of a robust physique. On the other hand, a tendency to despondency, discouragement, a disagreeable, gloomy disposition are much more likely to be the normal expressions of a weak, devitalized body, whose brain and nervous system are fed by vitiated blood. The robust youth naturally has greater hope, greater confidence in himself, greater assurance of his success. He has more courage to prepare for his vocation than the physical weakling whose faculties are bathed with devitalized blood and which are naturally much affected by the quality of their nourishment. Faculties which are fed by pure blood filled with life, force, and vigor, naturally partake of the quality of their nutrition. Dreams and aspirations are the natural output of the human soul, says Bliss Carman, but nutrition and hygiene are its proper and inevitable sources of vitality. The intensity of modern life in the United States has changed the type of many diseases. It is comparatively rare now for a person to die of old age or lingering sickness. Heart trouble and apoplexy have usurped the place of wasting complaints, and people drop dead without a moment's warning. Hurry and worry are characteristics of our national life, and they are two of the worst foes of health. There used to be a current jest concerning the man who ate his breakfast overnight to save time in the morning. Many people are just as foolish. They hurry through their meals and rush for car or train with the last mouthful of food still unmasticated. They risk life or limb jumping onto a moving car, when a minute's wait would bring another that could be safely boarded. All this hurry in reality economizes no time. The old saying, the more haste the less speed, is proven true every day in the lives of those whose whole career is set to the tune of, hurry up there, and, step lively. The hurry-up people become nervous, irritable, angry on small provocation. Many Americans deprecate the slow, English way of doing business, the time taken at meals, and the afternoon halt for a cup of tea. Yet this leisurely method tends to health, success, and longevity. You rarely find an Englishman in a hurry, it is usually impossible to hurry him. But he gets through with as large an amount of business in a day as the hurrying American, and does it with less energy waste, less friction. A good motto for every man to hang up in his office is festina lente, hasten slowly. Hasty eating is a curse of our civilization. In our large cities men and women rush to lunch and grudge the 10 or 15 minutes they spend on their meals. Businessmen take their lunch where they can watch the ticker. A busy mind is the foe of digestion. Take time to eat and masticate your food thoroughly. If possible, have pleasant, cheerful conversation during the meal. Put all business away, or rather make a business of eating so that the body will gain by every ounce of food received into the stomach. It is important to eat regularly. The stomach is a creature of habit. When it is accustomed to receive food at certain regular hours, it prepares for the meal, starts the flow of the digestive juices in anticipation of their requirement. But when food is taken irregularly, the stomach makes no preparation in advance, and digestion and assimilation are therefore retarded. Regularity of meals, as much as the food eaten, aids the body to sustain a healthy balance. As a man eateth, so is he. Let not him who abuses his digestion expect to live long or happily. When the vitality of the body is all used in the work of digestion, the stomach has appropriated all the power which is needed for accomplishment in other directions. Voltaire declared that the fate of a nation has often depended on the good or bad digestion of a prime minister, and the historian, Motley, holds that the gout of Charles V changed the destinies of the world. Few of us realize to what extent our success or failure, as well as our popularity or lack of it, depend upon our diet. The brain cannot draw sufficient nourishment from a weak, devitalized body, to keep up to standard. It can't draw vim, fire and force, pep and grit, when it is ill-nourished. If you are going to keep fit, you must do it scientifically, and it must begin in what you eat. Vary your food and eat rationally. Most people eat too much, especially those engaged in sedentary employments. Eat and drink such an exact quantity as suits the constitution of the body in reference to the services of the mind, Benjamin Franklin wisely advises. The more we eat, the more sleep we need and the more lethargic we become. There is no need to go to extremes, to weigh our food, to restrict ourselves to grains, fruits, nuts, and vegetables to the exclusion of flesh meats. But we must use our reason in selecting the quantity and quality of the food we consume. The more time that can be spent outdoors, in the air, the better for the health. Dr. Austin Flint says, I would rank exercise and outdoor life far above any known remedies of disease. Judgment must be used in the kind and extent of the exercise. Exercise to excess exhausts instead of strengthening the body. Persons of an excitable temperament, or those who are in delicate health, should never take exciting forms of exercise after 8 o'clock in the evening. Such persons often state that, after spending a very pleasant evening in a gymnasium, they could not sleep for at least a couple of hours after going to bed. If they would follow this hint, and drink a glass of warm milk and water, and eat a slice of bread and butter, the bread should be graham and at least 2 hours old, they would go to the land of Nod as soon as the head touched the pillow. We cannot build up the body if we drain its powers by excesses of any kind. Exercise is one of the best means to enable the young man to lead a chaste life, for it uses up some of his surplus vitality. If one will but exercise moderately, he will do better mental work and in shorter time. Mental health depends upon physical health depends upon the liver, and the state of the liver upon bodily exercise. Sleep is an important element of sound health. It is the great power restorer, life's nurse, sent from heaven to create us anew day by day, Reed tell us. The poet Young refers to sleep as, tired nature's sweet restorer, and Shakespeare says, sleep that knits up the ravelled sleeve of care. The old limitations of sleep were 6 hours for a man, 7 hours for a woman, and 8 hours for a fool. But experience and common sense have long since exploded this arbitrary rule. Hard-worked men and women need a great deal of sleep. Grant said he could do nothing without at least 9 hours of sleep. On trains and street cars every morning, instead of bright, sparkling eyes and fresh, vigorous faces which come from refreshing sleep, we see multitudes of people going to their work with dull, heavy eyes, jaded, fagged, utterly demoralized from lack of it. Insomnia, or sometimes even insanity, is nature's penalty for prolonged loss of sleep. Melancholy follows insomnia, insanity may follow both. A regular hour for retiring conduces to regular and restful slumber. Horace Greeley never allowed either business or pleasure to keep him from bed after his usual hour for retiring. Lord Northcliffe, one of the most masterful personalities on the planet, retires at 9:30, and starts his day's work at 6:30. A great many people murder sleep by taking their business cares and worries to bed with them. They have never learned to relieve the mind after active effort, and consequently do not get the refreshing sleep necessary to enable them to work well and rapidly. The mind goes on thinking, because it was not switched off when the office was closed. Gladstone all his life possessed this remarkable ability of throwing off politics and business when away from London. He declared that he never lost 5 minutes sleep from anxiety or from thought concerning any debate in Parliament. The sense of fatigue is one of nature's many signals of danger. All we accomplish by stimulating or crowding the body or mind when tired is worse than lost. To keep us in a healthy condition, nature takes us back to herself, puts us under the anesthetic of sleep, and keeps us there nearly 1/3 of our lives, while she overhauls and repairs our wonderful mechanism. She takes us back each night wasted and weary from the day's work, broken, scarred and injured in the great struggle of life. Each cell of the brain is reburnished and freshened, all the ashes or waste from the combination of the tissues is washed out into the bloodstream, pumped to the lungs and thrown out in the breath, and in the morning the body is as fresh and as good as new. He who sleeps naturally should rise with zest for the day's toil, in the beautiful language of the psalmist, rejoicing like a strong man to run a race. Nature's price for health is regularity. We cannot bottle up sleep tonight for tomorrow night's use, or force our stomachs at one meal because we expect to eat sparingly at the next, or become exhausted working day and night expecting to make it up later. Nature does nothing before her appointed time, and any attempt to hurry her up invariably means ultimate disaster. She takes note of all our transactions, mental, moral, and physical, and places every item to our credit or debit. There is no such thing as cheating nature. She may not present her bill on the day we violate her law, but if we overdraw our account at her bank and give her a mortgage on our minds and bodies, she will surely foreclose. She may loan us all we want today, but tomorrow, like Shylock, she will demand the last ounce of flesh. Nature does not excuse man for weakness, intemperance or ignorance. She demands that he be at the top of condition. Health is the normal man's birthright. Don't barter it for the vanities of life that like Dead Sea fruit, turn to ashes on the lips. Remember Esau, who for one mess of pottage sold his birthright, and afterwards when he would have inherited the blessing found no place for repentance though he sought it with tears. When we remember that the integrity and efficiency of all the mental faculties depend upon health, that robust health multiplies tenfold the power of our initiative, increases our creative ability, generates enthusiasm and spontaneity, strengthens the quality of judgment, the power of discrimination and the force of decision, we should be very diligent to establish it. There is nothing else so valuable as one's physical and mental energy. If you are ambitious to make a name and place for yourself, nothing else will pay you better than to keep up the physical standards at all hazards, so that the mind will be robust, will act with vigor, with its maximum efficiency. Lack of sleep, lack of exercise in the open air, lack of nourishing food, and of congenial intercourse with friends, overwork, doing our work in the spirit of drudgery, all these things are leaks which sap our energy and rob us of the great reserve of life force which enables one to achieve results. Every departure from normal living, every violation of the health law, every bit of unnecessary wastage of power in vicious life habits and dissipation, every bit of mental discord, every wrong mental attitude, every evil mood worries, anxieties, fears, jealousies, hatreds, all of these things will tend to cut off some portion of your possible term of life and your life achievement. Masterful Personality. By Orison Swett Marde. Chapter 18. Ambition, the spur to all achievement. No man ever does a great thing without a great ambition. Ambition is the spur to all achievement. It is the quality which marks the difference between the succeeder and the plodder, the masterful personality and the weakling. What you do in life, what you become, what you achieve, depends very largely upon your ambition. When your ambition is weak, your courage, your initiative, your executive faculties are weak also. If you could see a continuous picture of your ambition, you would probably find that it sags very materially at times, and always when your mind is negative, when you are worried, blue, or discouraged. If you want to succeed in life, if you want to reach the heights of supremacy, watch your ambition. Guard it as you would the priceless pearl of your honor, for the quality and quantity of your whole future achievement depend upon it. As long as your ambition is firm and worthy, you are going to do something worthwhile. With a sagging ambition there comes a blurred vision, and, with this, mental and physical deterioration, often followed by fatal results. When you see men in middle life or later loafing or idling around on park benches, shabbily dressed, unkempt, men who have the appearance of hopeless failures, don't forget that perhaps they were once just as ambitious to get on as you are, and took just as much pride in their personal appearance as you do. Many of these men allowed their ambition to sag, allowed their ardor to cool, their ideals to become blurred, and the deterioration was so insidious, so subtle, that before they knew it they were in their present condition. How few of us realize the dreams of our youth. Compare your present position, your home, your family, your success, with that picture of your boyhood dreams. How mediocre your achievement compared with what you pictured it would be. You felt so sure you were going to be a big man and take a big place in the world, that you were going to be looked to perform all sorts of important functions. You believed you would fill positions of honor and trust. Instead, you find yourself just an ordinary citizen, like thousands of others in the world, never having attracted any great attention or done any of the big things that you once felt so sure you were going to do. Why is it that you are so dissatisfied with your lot? Why has life been so disappointing to you? Why is it that you are not the great living force in the world you once thought and believed you were going to be? Why is it that you are plodding along in mediocrity, doing little things when you felt so sure you were going to do the big thing? Where is your former ambition? What has become of your early dreams? What has cooled the force of your early aspiration and determination? Why is it that the fire has died down and nothing but the embers are left? Man was made to grow, not stop, says Browning. The joy of growing, going on, is, perhaps, the greatest joy of life. The consciousness of growth, the sense of advancement along the whole line of our creative ability gives an enduring satisfaction which nothing else can give. We were made for progress, not to stand still, we were made to move on and to move up. Growth should be our motto if we would make the most of ourselves. My experience tells me that most of the failures in life are due to a lack of the right kind of ambition, a lack of willingness to pay the price for the larger life, the larger success. The easy roads which most of us take lead to the town of nowhere. Many people seem to think that it is unnecessary to make any effort to maintain the highest levels of their ambition. They take it for granted that ambition is an inborn quality which will take care of itself and need not be cultivated or ministered to in any way, and it is not surprising that they soon possess so little of it, or that it is of such a poor quality. It is a very easy thing to allow our ambition to sag, our ideals to become dim, our visions to fade and disappear. We must cultivate ambition just as we would cultivate any other quality we desire to improve, by exercising it, not alone by dreaming, but by struggling and working for bigger things. The one great danger for the ambitious person is that after he has attained a little success he will cease to grow, by letting up in his efforts. As a rule, we do our best work while striving to attain our ambition and prove to ourselves and others that we can do what we have undertaken. It is important for us to be sure that we do not fall into a rut, that the love of our ease, of our comforts, and the grip of the routine habit do not keep us plodding along the same old, worn-out road when we are capable of finding a better one and of doing much bigger and grander things. There is nothing more paralyzing to ambition, nothing more blighting to aspiration, more strangling to the whole future, than getting into a rut. No mind can grow when it is in a rut. You will grow smaller and smaller, shrink and shrink every day while you are in a rut. There are multitudes of men and women who are in ruts but who will do nothing to get out of them. There are thousands of employees who could better themselves very materially in a very few weeks, if they would simply make up their minds to get out of the ruts they are in, to break away from the things which they know perfectly well are not the best things for them. They are dissatisfied and unhappy, their work is drudgery, but they drag along through the days and years making no effort to get into something more congenial. Everywhere we go, we hear a perpetual wail of regrets from men and women who are conscious that they are doing the little thing when they should have done the greater. "Oh, how I wish I had pushed out, that I had made a try for the thing I knew I was intended to do at the start," is the kind of expression I hear on every hand. How we deceive ourselves by putting off the beginning of the thing we know we ought to do. We hypnotize ourselves, by thinking that perhaps we ought to get a little more experience, a little more capital, that we ought to wait for a little more opportune time, wait until business conditions improve, or times are a little easier and our children are a little older. In fact, there is no end to these excuses. We can find a multitude of them, if we want to, just as we can find excuses for staying home from church, when we want to, the weather, the lack of clothes, or a little indisposition. Most human beings live under chronic self-hypnotism. They are always convincing themselves of this or that to correspond with their inclination. In reality, the thing which keeps multitudes of us back is sheer laziness. We don't like to acknowledge it, but that is its right name. We don't want to make the exertion, we don't want the extra work, the extra care and responsibility. We prefer the lesser article because we are not willing to pay the price for the larger one which we feel sure we could get if we would. Many people fail in life because their ambition is dormant, their depths have not been stirred. Some people require a great deal of stimulus and encouragement and prodding of example to arouse their ambition and show them their possibilities of growth. And I sometimes think that the grandest and most useful characters in the world are those who help us to find ourselves, who inspire us to make the effort to do the thing which we long to do and can do. Emerson said that what every human being needs most is someone who will make him do what he can. Now the man who will make us try to do the thing we are capable of doing, who will push us out into deep water, is the most useful man to society. While ambition is the dominating force in every successful life, enthusiasm is the atmosphere of ambition. The most attractive personality is powerless without ambition and enthusiasm. The twins go hand in hand in every ambition that fires the mind. My young friend, you who are just starting on your career, make any reasonable sacrifice for the sake of getting in an ambition-arousing environment, one that will stimulate your enthusiasm and ambition and urge you on to better your best every day of your life. Keep close to people who are succeeding, especially in your own line. There is everything in keeping in the success current, close to those who are trying to do something, and to be somebody in the world, people of lofty ambitions and high aims. You will catch the spirit that dominates in your environment. Live with wolves and you will learn to howl, is an old proverb. Live with ambitious people, live in an ambition-arousing environment, with people who are pushing ahead, and your own ambition will be aroused. You will be encouraged, stimulated, buoyed up, and you will be much more likely to succeed. The great thing is to put yourself, early in your career, in a position which will call out your masterful, your strongest, and not your weakest qualities. If you are ambitious to do the biggest thing that is possible to you, not the mediocre, not your second best, but your best, it will make all the difference in the world whether you get in a position which will call out your best. There is everything in getting in the right place just as there would be in planting an ideal acorn where it would make the most superb, giant oak. All of the possibilities of the oak are in the acorn except the chemistry and quality of the soil, the atmosphere and the climate. If the sun does not have a proper chance to nurture it, if it is planted where it is too shady, if the soil is not right, if the climate is uncongenial, the perfect acorn will be dwarfed, and it will have to stop halfway or less than that in its possible growth. The great thing is to get the right soil, the right climate, the right scientific conditions for the greatest development of the highest possibilities in the acorn. The same thing that is important to the acorn is important to the human being. Thousands of men have been led into successful undertakings from the stimulus of others' ambition, by being thrown into contact with men who were doing much bigger things than they were doing themselves. Whatever will teach us to say, "Why can't I do it?" is our friend. Whether it is the reading of an account of the superb achievements of other people, the life stories of men and women who have won out under seemingly impossible conditions, whether it is the association with other men, the contact with dynamic lives, living in an ambition-arousing environment, whatever it is that stirs us to the very depths of our being, that touches our ambition, that makes us aspire, that makes us resolve to be and to do, this is our friend. Emerson said, "I cannot even hear of personal vigor of any kind, any power of performance without fresh resolution, of course not, because this spirit is contagious, and we are, all of us, susceptible to ambition-arousing influences. We are easily inspired and whenever we see or hear of great heroism or achievement we make vigorous resolves to follow these stimulating examples. Every time we read a story of some unusual success there is something in us which says, I can do that, or at least something infinitely greater than what I have been doing. But too often when the momentary enthusiasm fades we fall back into the old half-hearted way, especially if our environment is not a constant spur to all that is best in us. In multitudes of great careers the whole secret of success was in making the right start, heading in the right direction, facing towards the longed-for goal and having the courage to begin, the courage to commit themselves unreservedly to their tasks, to burn all bridges behind them. The trouble with most of us is that we are only indifferently committed to our careers, and of course we have an indifferent success. In this day of sharp competition the man who wins out, the man who does anything distinctive, the man who lifts his head above the crowd, must be all there, he must fling his entire being into his task with all the enthusiasm, all the zest he can muster. This is your only chance, my friend, for winning out in any large way. You must be willing to take a risk, to take chances, to pay the price, willing to give all of yourself to your vocation which you must regard as a profession, no matter how humble it may be. You must be an artist in it and not an artisan. Artisans get a bare living, the artists make fame and fortune. Be sure, however, my friend, that what you call ambition in your calling is not a selfish, grasping greed. If you find an ever-increasing passion to make more money, you had better inquire into the motive back of it all. You may be surprised to find that your selfishness plays a very big part in what you have been regarding as your ambition. Whenever your plans run counter to God's great plan for the human race, the best possible conditions for every human being, you will know that you are on the wrong track. Men who are struggling, striving, and straining for wealth gradually find that the character of their early ambition is seriously changing, and the ambition of many a man who has succeeded in his business has so changed from that with which the youth started out that he would not recognize it. The youth started out with high ideals, a lofty purpose, a determination to help the people with his money, if he ever accumulated any. This was one of his chief ambitions. But, oh, the power of the possession of money to hypnotize its possessor and to change the character of his ideals. A great many people seem to think that what they call ambition, their desires, their aspirations are purely personal matters and that there is no special obligation on their part to answer this call. They seem to think it is purely a matter of whether they think it is worthwhile to pay the price, to make this strenuous effort, that if they prefer to take life easier and not to exert themselves, except as they are compelled to do to earn a comfortable living, it is not a matter which materially concerns other people. They do not seem to think that this ambition which is ever urging them to go forward has any existence outside of their own personality, that it has any connection with the great plan of the universe. But, my friend, this urge within you which is ever bidding you up and on is a universal principle, this God urge is in every created object. Your legitimate ambition is a part of the universal plan. You may perfect this urge which, if carried out normally is a benefit to all mankind and helps to push the world on and up, or you can pervert it into a purely selfish ambition, so that it will become a curse instead of a blessing. Everything you do, every move you make, very transaction you enter into should be a stepping stone to something higher, if not, you are not making proper progress. Your motto should be, higher up and further on, and you should have no ambition to get on without getting up. The getting up is the more important. Rising in your manhood, rising in the scale of your real worth, in your integrity, is the real getting up part. Your vocation will take care of itself. You will get on if you get up. But you may not get up if you merely have an ambition to get on. Masterful Personality. By Orison Swett Marde. Chapter 19. Self-Reliance and Self-Help. You can always come home, John. This was the parting word of a father to his son who was leaving the farm for the city, to make his start in the world. Now, this father wanted to help his son to succeed, but in thus suggesting to him that he could always come home he was making it easier for him to give up to discouragement. When Julius Caesar landed on the shores of England he burned all the ships that had transported his army, for he knew that if he cut off all possible means of retreat his men would fight with greater desperation, because it would be a fight for their lives. When a young man leaves home to seek his fortune, he should burn all his bridges behind him. The temptation to turn back when things go hard, when he cannot see the way, if there is an easy way of backing out, is almost irresistible. If a boy leaves home for the first time and enters school or college knowing that when he gets homesick his parents will want him to come home, that they will welcome him, and will allow him to stay home if he desires to, it is a bad thing for the boy. One reason for half of the failures in life is that people do not make their decisions final and then burn their bridges behind them, do not cut off all possible retreat. It is a weakness of human nature that when things go hard, when it looks black ahead, we are easily led to turn back. The most unfortunate decisions in life, those which have and quarter one's possible success, which make mediocre careers of possible superb ones, is the result of turning back when discouraged, homesick, or disheartened. It is only the grim resolution to push on, whether hard or easy, whether you can see the goal or not, that wins. To learn to depend on oneself, to look for one's resources inside and not outside of oneself, is to learn the secret of success and of happiness. Without self-reliance we are the sport of every wind that blows, the victims of chance, of environment, of circumstances, of others who would use us, exploit us for their own ends. But the self-reliant hold the key to everything that is desirable in life. They are stronger than anything that can oppose them, they are masters of destiny. All the real successes in life and all the great achievements in the world's history have had their root in self-development, in the vigorous exercise of those self-reliant qualities that make for true manhood and womanhood. Strong characters are not built up by pampering or indulgence, they are the result only of steady individual work towards a great life purpose. The development of a vigorous habit of self-reliance should begin in the nursery. Many mothers encourage just the opposite. They tend to kill self-reliance by coddling the children, doing everything for them, and pitying them if they only suffer a pin scratch. Every time a child falls or bumps himself, they encourage his self-pity by running to him and telling him how sorry they are he is hurt, fondling and petting him until he stops crying. Instead of trying to develop their courage, their heroic qualities, by making light of these little hurts they exaggerate them until the children develop a habit of self-pity, a habit of running to others in every little difficulty or trouble for help and sympathy. Affectionate, easygoing parents often prove about the worst enemies their children could have. I have in mind a mother who has spoiled a daughter who, with proper training, might have developed a fine character. But her mother has always encouraged her in self-indulgence. Whenever as a child she objected to doing anything required of her, she would always run to her mother for sympathy, and would get it. She would go home from school whenever she felt like it, knowing that her mother would find an excuse for her. In fact, she was petted and pampered and allowed to have her own way in everything. The consequence is, she has never developed any stamina of character, any ability to help herself. It was with the greatest difficulty that she passed her entrance examinations for college even after many months of coaching by a private tutor, and after entering she was continually falling behind in her classes and failing in her examinations. She is bound to be a failure in life, a parasite, just because her mother, instead of encouraging her in self-reliance, has steadily striven to release her from all effort. The greatest misfortune that can befall a boy or girl is to be relieved of the necessity of developing their self-help qualities. A pampered child who is allowed to grow up without ever doing anything for itself or others, never develops into a strong, vigorous, self-reliant man or woman. I often talk about their future with youths who tell me that they would like to do something in the world, that they are ambitious to make something of themselves, but they have nobody to help them to an education, no influence, no pull to help them to get a good position or a start in life. One of the worst delusions that ever crept into a youth's head is that his success in life is dependent upon others. A watch might as well look outside of itself for its motor power. The mainspring, my friend, which will make you a success, if you ever become one, is right inside of you. It is not an influence or pull or unusual opportunities. All history goes to show that it is not the youth with the unusual advantages, it is not the rich youth, not the youth who has been brought up in luxury, who has been better educated, who makes the sure success. The great molders of civilization have been, as a rule, poor boys and poor girls. They have been our great discoverers, our great inventors, our great merchants, our great engineers, our great professional men, our great artists and musicians. In fact, most of the world's great achievers were self-made men. All around us we hear youths complaining of being kept back and held down by their environment, by conditions which they cannot seem to change, but, my friend, let me tell you who thus complain, that you, probably, are not really half trying. If you are honest with yourself you will have to admit that right now you know someone not far from you who has won out superbly over the same kind of obstacles, who has triumphed over the same inhospitable surroundings which you say are holding you back. There are hundreds of boys and girls in our great universities today who would never have been there but for their faith in themselves and their stern resolve, come what might, to get an education. Many of them were on farms, in backwoods districts, or in workshops and factories. They were not only poor, but had others depending on them. Yet despite all their handicaps, they resolved that they must and would, somehow, sometime, in some way, go to college. And they did. It didn't matter that others laughed at them as dreamers, and told them it was impossible. They resolved and carried out their resolution. And not only they, but society would be poorer today if any kind friend had stepped forward and paid their way. I have always found that young people who wait around for ideal conditions, for helps, for pulls, for influence, for capital, are weak characters. Don't try to hide behind such silly excuses as that you have no chance, nobody to boost you, to give you a pull, to help you to capital, nobody to show you the way. Stand on your own feet. Help yourself. The only pull that can take you to the top is inside of you. I know young men and young women in the poorest circumstances, who are so self-reliant, so full of a divine enthusiasm, so wedded to their life aim, so determined to realize it, that you might as well try to defy the law of gravitation as try to keep them back. There is only one thing that can keep you back. Lack of confidence in yourself, or unwillingness to exert yourself. Opportunities for the ambitious are on every hand, infinitely better ones than thousands of men and women who have made their lives count had at the start. If the poor slave boy, Fred Douglass, could pick up the alphabet and the rudiments of an education from stray bits of paper and from posters on fences on a slave plantation, if he could thus lift himself out of mental and physical bondage to the position of United States Minister to Haiti and the leader of his race, if this poor slave boy on a plantation in slavery days when it was often forbidden even to teach a slave to read, could make a success of his life without push or pull or boost from anyone, you certainly can manage to make one of yours. The quicker you get the idea out of your head that any influence, any pull, any luck, any chance, is going to play a considerable part in your career, is going to give you a boost, the better. It is a delusion. You will stand right where you are the rest of your life if you do not help yourself. Whatever success you meet with in life will not come to you, you will go to it, and you will go to it with such vigor and forcefulness that everybody will know that you are after it and that you are going after it to get it. If you have a backbone, if you are really determined to win out, you will make a way to your goal. No one can hold you back, for no one has a corner on success. There is no such thing as failure for a willing, ambitious, determined worker. It is only the weakling who blames circumstances for his failure. He is always armed with excuses. His path is always blocked by insurmountable obstacles. Another delusion held by the youth is that the things which will shape his career are all in the future, and that for the time being he is simply doing temporary things, sort of marking time until his great opportunity confronts him. He does not realize that all the average man does in life is to carry out what the youth started, that the youth usually decides the future by getting into some vocation in which the man is likely to remain. As a rule, the youth decides the most momentous question for the man. Perhaps before he is 21 the average youth lays out the whole plan for his future life so far as his vocation is concerned. Here is where in a very real sense, the boy is father of the man, for the man merely fulfills the career which the boy laid out when he gets a job. This is where the training of the child in self-reliance, in learning to do things for himself, to think for himself, to form his own opinions, to trust to his own judgment and make his own decisions, will have a far-reaching influence on the decisions made by the youth, and consequently on the whole after life of the man. I have read of a noted athlete who, as a boy, began to lift a calf every day and continued to do this until the animal became a full-grown ox. The weight of the calf increased so gradually that by lifting it each day the boy's strength and muscle developed in proportion to the daily increasing tax put upon them. In a similar way the self-made businessman who begins as a poor boy in a small way, perhaps by sweeping out the store and doing errands for a country storekeeper, works up gradually to start a little business of his own. Then he keeps on lifting his growing business each day until he is able to handle more and more, to do bigger things every day, until what was only a calf business at the start finally develops into an enormous ox business. In other words, the daily practice of the boy in self-reliance, in depending upon himself, in initiative, the training in business methods, in being compelled to make his own way without props, or assistance of any kind, just as Wanamaker, Selfridge, Marshall Field, and other great merchants did, is the whole secret of his success. The reason why the average rich man's son fails in trying to run his father's business is because he has not had his father's training. He has not had the practice in lifting the calf business each day until it became an ox business. His father did all the lifting. Emerson says that there is no such thing in nature as a gift, that is, we get nothing by the gift because it is not the product of our own efforts alone that we produce whatever is of intrinsic value in ourselves, in our lives. Whatever our parents or others do for us that we can do for ourselves is a false help. It does not do what it claims to do. In fact it does harm though it meant to do good. Props, helps, and crutches merely discourage the development of our own initiative, our self-reliance and self-help faculties, and whatever does this is a curse, no matter how well intended it may be. How little the rich father, the self-made man who was the sole architect of his own fortune, realizes the irreparable injury he is doing his son when he bequeaths him a vast amount of money which he has done nothing whatever to earn, a huge fortune which is not the result of his own efforts. The building up of the business made a sturdy, resourceful, self-reliant man of the father. But the possession of it will do nothing to call out the man in the son. It will not develop his self-reliance, his independence, his initiative, his stamina, courage, and grit. It is no help whatever to the boy. On the contrary, it is a curse. He is a rare youth indeed who can bring as big a man out of himself with an inherited fortune as without it, because a fortune, aside from taking away the motive for self-effort, brings with it 1,000 temptations to evil courses, which only a strong, well-poised character can resist. There is only one way to produce a man, only one way to call out all his possibilities, only one way to reach his resourcefulness, his inventiveness, and his ingenuity, and that is, through the perpetual struggle to make a place for himself in the world. This is what will make the real man, and nothing else will. The best fortune we can give our children is to train them from babyhood in the cultivation of the practical qualities that will make them resourceful, self-reliant men and women, whose character riches will outweigh the fortune of a Croesus. To deprive boys and girls of this sort of training is to make them weaklings, is to leave them paupers at the mercy of every accident and vicissitude of life. No amount of money can ever make up to them the loss they suffer in manhood and womanhood. A good education backed by a sturdy self-reliance is the best insurance against failure anyone can have. No youth is started right in the life race until he knows that it is right up to him, that it depends upon himself alone whether he will reach the goal or not. Until you get over the idea that you must wait for somebody to give you a lift, to push you forward before you can begin your work, you will amount to nothing. If all young people were reared to know that they must be their own captains, if schools and colleges would lay more emphasis on the fact that their success capital is right inside of them and nowhere else, that their standing in the world, their achievement as individual men and women, would depend upon themselves, we would not see every year, after commencement, hundreds of college graduates hugging their diplomas, waiting around for capital, for pulls, for somebody to help them to get a start. It is only as a man puts off from himself all external support and stands alone that I see him to be strong and to prevail. In this sentence from his Self-Reliance, Emerson gives us the key to all accomplishment. Look to your internal support, the great within of you, for aid in all your difficulties and you will never be disappointed, will never suffer defeat. The very thing that you think is holding you back, my friend, may be made an instrument in accomplishing your purpose. If you only have the faith and courage to forge ahead and compel its service, you will find it a help instead of a hindrance. For the soul that relies on its own strength, its divine support, there are no such things as insurmountable obstacles. Handicaps, opposition, poverty, physical defects, limitations of whatever kind, only strengthen his determination to overcome. Trust thyself, says Emerson. Every heart vibrates to that iron string. The self-reliant man is the man who wins. Masterful Personality. By Orison Swett Marde. Chapter 20. The driving force of willpower. The world always stands aside for the determined youth, makes way for the man with a will. The great business of a successful life is defeating defeat, of conquering the obstacles, the difficulties, the discouragements which down the weak. Defeating defeat, take this as your watchword. The world's great winners recognize no defeat. They triumph over difficulties which overcome others. If you are not bigger than the things which are trying to down you, if you are not bigger than any defeat that can come to you, you will never do great things. In talking recently with a man whose business had been ruined by the World War, I was much impressed by the way he took his reverses. He said he had lost everything he had in the world except his goat, and his determination not to allow any disaster or catastrophe which could come to him to make his life a failure. There is no such thing as defeat for a man with this sort of spirit in him. The very reputation of having a strong will and a vigorous determination, of not knowing what defeat means, is a wonderful factor in one's success. The Confederate generals said it was useless to defeat Grant for he never knew when he was beaten. People do not lack strength, says Victor Hugo, they lack will. Many people have a weak will power because they do not exercise it, they do not use it enough to make it vigorous and strong. It is a sort of mongrel growth, a sort of go-as-you-please will. It is never trained to do big things. The will, like any other mental faculty, is cultivatable, and, like the musical faculty or any other, it remains dormant until it is systematically and scientifically exercised. Will power, to be effective, must be aggressive, and it must be continuous. The effective will is not spasmodic, it is not passive. It is positive, it sticks and hangs with a bulldog grip. There is a tremendous constructive force in believing with all your heart that you can do and will do what you set out to do, and that which you love to do best you were made to do. The consciousness that you were made for this specific purpose will give you tremendous assurance and confidence and staying power. On the other hand, every time you indulge in discouragement, or think that you may be a failure, that you will not win out in life, that your life may be a botch, you are making your thought come true. Every time you think you are a nobody and that you will never amount to anything, you are setting the pattern, the model for your life building. We tend to realize what we believe regarding ourselves and our future. There is always hope for the man who is never conquered mentally, who is determined to push ahead, no matter how many times he has failed, or how discouraging the outlook. The whole science of efficiency and success in life consists in the vigorous, persistent affirmation of our determination and our ability to do the thing we have set our heart on. It consists in setting our face like a flint toward our goal, turning neither to the right nor the left, though a paradise tempt us, or failure and disaster threaten us. Nothing can withstand the power of such a determination, such an invincible purpose. Your resolute will, your grim determination to succeed in whatever you undertake, will carry you upstream, no matter how strong the current, or what obstacles may oppose you. But if your will is weak, your determination wavering, if your courage fails under rebuffs and difficulties, like a dead fish, you will float downstream with multitudes of other human derelicts who have not enough vim or willpower to force their way up. You say you long to make your life count, that you are ambitious to get on. Why don't you? For what are you waiting? What holds you down? Who is keeping you back? Answer these questions and you will find the reason. There is only one yourself. Nothing else keeps you back. The opportunities are on every hand, infinitely better ones than thousands of men and women, who have made their lives count, have ever had. I know young men and women who are so full of a divine enthusiasm, so wedded to their life aim, so determined to realize it, that you might as well try to defy the law of gravitation as to try to keep them back. Thousands of our young heroes who returned maimed and wounded from the Great War are fighting as bravely now to make good in civil life, in spite of their physical handicaps, as they fought and made good in the victorious battle for human liberty. Are you, perhaps without any physical handicap, going to do less? Do not hide behind such silly excuses as that you have no chance, nobody to help you, nobody to boost you, to give you a pull, to help you to capital, nobody to show you the way. If there is anything in you, if you are worth your salt, you will make a way if you cannot find one. No one has a corner on success. It is always up at auction, the one who pays the most for it in energy and grit gets it. Get busy, then, and work with all your might. There is no such thing as failure for a willing, ambitious, determined worker. It is the weakling who blames circumstances for his failure. He is always armed with excuses. His path is always blocked by insurmountable obstacles. But for the valiant soul there are no such things as insurmountable obstacles. Handicaps, opposition, abuse, ridicule, poverty only strengthen his determination to overcome. You will notice that the people who do things worthwhile in this world are tremendously in earnest, they give the impression of wanting something intensely. There is a certain amount of vehemency, aggressiveness, in their makeup. They are characterized by great eagerness to carry out their purpose. There is something about dead in earnestness that makes a good impression upon everybody. No one can help admiring a dead in earnest soul. There is a strange magic, an inexplicable power, in a dead in earnest life. I have seen a boy, resolved to make something of himself, stir up the entire force in the store, workshop, or factory where he worked, as Franklin did, or even change the ideals of an entire village. There was something about his determination to get on, to be somebody and to do something in the world, which made the indifferent and indolent ashamed of their apathy. To see him carrying a book in his pocket lest some spare moment escape him, to see him going to the night school or studying at home, to see him at his daily work, enthusiastic and earnest, was an inspiration to others who watched him. When I see a youth who is dead in earnest, determined to make the most of himself, of his time, and his opportunity, who is trying to improve himself in every possible way, trying to get the most out of everything that comes to him, I know that there is success ahead of him, for dead in earnestness never goes with qualities which lead to failure. As a moral quality, dead in earnestness fixes the stage for victory. If you are earnest and honest, you can get a start without capital. Your earnestness will be contagious, and will give you credit and attract customers. If you are dead in earnest, you will escape many of the pitfalls and vicious companions which ruin the youth without aim. The idle classes have no use for such a youth. The very reputation of being dead in earnest is a great success asset to a youth. We know he cannot be dead in earnest without having a life purpose, a motive. It may be the establishing of a home of his own, or it may be the making of a place for himself in the world, but there is a motive of some kind, and usually a motive that is worthy. To seek, to strive, to find, and not to yield. These are the simple words on the wooden cross that marks the graves of Captain Scott and his brave companions at the South Pole. No hardships, no obstacles could turn the great explorer back from his high purpose. He knew that he and his men were risking their lives, but what did that matter? He would not yield until he had found what he sought. What an inspiration is such an intrepid life for those who lack grit, determination, and willpower. There is considerable difference between weakly resolving to do a thing, and undertaking it with that dynamic resolution, that determination which is backed by such vigor and grit that it will never recognize defeat. This is always the spirit that wins. Multitudes of people fail in their undertakings because they lack this. Their resolve is wishy-washy, it is a mere desire, and not an earnest determination, a wish and not a resolve to win at any cost. The determined effort which brings real success is not fitful and spasmodic, it is quiet and continuous, and consists largely in an abiding faith in the value of what is to be done and in the ability of the doer to accomplish it. If you are going to enter the great ring of the world, where multitudes of men are playing their various life games with an enthusiasm and eagerness which amount to desperation, if you expect to enter this vast ring where millions of human beings are struggling for supremacy, and bring success back with you, you will have to take something with you besides indifference, something besides an, I will try, and I hope to win. Some time ago a young man wrote me saying he seemed to lack the ability and the courage to begin things, and he wanted to know if I could tell him how to make things happen. Yes, I can tell this youth, and others who may want to know, there is only one way to make things happen, and that is the way so many poor boys who have made their mark in the world have made things happen. Grit your teeth and say, I can do the thing I want to do. I can be what I will to be. Then get busy and never lose sight of your ideal. This is the way Thomas A. Edison, John Wanamaker, James J. Hill, Marshall Field, and thousands of other American youths, made things happen. I am a great believer in the building power of affirmation, in the possibilities in persistently affirming the thing I am determined to do, in strengthening qualities in which I am weak, in building character, in making life noble. We must remember that every word we speak, every uttered thought, is a force for good or ill. The perpetual affirmation of the ability to achieve one's ambition, of one's grim determination to win out in life at any cost, of the belief in his ability to do the thing that he has set his heart on, will nerve a weak will and brace up a wavering purpose as nothing else can. If there is energy in your blood, if there is lime in your backbone, if a great, masterful purpose absorbs your very being, you will assuredly win out. Obstacles are nothing to such a determined soul, obstacles get out of the way of such grit, such stern resolution. The world steps aside for the man with a will, with a determination which knows no defeat, which recognizes no obstacles. One of the reasons why so many people fail is that they do not half give themselves to their careers. They do not dare burn their bridges behind them and commit themselves unreservedly to one unwavering aim. They want to leave a way open for retreat, so that if they find the way too tedious or too laborious and unbearable they will have an excuse for turning back. Unless you have that determination which never looks back and knows no defeat, you will never win out in any distinctive way. Nothing but mediocrity will come to you. When Farragut made his famous run past the torpedoes in Mobile Bay, he lashed himself to the mast lest something might happen to induce him to turn back. There is only one way to face one's future, and that is to lash oneself to the mast of a mighty purpose, an invincible resolution. Otherwise, in a moment of weakness, one might be tempted by some seemingly overwhelming odds to swerve from his course and turn back. Many of us are easily tempted to turn back. There is not a sublimer spectacle on earth than that of a young person so carried away with his life aim, so determined to win out that it is impossible to discourage him, to dissuade him, to induce him to turn back. Sickness, disappointment, failure, the treachery of friends, the criticism or condemnation of relatives do not seem to make any impression upon such a youth, because his great life purpose seems to grip every atom in his nature, so that he could not let go, so that nothing but death itself could induce him to give up and turn back. Did you ever realize that the only thing that can ever defeat you is inside of you, within your control? No outside influence can mar your highest success, that is, the success of your character, your manhood, your personality. Outside things may temporarily defeat the side issues in your life, but that is a small matter compared with the grander success possible to you. Some of the greatest successes of history died in the poorhouse, were burned at the stake, or starved to death. But the material side of them could never defeat their character, nothing could defeat the Godman beyond. Nothing on earth can keep you from that which is the larger, more important success. This is independent of comforts, of necessities, of living. The larger life, the larger success, cannot be hurt by any material defeat. Don't be deceived, my friend, by the appearances of defeat. There is only one defeat possible, and that is self-confessed defeat, the defeat acknowledged by your failure to try, your failure to give your best to life. This is the only defeat that will ultimately down you. Your greatest enemy is your lack of faith in yourself. There is no power that can beat you but your own voluntary surrender, your failure to try again, to keep growing and going on, to keep pushing ahead, however dark the outlook may be, however difficult the situation. If you would finally triumph, keep trying, keep pushing, never give up, never surrender, believe in yourself. The old guard never surrenders, said Napoleon, it may be annihilated but it never surrenders. It is only surrender that can beat you, and voluntary surrender. There are disappointments, obstacles, difficulties, disheartening conditions in every career, in every occupation, but the stout, invincible heart that never flinches makes stepping stones of what are stumbling blocks to the weak or timid soul. It is very easy to play the coward when things go hard, when the way looks black ahead of us, but it is the man who tolerates no weakness in himself, inside or out, who is the victor. Such a man carries the suggestion of invincibility in his face and manner, wherever he goes. His personality radiates his mighty determination. If things would only change, you cry. What is it that changes things, wishing, or hustling, dreaming, or working? Can you expect them to change while you merely sit down and wish them to change? How long would it take you to build a house sitting on the foundation and wishing that it would go up? Wishing does not amount to anything unless it is backed by endeavor, determination, and grit. The sort of mental force that forges its way to the front is the will that makes a way when it can't find one. It makes it as Lincoln made his, as Carnegie and Schwab made theirs. Putting grit, determination, in the place of good health, in the place of a good opportunity, a favorable location, putting grit in the place of capital, in the place of friends, putting grit in the place of a liberal education, substituting grit for all sorts of lacks, has been the great secret of success of multitudes of lives. Difficulties call out great qualities, and make greatness possible. Years ago a nobleman of Great Britain put grit and determination in the place of legs and arms, and actually forced himself into Parliament and became a man of power. Multitudes of men and women whose names are recorded in history put grit in the place of legs and arms and eyes, in the place of education and influence. With this they overcame poverty and ignorance, overcame all sorts of opposition, and forged their way to the front. How many a plain, homely girl has put grit in the place of attractive features, a comely form, and has forced the world's recognition, respect, and homage. Who could ever chronicle the achievements of poor boys and girls, with all sorts of handicaps, who have put grit in the place of the usual advantages and have made names and places for themselves? The consciousness of being looked upon as incapable of accomplishing what others about them have done, the consciousness of being considered below par mentally, these things have stung many a man and woman to a determination to win out, which has eventually placed them far above those who once scorned or ridiculed them. If you expect the world to make way for you, you must face it with a resolute front, and ambitious determination. The world respects a man who shows in his very atmosphere, in his bearing, that he is bound to win. There is no one thing that will do so much for you as to face life with the grim determination to make good, the firm resolve to make your life count. This will establish you in the confidence of others. They will see you are bound to win, no matter what obstacles stand in your way or oppose you. We cannot measure a man correctly until we measure his determination, his grim resolve. A.T. Stewart once told a man who was praising him for his wonderful career, "If you only knew how much I have lost and how often I have failed, you might think very differently of me." But when Stewart fell, he didn't stay down long. He rebounded like a rubber ball. As you know, the harder the fall, the quicker the rebound. It is not the fall that counts very much, but what you do after the fall, whether you quit, throw up your hands, or whether you are stung into greater determination and effort to win out. That is what tells. Defeats and failures mean nothing to the man who is made of winning stuff. No power on earth could have changed the determination of a St. Paul, of a Luther, of a Lincoln, or a Gladstone. Think of the influences brought to bear upon Napoleon to change his plans, but his grim determination could not be moved. It is the spirit of never give up that brings success. Show me a youth or a young man who has no give up in him, who sticks and hangs on with bulldog grit, and I will show you one who will ultimately win out, if his morals are clean. The determination never to let go is indicative of the possession of many success qualities. As a rule, it is never found alone, or in bad company. It has good associates. If I could only get hold of a little capital, somebody to back me or help me a bit, I could do wonderful things. How often youths and young men have come to me with such a declaration. My friend, if you have the right material in you, you can win without money capital, because you will have better assets than this. If you are a born winner, nothing can keep you back. The great majority of the successes of the world have been achieved by men who started with practically nothing, who as poor boys had a tremendous struggle to get a foothold, with no one to help them, no one to boost them. There never were as great chances in the world as there are right now for young and old. If you have the determination and the will to succeed, you can win, but if you have not, you can't. You are your own fatal stumbling block. Nothing else can keep you back but yourself. Nothing but your lack of faith, of confidence in yourself, your lack of determination and grit, your unwillingness to try to pay the price for the thing you want will cause your defeat. But if you get right down to hard work and hustle, if, instead of looking for a bargain counter success, for a short cut to your goal, you pay the legitimate price which other men who have won out have paid, you will win. You can't do what you believe you can't, but you can do what you believe you can, if you put forth the right effort. I have noticed that the capital seekers do not usually have very much personal capital. Their character capital is pretty light. They have little determination or will power and are depending upon outside help, outside influence and pull. It is little use waiting until some unusual good fortune befalls you before you begin to put forth any effort, because that time may never come. The way to get the things you desire is to jump right in and work for them, strive for them with all your might. U.S. Senator Gore, from Oklahoma, who has been blind for many years, says that the dynamics of the human will can overcome any difficulty. What has the human will not achieved? The human will is coupled with the divine because man is a partner with his maker. We see this partnership manifested in all the improvements in flower and plant life, in animal development, the marvelous results of scientific breeding, scientific management. Man could not do this alone, the Creator could not do this alone. Man is a necessary part of the great creative force of the universe, perpetually creating in conjunction with the great Creator. Do we not feel when we are in tune with the infinite that the energy of the universe is in us, that there is a power back of all our struggles, a great sustaining hand, invisible but always ready to catch us if we fall, a mighty invisible power ready to sustain us and to help us in case of need? It is this which imparts to us an energy not our own, a power divine, making us easily master of any events that befall us. On every hand we see young people, and older ones, too, waiting for ideal conditions, or conditions which are more favorable than those which they see about them. Now, my friend, the great things in the world have been done under the most trying conditions, under the most ordinary, commonplace conditions. There are no such things as ideal conditions. The ideal lives in the ordinary, everyday routine, in the most common, humdrum experiences. The youths that are lying around today waiting for some great opportunity, or for somebody to push them, to boost them, to give them a lift, waiting for influence, ought to read the biography of men like Abraham Lincoln. What do you think he would have done with the chances you think are so meager? Why, he would have shaken the nation. What you pass by and throw away every day in the way of opportunities young Abe Lincoln would have regarded as a priceless chance. What you need is a good stirring up. You need to be aroused. This working with a half heart, a faint endeavor, this trying to get a living by taking things easy, sliding along the line of least resistance, by using half of your faculties, by just exercising part of the mind, amounts to nothing, brings no worthwhile results. It will doom you to mediocrity if it does not land you in failure. The great object of an education should be so to train every faculty that it can be wielded with power upon the thing you attempt. If you cannot come to your task with power, do not come at all. Just acknowledge that you are not equal to it, that you are weak, inefficient, that you do not care to make the effort, or pay the price, that you had rather take something cheaper, that is easy. It is the resolute, determined man who can do the hard thing, who can solve the difficult problem. It is the man who can take a step forward after the other man has turned back, that wins. If you are determined to succeed, you must fling your whole life into your task, with a resolution which knows no defeat, and you will win out all right. But with a milk-and-water spirit, not fired by any mighty purpose, one all-absorbing aim, a zeal which knows no defeat, you will not get very far. How much does it take to keep you from your own, that which you feel belongs to you? Think of holding a mother back from fleeing to her child in peril in the water or in a burning building. Even though the mother may be weak and an invalid, she will get to her child somehow, if such a thing is possible. It all depends, my friend, on how much you want a thing, how determined you are to get it, what sacrifice you are willing to make for it, of your easy chair, of your little pleasures, your little diversions. Masterful Personality. By Orison Swett Marde. Chapter 21. How to Attract Prosperity. Amid all the mysteries by which we are surrounded, nothing is more certain than that we are ever in the presence of an infinite and eternal energy from which all things proceed, said Daniel Webster. When your thoughts go out from you, they don't go into the empty air, as we so often say, but into this infinite and eternal energy from which all things proceed. There they take shape and materialize in your life according to their nature. The eternal energy or creative intelligence works in harmony with the laws of the universe and returns to you the fruits of your seed thoughts. Ignorance concerning the part that mind plays in drawing to us the things that match our ambition is responsible for more dissatisfied, unhappy, discontented, poverty-stricken lives than any other one thing. There are millions of round pegs in square holes, and millions living in poverty who might be in the place for which nature intended them, might be prosperous, happy, and contented but for the unfortunate thoughts they are sending out into the infinite and eternal energy. Most of us have no idea that thought has more to do with determining our conditions, with shaping our circumstances and environment, bringing us poverty or wealth, attaining our ideal or driving it from us, than any other thing. Every one of us could be prosperous and happy if we only knew the powers locked up in ourselves and had learned to use our minds to back our efforts on the material plane. Someone says, dare to fling out into the great cosmic mind greater assurance about yourself, dare to have greater confidence, dare to believe in yourself and your missions. Have a grander ideal, a nobler aspiration. Some people are afraid to do this, they don't dare to think very well of themselves, to aspire to things that would make them comfortable and happy. They seem to think that poverty is a sort of decree of providence, that they were born poor and are destined to remain in poverty all their lives. While they ask the Creator to help them in everything else, they feel that it would not be right to call upon Him for financial help because, they will tell you, the Bible says money is the root of all evil. Now, nowhere does the Bible condemn money or the right use of it, but only an inordinate love of it. We were all intended to live the life abundant and not the pinched, starved, stunted lives of paupers. The Father never meant his children to grovel in poverty, to spend their lives in drudgery, lacking all that makes living comfortable and harmonious. The earth is filled to overflowing with the abundance of his riches, and there is no need for anyone to remain in a degrading state of poverty. We have a right to our inheritance of all that is good and beautiful, all that is needful for our welfare, to enable us to do our best work free from limitations and embarrassments. Drive W. John Murray says, not because we wish to have great prosperity and riches in order to live like fools, but in order to live like angels, blessing and benefiting others who do not realize the truth as we do. That's the reason why we want money. We are not making prosperity a god, we are making it a divine assistant. Money rightly used is a blessing, not a curse. On the other hand, the poverty that condemns one to perpetual want has cramped more lives, strangled more talent, blighted more aspirations, dashed more hopes, starved and stunted more lives than almost any other one thing. That kind of poverty is not a decree of providence but a curse, a disease, engendered by our own ignorance of mental laws. It is the poverty to which the Bible refers when it says, the destruction of the poor is their poverty. It warps and twists the whole nature, it fills men and women with bitterness, discontent, and unrest. It kills off tens of thousands of little children and drives multitudes of people to crime, insanity, and death. In short, it is responsible for more crime and human misery than almost anything else. No one need remain in such body and soul-killing poverty as this. You can think yourself out of it, or your thoughts can keep you in it, just as you will. Of this you may be sure, you will never be anything but a beggar while you think beggarly thoughts, but a poor man while you think poverty, a failure while you think failure thoughts. The very hopelessness of such an outlook on life demoralizes effort and kills ambition. You cannot do your best, you cannot succeed in anything while your mind is filled with failure thoughts. The man who would succeed, who would have the good things he desires, must think success, must think abundance. He must think progressively, creatively, constructively, inventively, and, above all, optimistically along the line of his desires. If he thinks otherwise, negatively, destructively, pessimistically, no matter how hard he works, he will not succeed in attaining his object. A great many people defeat the end they have in view, because their mental attitude does not correspond with their endeavor. While working for one thing they are really expecting something else. They drive away the very thing they are pursuing by holding the wrong mental attitude toward it. If all middle-aged men and women who are down and out in the world, who are sidetracked, who believe that their opportunity has gone by forever, that they can never get on their feet again, and that about all they can do for the rest of their lives is just to keep their heads above the water, if they only knew the great power right inside of them, they could easily, by the reversal of their thought, get a new start and revolutionize their condition. The law of attraction is as exact, as inexorable as are the laws of gravitation and of mathematics. It will unerringly follow your thought, for it is the thought that sets the law in motion. Whatever your dominant thought, your habitual mental attitude, your attitude toward life, toward your job, toward the world, that will be made manifest in your life. The law will bring to you every time that which is exactly like your thought, your belief, your expectation, your feeling, your habitual mental attitude. Prosperity and prosperity thoughts go together. Prosperity and poverty thoughts will not go together. That would violate the law that like attracts like. While a man's mind is saturated with the poverty thought, the poverty idea, the poverty expectation, while he continues to visualize poverty conditions, he cannot attract anything but poverty. Our lives follow our thoughts. As we think, so we build. Your condition, your personality, your life, your world, are all limited by the extension of your own thought. You cannot project yourself beyond these self-limitations. Many people limit themselves to such an extent by their doubts and fears that they utterly dwarf their divine powers and possibilities. They do not believe their own is coming to them. They are always complaining, fearing and expecting the worst, visualizing their poverty-stricken conditions, their lack of friends, their lack of sympathy, their lack of love, of opportunity, of social life, of everything desirable. They do not realize that they are their own jailers, that they are holding themselves in the very conditions they despise. They have not learned how to make themselves magnets for the things they desire. They do not know that our own is seeking us and will come to us, whether it is property, friends, love, happiness, or any other legitimate desire, unless we drive it away by our antagonistic thought. Another disastrous effect of the poverty thought, with its attendant fear, worry, and continual depression, is its tendency to generate and encourage the development of disease. It perpetuates any improper condition of the physical system because the mental always reacts on the physical. Mental depression generates a poison on which disease germs feed. This is well known to the medical profession. Dr. Thomas J. Fenton says, "A morbid state of mind, as a mind given to grief, anger, worry and fear prepares a soil favorable for the seeds of disease, while freedom from these and the entertainment of pleasurable emotions, make for good health as surely as dew sunshine, fresh air and pure water." Physicians are always fearful of the outcome in any serious illness if the patient gives up hope. On the other hand, the man who looks forward eagerly and confidently to recovery, has the battle half won. Now, our doubts, our fears, our doleful convictions regarding material conditions, have precisely the same effect on them as have our doubts, fears, and convictions regarding our health or our physical body. Those who are submerged by poverty, who have lost all hope of ever rising above their wretched condition, are cursed with self-thought poisoning. They are suffering from a mental disease that mars and embitters multitudes of lives, that robs them of their divine inheritance happiness, health and prosperity. They are in the grip of a disease that is as abnormal to the human being the Creator planned as is any disease of the flesh. The only hope of their recovery is in the reversal of their mental attitude. If you are afflicted with the poverty disease, you can begin this very moment to cure yourself. You can turn about face and instead of heading toward poverty, head toward opulence. Instead of talking poverty, thinking want and limitation, you can talk opulence, think abundance, success. You can hold up your head and act as though you expected good things. You can make yourself a magnet to attract prosperity instead of demagnetizing yourself and driving it away from you. If you draw a steel magnet through a lot of rubbish, it will pull to itself the tacks and nails, the bits of steel, in whatever form, that may be there, but it will pull nothing else, no paper, burnt matches, rags, or other substance. In other words, it will attract to itself only that which has an affinity for it. What you get out of life depends upon what you can attract with your mental magnet, upon how much of a magnet you make yourself for the thing you long to be or the thing you long to possess. Prosperity magnets, success magnets, are made by saturating the life with the prosperity thought, the success ambition, the desire, the determination to be prosperous and successful. Millionaires draw money to them by making themselves great money magnets, just as a man who thinks music, lives music, loves it, dreams of it, goes to hear it whenever he can, practices it in season and out of season, becomes a music magnet, a great musician. Or as a man who lives for law and saturates his whole being with it becomes a law magnet and draws to himself the opportunities and ambitions that make him a great lawyer. The world marveled at the achievements of the late J. Pierpont Morgan. People seemed to think he had a sort of magic wand which would turn everything he touched into gold. But he simply obeyed the law of attraction. He had a great constructive mind which became a magnet for different things, but especially for money. In his business as international banker, he focused his gigantic mental powers on that one theme until his mind became a stupendous money magnet which was always attracting that which had an affinity for the magnet money. Poverty, ill health, discord, failure to realize our ideals, discontent, unhappiness, all our ills, spring from our ignorance of the working of mental laws, our failure to realize the overwhelming influence thought exercises in our lives. We do not realize that the mental attitude which we hold toward our work or our aim, determines what we accomplish. If you work without hope, see no future in what you are doing beyond getting a bare living. If you see no light ahead, nothing but poverty, deprivation, and grinding drudgery all your life, if you think that you were destined to such a hard life, you cannot expect to get anything else than that for which you look. Instead of making yourself a magnet for the thing you long for, you are demagnetizing yourself and driving it away from you. You are perhaps working hard to better your condition, but by your unfortunate mental attitude, by holding the thoughts which are antagonistic to the things you are trying to get, you are neutralizing the very force which would draw them to you, the force of mental attraction. Every thought of poverty, every fear of it, every worrying, anxious thought, tends to drive away its cure, prosperity. Prosperity and success cannot get near us while we constantly hold thoughts of poverty and failure. Remember, you can make yourself a magnet for whatever you desire by focusing your mind on it, hopefully, expectantly, with the conviction that you will get it. Just keep this idea constantly before your mind, that you are a powerful magnet enveloped by the great creative energy of the universe, from which all things proceed, attracting to yourself the things which belong to you by virtue of your affinity to them, the things which match your thoughts, your motives, your ambitions, your desires, the longings of your soul. No matter how discouraging your environment, how distressing your condition, if you will hold fast to this one idea, picture it in your mind, see yourself mentally as a great human magnet, attracting your own, the things you are working for, from the universal cosmic energy, you will be surprised how soon these things will begin to come your way. There is no surer way of making and holding yourself a prosperity magnet than by cultivating the consciousness of your oneness with the source of all prosperity, the source of the all supply. When the pessimistic poverty thought tries to get hold of you, think of the abundance that is your Father's, think that you are heir to this abundance, and say to yourself, "The Lord is my shepherd, and I cannot want." Hold that thought constantly in your mind, and fear, doubt, worry, anxiety as to the living problem or your future, can never again disturb your peace of mind. The day will come when poor people will be taught how to use their minds to raise themselves from poverty to opulence, to lift themselves out of the rut of stagnation and discouragement in which so many of them are plodding along without hope of bettering their condition. The great majority of the discouraged, the down-and-outs, who are now a liability upon the public, could be made splendid assets simply by encouragement, by bracing them up and showing them what divine possibilities are still in them. Discouragement is responsible for more of the unhappiness and discontent, for more of the poverty and even the crimes and dissipation of men, than anything else. When a person is discouraged, he isn't any good for anything, and he is open to all sorts of vicious temptations. Nothing would pay our government better, both in financial returns and in the increased happiness and well-being of the mass of the people, than the establishment of prosperity treatment stations for the discouraged, the downhearted, the jobless, those who are suffering from poverty, and especially the fear of poverty, the fear of ending their lives in the poorhouse. If all these people, and those who are worried and anxious about finances generally, had such places open to them, just as are hospitals for the treatment of physical ailments, places where they could go and get mental treatments, be enheartened and encouraged by inspiring men and women, trained psychologists, specialists in cheering and encouraging, what a wonderful thing it would be. What an uplift it would be to humanity. If all governments would establish such stations, where treatment would be free, a large part of the misery, the poverty, the distress and crime of the world could thus be eliminated. It would be a comparatively easy matter for specialists in mental chemistry, to recharge discouraged souls with new hope and spirit, to give even those who have been contemplating suicide a new outlook, a new start in life. After even one treatment these people would turn around, so that they would face their goal instead of turning their back upon it in discouragement, in despair of ever recovering their foothold in life. They would go out of these stations with new light in their eyes, the light of hope, and the expectation of better things. New courage, new hope, new aspirations would replace their despondency, their discouraged, negative, hopeless outlook. In the meantime, anyone can give himself prosperity treatments. He can turn his back on poverty and face toward prosperity. He can draw to himself the sunlight of prosperity by the creative power of right thinking, by continually holding the thought of his oneness with the source of all supply. Masterful Personality. By Orison Swett Marde. Chapter 22. How Selfishness Mars Personality. When I was in Alaska, I visited Dead Horse Gulch, which is on the old trail of the Yukon Pass and has a tragic story. After the discovery of gold in Alaska, the excitement ran so high and men were so crazy to reach the spot where gold had been found that when they had urged their horses, carrying their huge packs, as far into the mountains below the Yukon River as it was possible for them to go, they left some 4,000 of the animals to perish of starvation and cold. A few years later it was possible to cross this gulch on the skeletons of the poor brutes whose pitiful fate had given it its name. They had served their masters faithfully, but were ruthlessly sacrificed to the remorseless god, greed. After the horses had been abandoned, some of the weaker men and those who had been taken ill and could not keep up with the others, were left behind to die unattended. Nobody would remain with them, so frantic were the gold seekers to reach the enchanted spot which they thought would make them rich and bring to an end their early troubles. It seems incredible that such things could happen in civilized times and in a Christian land. But similar things happen every day. The grasping greed of man causes him to leave stranded on the life trail many a brother who cannot keep up with the pace, to abandon those who have served him faithfully. When the pinch comes, he makes the last salary payment to his faithful employees who have served him devotedly for many years. When sickness or other misfortune comes to them, and they are no longer able to work, there are no more pay envelopes and no sympathy, they are dropped. People who live selfish, greedy lives are stunted and dwarfed in their very natures. They never develop into full-rounded men and women, because selfishness suppresses expression, stops growth and unfoldment. Suppose a rosebud should say to itself, I cannot afford to open up my petals and fling out my beauty and fragrance to an unappreciative world. I will withhold them, I will keep them for myself. Of course the rose would never be developed, for it is the unfolding of the bud, the flinging out of itself that enlarges it and brings out its fragrance and beauty. It could not withhold these and become a rose. It would only shrivel and die. Selfishness always defeats itself. What we selfishly keep, shrivels and dies. It never blossoms into beauty and power. Selfishness is back of most crimes. It is the motive for most of the wrongdoing in the world. It is the thought of self, the advantage for self, the pleasure for self, the possession of something we covet, that impels us to do wrong. If you are thinking only of yourself, you will find that what you get will be very disappointing and will turn to ashes in your hands. But if you are seeking growth and service, if your aim in life is to make yourself useful, to make the world a little better place to live in, if you feel and obey the call to service for humanity rather than the call to accumulate money, you will get enduring satisfaction. Things are so arranged in this world that everything works against the selfish soul. Everybody and everything is trying to eliminate him. People dislike him, no one is drawn to him, every human being inherently, instinctively, despises selfishness. There is a law of compensation in the universe which is always trying to bring about an equilibrium. Whatever you give out will come back to you. If you try to get something for nothing, if you try to get something without giving something, if you are always absorbing and hoarding, getting everything you can and giving out as little as possible, the law of compensation will cut off the very thing you are trying to get. Your inflow will correspond with your outflow. Instead of things coming your way, the inflow will correspond exactly with what is going out from you. Action and reaction are equal. All nature is absolute justice, good for good, and evil for evil, is the law. We are so constituted that selfishness, always looking out for self and watching for the main chance, narrows the view, makes us small and mean and unpopular. In other words, we cannot work for ourselves alone, we cannot be selfish, grasping and mean without contracting and shriveling our own natures and cutting down our possibilities of success, of prosperity. Selfish people cannot be happy. Happiness is the result of unselfishness and of unselfish service. Selfishness can give only a very low order of satisfaction, not the satisfaction which comes from the higher brain, but from the lower animal, from the brute nature. In short, it is impossible for us to come into our own, reach our largest possible growth, unless we fall in with God's plan for us, His plan for the universe. We cannot live a self-centered life and enjoy that feeling of well-being and happiness which is the result of a life of unselfish service. It is only when we are in tune with the infinite, working in harmony with divine law, that we are really living. Why is it that we feel so mean when we wrong another? It is because we are injuring ourselves as well as injuring another. Our neighbor is a part of ourself, because he is a part of the universal creation, just as we are, and when we hurt him we hurt ourselves. When you have stabbed your brother, you have stabbed yourself. The laws of the universe make it impossible for you ever to wrong him in thought, or word, or act, without also wronging yourself. No matter how secretly you do it, no matter how mean and contemptible the man to whom you do the wrong is, the reaction is the same: you cannot hurt him without hurting yourself. That is an inexorable law. There is a silent partner in every human contract, in every bargain, who sees to it that justice is done, absolute justice to all concerned. With mathematical exactness we get back whatever we do to, or intend for, another. If we intend a real service, if we are trying to help another, we get the blessing ourselves, nothing can keep it from us. Even though you give $1,000 for charity, with the request that no one shall ever know whence it came, that silent partner sees that you are rewarded, that your life is enriched by your act. On the other hand, you will be impoverished, by so much, if your act is unworthy, if it has a selfish motive, if it was intended for another's injury. The blow planned for another will fall upon yourself. An unworthy act, a malicious word, an evil thought, always comes back to wound the one who sent it out. Selfishness never pays. We cannot get something for nothing. It is against the law of nature, it would be a violation of the eternal law which is written in the very marrow of our being. We can only reap what we sow. We are beginning to realize that there is no such thing as cheating another, because a man can really only cheat himself. There is something in the very nature of things which sees that justice is always done, that our accounts are accurately balanced. When we think we are cheating another, we are cheating ourselves. We are getting the worst of the bargain when we believe we are getting the best. The transaction leaves a wound which mars our self-respect. We do not think quite so much of ourselves after we have intentionally cheated another, and in the end our dishonesty leaves us poorer even in a material sense. In the past men believed that cheating was profitable, and many got their living by cheating others, without realizing that every time they committed a dishonest act they impoverished themselves, that their lives were made poorer by every fraud they practiced. When I was a boy, businessmen thought it paid to be dishonest, but in recent years there is no one principle that has gained such ascendancy in the business world as the golden rule. Men are finding that it pays to be honest, that it does not pay to be dishonest, and that honesty need not be put upon moral grounds at all, so far as material loss is concerned. It invariably proves to be the best policy. Many of the biggest concerns in the world now realize that the nearer they come to obeying the golden rule, the greater their profits, and infinitely greater their satisfaction in doing business. The golden rule used to be regarded as a sort of churchy principle, something that was preached from the pulpit and taught in the Sunday school but was not practicable in everyday affairs. Businessmen rarely observed it, and when they did it was more from a sense of duty than anything else. It was not regarded as good business. "Let the buyer beware" was the motto of those days. The theory was that if buyers were cheated, they had nobody but themselves to blame. The businessman did not take any responsibility for cheating another. Everybody in business was trying to drive a hard bargain. It was a common thing to see the clerks in stores everywhere haggling with the customers, trying to get just as much for the goods as the customer could or would pay. John Wanamaker was the first merchant who advocated the one-price system, which has revolutionized trade all over the civilized world. Today we see no such bargaining as of old, except in the cheapest kind of stores. As a rule, there is one price in reputable stores for every buyer. All are treated alike so far as prices are concerned. There is one human quality that the public will never forgive, a colossal selfishness. It is one of the first qualities that history weeds out. History will erect no lasting monuments to avarice, to selfishness. She erects her monuments only to those who have benefited the race. We see illustrations of this every year in the quickness with which the world forgets the mere millionaire, the selfish, grasping accumulator of wealth. After the announcement of his death, he drops out of sight with amazing rapidity. There are thousands of people today in New York City alone, who could not even tell the names of multimillionaires whose names and faces, 5 years ago, were constantly seen in the public press. When these names are now mentioned, it is often with a sneer, seldom with respect. On the other hand, there are names of men who have been dead many years, and who died poor, which will always be fresh and fragrant in the memory of a grateful people, because of their glorious, unselfish lives. Our Lincolns, our Peter Coopers, our George Peabody's not only live in history, but their fame grows brighter and brighter as the years go on. Speak a kind word, do a kind deed, whenever you can. You may never have the same opportunity again. Do not deceive yourself by the fact that you will have what you hoard. If you have allowed others to suffer for the want of what you have hoarded, you have lost the best part of it, because you have lost your inclination to help, to serve, you have lost something from your character which is very precious. No human being has ever yet been able to live to himself alone, to get away with a selfish, unsympathetic, unhelpful life and enjoy the booty which he has gained by his selfishness. You can live only for yourself, care nothing for others, and steel your heart to the cries of the needy if you will, but what will you have to show for it? You will find that nature, by the very law of compensation, has taken from you all that you have tried to keep from others. You will have lost the power to feel, to enjoy anything. If you continue to hoard what you should use for the benefit of others, you will become so cold-blooded and hard-hearted that the cries of the suffering will not move you. You will become a monster. There is no such thing as getting away with selfishness and being the gainer thereby. No man, no matter how cunning, has ever yet been able to get around his God, to defeat the great fundamental laws of his being. Give or lose, is nature's motto. You can be stingy, mean, selfish, and contemptible, if you will, but for every bit of your selfishness you must pay a fearful price. Nature will exact compensation for the crime you commit against her by taking something from your own character. The man who through all the years has thought only of his own comfort, his own convenience, his own welfare, his own appetites and passions, will find his life as dry as a sucked orange. The friends of his youth will have forsaken him, and the world will treat him just as he has treated it. Even in his time of need, it will have nothing to give him, no love, no sympathy, no help. Nature has put a fearful tax on the selfish life. Masterful Personality. By Orison Swett Marde. Chapter 23. Life Efficiency. No other quality has been so tremendously emphasized during the past 10 years as that of efficiency, but it has had too much reference to increased output of human energy, of machinery, shorter cuts, simpler methods, greater economy in doing things. This is the trend of efficiency everywhere. We hear comparatively little about life efficiency, which is many times more important than business efficiency. To live the supreme life, this means a life worthwhile. A man may be a Napoleon in business efficiency and yet be a total failure in life efficiency. He may live the most scandalous, contemptible sort of life. His example may be most vicious, and yet, in a business sense, he may be a colossus of efficiency. I have a friend, a man very efficient in a business sense, who wastes more brain power and nervous energy in fretting and stewing and worrying over trivial matters than he expends in the legitimate running of his business. He is so constituted that he cannot stand friction. If there is anything going wrong anywhere, and there is at times something going wrong somewhere in almost every large business, he is entirely upset until the wrong is righted. The result is, he is rarely ever perfectly normal or happy. There is always something disturbing his peace of mind. Nearly every time I meet him there is a frown on his face. One can see that things have been going wrong with him. He has never learned the art of getting along with people, when things do not go just right. He is happy when there is no friction in his neighborhood, but he seems to be like a sensitive wireless receiving station, which takes off all the discordant currents and unfortunate messages. If a man organizes his business on the most efficient lines, but does not organize his life, himself, his thoughts and habits, he is destined to commit suicide upon many very precious years. Success in one's business is a very small part of one's success in life. Personal success is far greater. That is what we are here for on this earth, to build up a superb manhood, a superb womanhood. Money is something, business is something, but the man is everything. Everywhere we see men who are making a good living but a very poor life, who succeed in their vocations but fail in their lives, in their characters. I have met very few individuals who were personally well organized even when they have had a superbly organized business or profession. Personally they have lived haphazard sort of lives. Their ideals have been low, their habits bad, their eating irregular, their food unscientifically selected and prepared. Few young people realize that their success in life, their destiny, depends upon organizing themselves, organizing their brains, preparing their physical and mental assets for a great career, in training and educating their faculties, putting them in a position to succeed, just as they would put their business in a condition to succeed by being especially prepared, thoroughly equipped in business methods. If men would apply the same methods of efficiency to their persons, to their own mental and physical assets that they do to their business assets, they would revolutionize their lives. A man who would only get 25% efficiency out of his money capital in business would soon go to the wall, but multitudes of men do not get 25% of the possible efficiency out of themselves because they are not organized, they are not systematized and prepared to make a 100% success of life. How many thousands of girls and young men are working for small salaries and cannot understand why they do not get on faster? They are dissatisfied and disappointed because they have not advanced to better positions. They are blind to the fact that they are held back by their ignorance. If you ask them the simplest question about the most ordinary thing, the chances are they will answer, "I don't know," and become totally confused and unequal to the situation. There is nothing else which will so increase one's power and produce so much personal satisfaction as a well-informed mind, alert and ready, yet many people fail to realize the power of knowledge, the tremendous advantages of education. One of the most trying things an employer has to contend with is the ignorance of people working for him, clerks and bookkeepers, ignorant and poorly trained, stenographers who are not well informed, who know almost nothing about history or politics, whose experience and knowledge are so narrow that they are constantly stumbling over words and expressions of the simplest meaning, employees who continually make mistakes in grammar, and who do their work automatically, without intelligence or much thought as to whether it is properly done or not. Did you ever try to figure out the reasons why you should work all these years for a small part of the salary you have every reason to believe you possess the natural ability to earn, if all conditions were favorable? If you are constantly disappointed, mortified, and chagrined because you do not get on faster, why don't you analyze yourself with great care and see if you cannot remedy your defects? Seek the Supreme Personality, the bigger man latent in you, and you will find it. If you feel within yourself that you are only utilizing to advantage about 25 or 50% of your possibilities, there certainly must be a reason for it. Is the reason in yourself? One is always tempted to justify himself, to find all sorts of excuses for his inferior position, lack of opportunity which others have, being kept down by a selfish employer, not being appreciated, and not having had early advantages of education and training. The apologist always loses sight of the fact that people, as a rule, get their deserts, they reap what they have sown. The grumblers may be worth a little more than they are getting, but no employer can afford to keep any employee a perpetual clerk if he shows indications of leadership, of executive ability. The shrewd employer is always looking for just such timber. There are tens of thousands of bright, capable men and women in this country today, who are in very ordinary positions, drawing small salaries purely because of the lack of a broad education. Everywhere we see employees capable of earning many times what they are getting and of filling much higher positions, but they are handicapped by ignorance. They are not only unskilled in handling figures, cannot write good business letters, cannot use good, effective English, but their conversation also betrays woeful poverty in their vocabularies, and, saddest of all, they lack a high moral standard and culture. Is there any real reason why you should remain ignorant or undeveloped? Perhaps you are not to blame for being obliged to leave school in order to help the family along before you pass the most impressionable years of your life, but, if you will, you can learn greater lessons now than you could have understood then. If you are too old to learn, you are too old to live. Self-education is the biggest kind of education. If you think you are held down, your first duty is to analyze yourself, arouse yourself, wake up. You may not realize that your brain is not capable of acting quickly, that you are not as rapid as you ought to be in your mental processes, because you have not been trained to think quickly, consecutively, logically, effectively, to focus your mind and to hold it at will, but, nevertheless, these things keep you down. It is pathetic to see multitudes of splendid young men and young women, with remarkable natural ability, filling mediocre positions in the business world, and constantly mortified because of the consciousness of a great discrepancy between what they are capable of, and what they are actually doing. The employee made of the stuff that wins can increase the dignity and the importance of any position. There are many stenographers and clerks who could double and quadruple their power, increase their earnings and improve their condition wonderfully by broadening out, reading, studying and observing. Many of these short-sighted workers scarcely ever read the papers or magazines and are ignorant even of current events. I have in mind a young woman of this type who, if she reads at all, reads silly novels and the funny pages in the newspapers. She never thinks of reading for information or knowledge, reading to broaden her mind or to make herself more intelligent. Is it strange that the moral fabric of such an ignorant girl is so often destroyed? I know of stenographers who could not give the name of a single foreign ambassador or scarcely of a government official outside of our president. There are many thousands of people today who could improve their condition wonderfully in a single year by systematic, persistent, vigorous efforts for self-improvement. In these days of evening schools and splendid libraries, of daily papers and a multitude of periodicals, there is no excuse for any intelligent person being ignorant of what ought to be common knowledge for everybody. Thousands of young men and young women have lifted themselves out of ruts which seemed hopeless a few years ago by taking courses in some of the correspondence schools, by going to night schools or studying with tutors, or even by themselves. If an uninformed person should read the current magazines, which can be obtained free at any public library, he would soon find it would enlarge and broaden his mentality wonderfully. Try to hear good preachers, orators, and eventually your standards will be raised. Do not put money into the savings bank when you can better invest it in yourself. Travel, for instance, is an infinitely better investment than the mere piling up of more money. Any genuine self-improvement, anything which will make you a larger man, a broader, nobler woman, is an investment in lasting, inalienable riches. The wealth you carry with you in yourself is the truest wealth you will ever possess. That which you deposit in the bank or invest in stocks and bonds or other property will never compare in value with the investment you make in yourself. A millionaire once told me that he would give half his wealth for what we call just a fair, decent education. He said he made the mistake of his life in hoarding up his money as a boy and working like a slave for dollars instead of investing in himself, instead of taking the time to make something more of himself than a mere money machine. We so often see Americans who have become enormously rich, but who know very little outside of their money-making specialty. How often we see at public receptions men of native ability standing about like a lot of wax figures, men who cannot open their mouths without displaying their ignorance and lack of culture. There are thousands of rich Americans who cannot adequately carry on a conversation on general topics or on any subject which does not bear in some way upon their own special business activities. Many are almost dumb in society, and obviously ill at ease when appealed to on any subject but their specialty. I know of a naturalist who has a marvelous mind for natural history investigation, but his ability has been largely wasted because he could not write a single grammatical sentence. He could not tabulate or write out the results of his scientific researches, his investigations and discoveries intelligently, and the result is that they have been almost lost to the world. He acknowledges that his life has been pretty nearly a failure, and yet he is conscious that he has ability second to no living naturalist. Even now, if he would only determine to do so, he could greatly overcome this handicap of ignorance. On every hand we see superb ability handicapped for the lack of education, for the lack of a little technical training. What great inventive genius is going to waste all the time in thousands of men and women who cannot utilize their genius because of their poor education and lack of technical training? Think what the world loses because of this. Everywhere we see people trying to cover up their ignorance and to compensate for their lack of refinement and culture by expensive clothing and jewelry or a vulgar display of furnishings and bric-a-brac in their homes. Only recently I met a man at a prominent reception who tried to compensate for his ignorance by his costly dress and huge diamonds which reminded one of jewels in a pig's snout. They only emphasized his lack of education and culture. It is a terrible thing to go through life conscious of your inferiority, conscious of what you have failed to get in education or proper training in your younger days. Many men who are giants in their offices or factories, really kings in their specialties, are yet pygmies in nearly every other line. Their whole lives have been occupied in developing the utilitarian. They know little of the riches of the imaginative side of life, the life of the finer sense. They have been, as it were, consumed in their business, and show us the very antithesis of a life devoted to self-improvement, and the making of a supreme personality. Nature only loans us our faculties. If we constantly exercise them, she accounts us good stewards and gives us more. If we do not use them, she withdraws them, we lose them. They begin to shrivel and atrophy the moment we cease to put them to good use. If we do not improve ourselves, we deteriorate. Unfortunately, most people think that an education without schools, academies, or college is practically impossible. There never was a more foolish mistake. There is an opportunity for a college education, or a substitute for it, for the poorest boy or girl in the humblest home in America. If a Lincoln could so educate himself that foreigners who met him were impressed by his wide knowledge and comprehensive grasp of subjects, if this boy, who never saw more than a dozen books before he was nearly grown to manhood, could wring the substitute of a university education out of his barren, inhospitable environment in the wilderness, what may not the poorest boy with the manifold advantages of today accomplish? If a deaf, dumb, and blind Helen Keller can get a college education, what is not possible for boys and girls with unimpaired faculties, and with health and strength and opportunities unnumbered? Are your disadvantages greater than Helen Keller's, your environment more discouraging than Lincoln's? The distance between ignorance and a liberal education seems so enormous to many backward young people that they are discouraged from making any attempt to secure any education. You know that saving the pennies makes the dollars, saving the dollars makes the thousands, and so on. Now, it is in exactly the same way that every minute you concentrate your mind upon a good course of reading, or upon any self-discipline or self-improvement, you are helping to amass that which is worth infinitely more to you than a money fortune, for there is no investment like self-investment. It cannot be repeated too often, that such an investment is beyond the reach of fire or flood or tempest, beyond the reach of failure. No matter what happens to you, if everything else is swept away from under your feet, if you have a good education and are an honest, industrious worker, you will start again and will win out. You may feel discouraged because you are in a small position and have a small salary with no opportunity, but let me tell you, my friend, that there is somebody not very far from you who envies you, who sees a splendid opportunity in your chance, who would make a superb self-investment out of your leisure in improving himself, in fitting himself for a larger job, for greater earning power. I have known young men who have so invested their leisure that from a mere financial standpoint alone they got very much more out of this self-improvement investment than they did out of their salary, because they were packing away in their brain all sorts of precious information and knowledge which they later turned to splendid account. There is something in the habit of self-improvement, the habit of self-growth, of self-enlargement, which very materially improves one's whole mentality, one's spirit, one's outlook upon life, something which adds to, which multiplies one's personal value. The habit of self-improvement always indicates the possession of other immensely valuable habits and traits, progressive traits, onward and upward moving traits. When I see a youth who is trying to make the most of his time, always trying to improve himself, to broaden his horizon, to put it a little farther away from him, I know that there is something unusual in him, that the chances are very strong that he will be heard from. The key to your whole future, that which will, more than anything else, decide your destiny, is your improvableness. How many people, who, for some reason, were cheated out of many of their early advantages and schooling, have dragged themselves through life with this awful handicap of ignorance, always placed at a disadvantage with their competitors who were better mentally equipped, simply because of the current belief that an education is something that must come during certain receptive years of one's childhood or youth, or else cannot be acquired at all. On every hand we see men and women with superb natural ability, plodding along in mediocrity, doing very ordinary things when they have natural mental endowment to do extraordinary things, because when they were children they had nobody to keep them at their task during their school years. The result is these people go through life crippled, handicapped, weighted down by all this terrible load of ignorance and do not know how to get rid of it. They may have the same natural ability or much more than their competitors, but they are ever placed at a disadvantage because their faculties are not broadened or sharpened, they have not learned to concentrate their minds, they are not able to think logically. The majority of people do not half realize how tremendously they could multiply their efficiency, their mental forcefulness and their earning capacity by self-improvement, even late in life. Many people who are very careful of their small change, who know the value of their nickels and their pennies, seem utterly ignorant of the priceless value of the possibilities of their spare moments, their leisure hours, their precious evenings, their half-holidays. They do not seem to realize that 15 minutes in concentrated self-improvement, either studying or reading some inspiring, helpful book, would be worth infinitely more to them than the nickel and the dime which they are careful to save and which seem to mean so much to them. The best investment you will ever make is that which you make in self-improvement. Constant self-betterment is the key which will open the locked-up forces within you. Every bit of broadening out of your mind, of enlarging your vision, especially along the line of your life work, are seeds which will yield you an abundant harvest. Remember that no matter if you have passed the school years, you can get a very fair substitute for what you have lost. An adult can get a more practical education than a younger person because he is more mature mentally as well as physically, and as a rule he makes better use of his time, his judgment is better. An adult has the ability to discriminate between what is practical and helpful and what is not. A college education, or its equivalent, it is possible for everyone in America to obtain, no matter what his age or how busily engaged he may be, if he will only utilize his spare moments, his evenings and half-holidays in absorbing knowledge from newspapers, magazines and books, and from conversation of individuals, by observation and the habit of listening. There is no excuse for ignorance in a country where deaf, blind and crippled youths get a college education or its equivalent. Some of the best informed men in this country have gotten practically all their education by absorbing it, by forming the habit of getting knowledge from all sorts of sources. Every person they meet, if experienced life, means something added to their store of information and knowledge. The thirsty mind, the mind which longs to become larger and fuller and more complete, will in this way absorb more than the equivalent of a college education. Go to college by all means, if you can, but whether you go or not, keep your eyes open, keep your ears open. Drink in knowledge from every possible source, drink in power in self-improvement. Let no opportunity pass for making yourself a little larger, a little better informed, a little better educated man or woman. The habit of making everything contribute to your store of knowledge, to enrich your experience, to add power to your personality, is a habit that makes Roosevelts, Schwabs, and Wanamakers. When I see a poor, hard-working youth asking questions, trying to absorb knowledge from every possible source, I know that if he does not possess genius, he has the best possible substitute for it. Even if you have reached middle age without an education, it is not a very great task, and it is one full of satisfaction and pleasure, to make up for the loss you have sustained. In every department of human endeavor we find men and women tripping, halting, hesitating, unable to take the next step because of ignorance or lack of training, because they did not go quite far enough in the schools and did not know how to, or would not, study by themselves. These very people are the first to complain of their hard luck, the cruel fate which has fixed their destiny at mediocrity when others of less ability have climbed to the heights where excellence dwells. The poor environment you may complain of is full of power if you can only extract it, it bristles with opportunities. Many people seem totally to lack the ability to improve. No matter what one does to help them, how many times one repeats the same instruction or suggestion or advice, they never seem to change. They appear incapable of improving. They are irresponsive, bigoted, thick-headed, mulish. They repel any suggestion, they are bound to have their own way. As employees they do not advance very far. The training of such people should have begun in the cradle. Better still, with the grandparents. Others are impatient, short-sighted, regarding their preparation. They want to see immediate results. They are like the young artist who wants to paint a picture before he has mastered the primary principles and technique, or the music student who wants to sing songs or play tunes at once. She does not like the long, tedious practice on principles. Knowledge will not open her doors to those who are not willing to pay the price of admission. I wish it were possible to blazon on the sky, where it would burn itself into the consciousness of every youth, the marvelous results of even 1 hour a day spent in persistent, concentrated, earnest self-culture. You will be surprised to see how every bit of useful knowledge will add to your power. Do not think you may be wasting your time by reading and studying in the evening and spending every bit of time you can get trying to improve yourself. For, considering it only from a mercenary standpoint, which is a very small way of looking at it, you may be really earning more money by enlarging your capacity in this way than at your regular work during the daytime. You cannot waste your time in a conscientious effort to improve yourself. You are simply sowing seed which will bring you an abundant harvest and will give you infinite satisfaction. I have known of boys working for from $5 to $10 a week, who were studying hard nights, holidays, and every bit of spare time they could get, who were in reality making a great deal more than that, by increasing their earning power by means of self-improvement, because, in other words, this self-improvement eventually enabled them to jump up far more rapidly and to much greater heights than they could possibly have attained without it. Your life means too much to you to go at it in a slipshod, half-hearted manner, to start out half-prepared, half-educated, half-trained. If you are going to make your life a masterpiece, you must begin right. The foundation is the most important part of any building. There is no investment which pays like the broadening of one's ideas, the training of the mind to think, to act. Ignorance is always placed at a tremendous disadvantage by the side of education. Practical knowledge always has the right of way. If you are bound to make the most of yourself, you must learn to deny yourself many a holiday, many a good time. You must learn to forego the temporary pleasure for the greater good that will come later. I know young men and young women who seem anxious to become educated, and yet they are not willing to give up a single evening to self-culture, self-improvement. They cannot give up the theater, cannot give up the party, the dance, the club. There is something to take up their attention almost every night, and yet they call the promotion of the boy and girl who deny themselves 1,001 pleasures, and who study nights at home or in the night schools, who seize every odd moment for self-betterment, luck. Somehow most youths seem to think that success is something that is coming from outside of them. Some mysterious force is going to sweep over the land and take them in and carry them on to the goal. They cannot seem to take in the fact that nothing will ever move that will help them on until they move it, that there can be no result without cause, and a cause large enough to produce it. It is a great thing to learn the art of sacrificing the lesser for the greater thing in the future. Very few people are willing to sacrifice the present pleasure for the immensely greater good that would come to them in the future by devoting themselves to self-improvement, to reading or study. But all really successful lives are made up of the constant sacrifice of the lesser present for the greater future, the immediate for the remote. It is the foregoing of the game of cards, the little party, the dance, the theater, the social gathering, for the sake of the larger good which comes from self-improvement, that brings the largest salary later. There is no excuse that will justify self-ignorance or self-limitations, or that can justify a man's failure to improve himself. Whosoever will may enter into the fun realization of his own strength and capacity. Remember, it is emphatically self-improvement that is of the greatest value. As a matter of fact, nobody can possibly help you except by stimulating you and inspiring you to help yourself. Only the thought and the willpower born in your own mind can do anything for you throughout the years that stretch ahead of you. A large part of what we call destiny is in our own making. Masterful Personality. By Orison Swett Marde. Chapter 24. Our most precious asset, time. Professor Tyndall tells us that the finest inspiration he ever received was from an old manservant who could hardly read. Every morning he would knock on the great scientist's door and call out, "Rise, sir, it is 7 o'clock and you have great work to do today." Now, this is a good motto to put up in your bedroom, in big letters, so that you can see it when you first awake. Arise, you have great work to do today. We are apt to think too little of the possibilities of the day. In fact, we do not half appreciate what a day really means, the marvelous values it has in possibility. Just think what we can accomplish in some days of our lives. I once lunched with Mr. Schwab when he told me that he had put through a deal that forenoon involving $43 million. Now, we all have important deals to put through every day, just as important to us, in a way, as that deal was to Mr. Schwab. Someone has said that we save our money and our property of every sort, but that we waste life with a prodigality that is criminal. When you waste time, you waste life. You cannot waste time, without wasting life any more than you can kill time without killing your life. In killing time we kill everything that is desirable in life. We often kill time even while we are saving our property, and when we do this we kill the most precious thing in the universe, for time is life. There is no getting around this. You can usually measure the difference between the successful and the unsuccessful, the wise and the ignorant, by their wise or foolish way of using time. If you will tell me how you regard your time, whether it is precious, or common to you, whether you look upon it with indifference, or with reverence, then I will tell you what you will make of your life, whether it will be a masterpiece or a daub. If you prize every moment of your time, especially your spare time, your out-of-hours time, your odd moments, if I find that you carry a booklet, a pamphlet, something worthwhile around with you, so that you can read it in your enforced leisure, while waiting for people who are tardy in their appointments, or waiting for trains, or while on the streetcars, or whenever you happen to have a few minutes, I should at once conclude that you have the makings of a successful man in you. If, in addition, you have the note-taking habit in your reading, jotting down your observations, suggestions, and thoughts for future use, I should be still more convinced that you were going to win out and in a large way. It is noticeable that those who have a craving for knowledge, for information, to make their lives larger and broader, those who push the horizon of their ignorance out a little farther and farther, those who are careful of their time, are always the more successful people. It is a curious fact that many people have a vague impression that a successful career is something apart from the day's work, that it is a mystical something determined largely by fate or destiny. The truth is, as experience and observation constantly demonstrate, it depends entirely on how we manipulate our personal assets. The material of which success is built is in our own hands. The building is the work of every day. It consists in living life up to its maximum, which is a practically natural and normal thing. There is no unnatural straining and striving in this. It is just a question of honest, earnest, persistent endeavor every day, of always trying to better our best and to make our highest moments permanent. To make the most of life we must make the most of time, but how few people ever think that wasting time is really wasting life. Life seems so precious to us that even the criminal will count the hours before his execution. While that terrible doom is staring him in the face, life is so precious that he does not want to part with even a moment of it. And if I should ask you what would induce you to sell a month, a year, or 5 years of your life, you would say that all the wealth of the world would not compensate you for the loss of even a small part of it, yet some of us will probably commit suicide upon many years of our life, some of us, perhaps, have already done this, and nature has practically said that we cannot get back all of the years that were possible to us. Because of our violation of her laws, our lives will inevitably be cut short. If we did things yesterday, last night, today, which will tend to cut down our efficiency and shorten our lives, there is no possibility of undoing the wrong we have done ourselves. He who violates nature's laws must pay the penalty, although he sits on a throne. Did you ever realize what you do when time hangs heavily on your hands, when things bore you and you cannot wait for tomorrow? Perhaps you are counting the days when you will have a home of your own, when you will be surrounded with children, when you will have more money, more comforts, more luxuries than you have now. The future looks bright and beautiful to you, but the grinding monotony and the drudgery of today gall you and you long for it all to be over, for your good time to arrive. Did it ever occur to you that this fruitless longing is really cutting off so much of your life, that it is not living, that you are getting nothing out of the time so spent? Have you ever realized that when you go out of an evening just to kill time, you are killing yourself, destroying your life, killing your future, your chance in life? You think that losing a day does not mean much, but what would you sell 1 day, 1 week, or 1 month of your life for? Did you ever realize that when you were trying to kill time, you were really killing so much of yourself, that you cannot separate life and time? They are identical. Wishing away time is like wishing away opportunity, wishing away life. Just remember that whenever time hangs heavy on your hands and you are trying to kill it, you are committing suicide upon so much of your life, for you cannot separate time and life, they are one and the same. Also remember that when you have a good time that kills, a good time that leaves a sting and regrets behind, a good time that makes you hate yourself the next day for stooping so low, for your loss of self-respect and for your injury to others, you are not only committing suicide upon so much of your life, but also upon your character. You are so much less of a man than you were before. It is strange that so few people look upon their time as their capital. I have in mind a young man who is inordinately ambitious. He seems determined to get to the top, and yet he will stop and talk with anybody he meets just as long as they are willing to carry on a conversation. I have known him to stop for 2 hours in the middle of the day and talk to men who had nothing in common with him, men whom he met accidentally, and who were not in his line of business. He will sit and smoke, and talk, and loiter. He never seems to be in a hurry. He often spends 2 or 3 hours at his lunch club. So far he has not gotten very high up in the world, and it is unlikely he ever will, because he seems so totally lacking in appreciation of the value of time. He is very close in money matters. He wouldn't think of throwing away a dime or a quarter, but he would throw away $1's worth of time apparently without regret. The minutes are golden. Every time the clock ticks we have so much less of our life left, so much less time in which to make good. Life is like a great government bond. But instead of cutting the coupons off yearly we cut them off daily, and every night we have one less life coupon. Many people cut the coupons without any thought that they can never recover it, never put it back, that when it is cut it is gone forever, no power on earth could put it back or restore it. What is done forever, what is omitted forever. The good action is sealed up, and made immortal, the bad action is sealed up, and can never be recalled, though we seek to repent of it diligently, and with tears. No awful fate, no tremendous doom, no iron necessity, can compare with this relentless grasp of time, which seizes and retains, inexorable, unforgiving, all that passes into its irresistible embrace. Someone says that time is the only capital, the only life asset that costs you nothing to get and everything to lose. The value you put upon your time decides what you will get out of life. Just note the way in which young people value their time. This is one of the best tests I know of for reckoning their future worth. You may be pretty sure that a youth who fools away his time, who tries to kill time because it hangs so heavily on his hands, because he cannot bear to wait for something else to come, some new sensation, some new excitement, is not going to win out in life. Is time the most precious thing in life to you? Do you hang on to the hours until you squeeze from them all their possibilities before you let them go, or do they slip through your hands as the small change slips through the spendthrift's fingers? Whatever else they may lack, whatever other defects they may have, successful people, people who do things that are worthwhile in this world, put great value upon their time. They hoard their hours and minutes as the miser hoards his gold, for they know that time is the thing of which life is made up. The youth who sets a light estimate upon his time, sets a light estimate upon his life and upon his ambition. He who kills time kills his opportunity, his possibilities, kills his chances in life, kills so much of his future. You, my young friends who put such a light estimate upon your time, who try to while it away in all sorts of ways, by reading silly novels or by sitting idly dreaming, waiting for some new interests, some new experiences, you little realize how you are wasting your life, what precious things you are throwing away. I have heard of some Indians who found a bag covered with beads and spangles which contained some very valuable diamonds in the rough. They threw away the precious diamonds and kept the worthless bag. This is what most of us do in life. We keep the cheap, flashy, dazzling, superficial things and throw away the precious life diamonds. We eat the husk and throw away the kernel. If you are going to amount to anything worthwhile you must guard your time as a precious asset. You must not allow people to fritter it away. It may be necessary for you to make it a cast-iron rule not to receive visitors during your busy hours, and to deny yourself even to people who have known you for a long time. Of course, this is not always pleasant, but it is important that you do it. If you expect to do anything individual, expect to do any creative thinking, to concentrate your mind with power upon your vocation, you must let everybody know that during certain hours you are not to be disturbed. You cannot concentrate and do your best work if you expect your door to open any instant for callers to drop in to gossip about all sorts of trivial things. There are many estimable men and women who could achieve infinitely more than they do if they had the stamina and the tact to keep people away from them who have no right to steal their time. But they are always accessible because they are easy, gullible, they will see almost anybody, however much their own affairs may be pressing them, and before they realize it the day is gone and they have accomplished nothing. I know a man who is so kindly, tender, and sympathetic, who tries to be so helpful to everybody that he cannot bear even to hint to the people who steal his time, consciously or unconsciously, that he is very busy and cannot really afford to be interrupted, and so he will allow them to sit and visit and talk until the larger part of his day is thus wasted. Then he will remain long extra hours in his office to try to make up for what the people who have really no right whatever to his time, have stolen from him. Now, this is not fair to himself, or to his family either, for it sadly interferes with his home life. Many a man's career has been seriously dwarfed by time thieves, visitors who happen to be in town and drop in, who have nothing for him, but who are always wanting something for themselves. You may say you are poor and never had a chance as others had, that you had nobody to help you, nobody to boost you. Do you realize, my friend, that you have the grandest legacy which even an infinite God could give you: time and the chance? Is there anything so precious in life as opportunity to call out the man in you, to develop your possibilities, to pursue your ambition? The poorest child born into this world possesses the infinite wealth of time and of opportunity. Oh, what possibilities live in the years of a life, and what glorious things many people call out of those years, carve out of this life. Just think of what Lincoln, of what Edison carved out of the time which they found waiting for them when they came to this earth. That was all the wealth a Lincoln wanted, the time and the chance. He could do the rest. He carved immortal fame out of his chance to make good, his chance to show what he was made of, his chance to unfold the possibilities which were wrapped up in the germ cells which he received at birth. There is no other such legacy as time and the chance to make good. Masterful Personality. By Orison Swett Marde. Chapter 25. POISE-SELF-MASTERY. How few people ever possess that exquisite poise which never loses its balance no matter what happens. To gain this is the art of arts. The making of a fortune is a small thing in comparison. If you have a poised mind, it is always efficient, but if you lack poise, whatever throws you off your mental balance destroys your effectiveness, because there is no symmetry in the mental action. If you will make a study of those whom you know to have achieved a supreme personality, if you sift them and analyze them until you get down to the bedrock, the foundation of their success, you will find inscribed there the word poise. Poise, self-mastery, is the quality that enables us to rise above the dominant note in our environment. It renders us immune from the annoying, discordant conditions about us. Poise means power. A poised mentality means that teamwork is going on in the brain. It means that force is being generated there. Poise indicates a level head, sound judgment. It indicates decision, initiative, self-control. The first great duty in life is to learn self-mastery. To have self-control, a mind poised, not only means power, but also wins the admiration of everybody, because there are so few people who can control themselves. Someone has well said, it is not enough to have great qualities, we should have the management of them. What a pathetic, pitiable sight it is to see men with superb ability, and with qualities which would enable them to rise to great heights, kept back because they lack poise and the ability to control themselves. They are the victims of their nerves, jealousy, or a hot temper. They go all to pieces over a trifle which would have no effect upon a man of poise and self-control. Tennyson said, self-reverence, self-knowledge, self-control, these three alone lead to sovereign power. The most important attribute of man as a moral being, Herbert Spencer tells us, is the faculty of self-control. In the supremacy of self-control consists one of the perfections of the ideal man. Not to be impulsive, not to be spurred hither and thither by each desire that in turn comes uppermost, but to be self-contained, self-balanced, governed by the joint decision of the feelings in council assembled, before which every action shall have been fully debated and calmly determined, that it is which education, moral education, at least, strives to produce. A great sense of added power comes to the man who has mastered himself. He feels a sense of certainty of how he will act, no matter what happens. He knows he will not make a fool of himself. He knows he will not let his manhood get off of the throne of reason and let the brute get up there in a fit of passion and mortify him for life, perhaps ruin him. He knows perfectly well that he will be master of himself in any emergency, for he has learned the art of self-control. It is the poised, balanced soul which is in demand in emergencies. Poise never loses its head, is never rattled or confused no matter what happens. Poise never frets, fumes, scolds, protests or denounces and never gets excited. It maintains its serenity, its equanimity under the greatest provocation. In emergencies or catastrophes, the perfectly poised soul is cool and calm, and knows the best thing to do. How often we see this illustrated when an accident occurs on the street. A huge crowd gathers. The average looker-on hasn't the slightest idea what to do, doesn't know how to render first aid to the injured. But some poised soul in the crowd pushes his way to the victim and renders the needed aid without perturbation, without going to pieces nervously, while the gaping crowd looks on in wonderment. Once when a king of England had a fit on the street, a great crowd gathered, and a young medical student seemed to be the only one who took in the situation. He pushed his way to the king and bled him. The prostrate monarch revived, and the student's poise and courage made him the royal surgeon. He became the great Ambrose Pare. Man is the central figure of the universe. We may expect to find hidden in him that which will master all circumstances and environment, that which is greater than anything that can eventuate, so much greater that all possible loss or failure is insignificant in comparison. I know one such grand character. No matter what happens, or how excited others may get, this man can always be counted on to keep his poise, to act quickly, resourcefully in any excitement, confusion, or crisis. No one has ever known him to lose his head, or has seen him when he could not act the part of a man. He always has himself firmly in hand, under perfect control. I have seen him when great disasters menaced his business, when lawsuits threatened to ruin him. I have seen him walk into the courtroom as calm and serene as though there were nothing impending that could affect him. There is something superb, something we cannot help revering and admiring in the man who can stand perfectly calm, unmoved, serene when others are excited and lose their heads and have no control over their acts. What is the making of a fortune compared with the acquisition of such poise? Is there anything grander than to be absolute master of oneself, to have oneself under such perfect control that one seldom does a foolish thing or makes himself ridiculous? We naturally love and admire and like to associate with serene, balanced people, while we instinctively dislike and avoid the worriers, the fretters, those who are always in hot water, who never seem to know exactly what to do. In the presence of a serene soul we feel a sense of wholeness, completeness, which stimulates and encourages us, and our weaker minds are buttressed, reinforced. For the time their serenity seems to be our own. Balance, proportion, harmony, these are the essential things. Even the highest moral faculties, benevolence, for instance, may ruin a man if he does not exercise good sense, if he allows his benevolence to run away with his judgment. If he allows this faculty to develop out of all proportion, an undue tendency to benevolence might lead him to give away everything he has, so that he would not even provide for his own family. I know a man who is the personification of kindliness, who would do anything to help anyone in trouble, but he lacks the restraining, regulating quality of prudence, good judgment, and he gives away everything he has, even robs his family of comforts, to satisfy this overdeveloped propensity, a real passion for helping others. Such a man is not well balanced. Strength of character and of mind come from the harmony of evenly developed faculties. In a perfectly balanced mind no one faculty is developed out of proportion to the others. In a perfectly adjusted machine every part is made with reference to every other part. The movement of every wheel in a perfect timepiece must be adjusted nicely to the entire watch. The world is full of broken, disappointed lives in which occasional victories have been swallowed up in frequent defeats, in which fortunate strokes have been marred by unfortunate slips, where a great ambition has been coupled with a total lack of system, or ability to conserve the result of great efforts. Plenty of careers are as checkered as a crazy quilt, just because of a lack of mental balance and good sense to ensure continuity and poise. How many people do we ever meet in life who are evenly balanced, well poised? Multitudes of men and women are one-sided in their development. All-round, level-headed men are rare. Hence they are always at a premium. We find splendid men who are competent in many directions, but who frequently do strange, unbusinesslike things. Their poor judgment is always tripping them. The reputation of being erratic or, a little bit off, in judgment, of doing foolish things, so that people cannot rely on us, is fatal to public confidence and to all advancement. If you are one-sided, unbalanced, no matter how able you may be in some special line, sound businessmen will not trust you, for they know you might do a foolish thing and make a serious mistake under pressure or in an emergency. The overemphasized and continued use of any one faculty at the expense of the exercise and the development of the others throws the mind out of poise and is injurious. It does not matter how strong or important this overused faculty may be, the other faculties should be exercised in order to keep them developed and to maintain the right mental balance, which means power, sound judgment, wisdom. Courage may be cited as an indispensable quality in all success, but if it is not well balanced and regulated by prudence and caution, it will run away with us and lead us into all sorts of predicaments. Boldness is a great quality when it is held in check and guided by good judgment. Poise means that your mind is so well controlled, your energies so well directed, that you can fearlessly turn them at once in any direction, and throw your whole self into the course of action you decide to pursue. There is perhaps no one thing which is so conducive to one's physical and mental comfort and well-being as a calm, poised mind. When the mind is unbalanced in anger, jealousy, excitement, worry, or in suffering from fear, the entire body is thrown out of harmony. All the functions are deranged, and whatever disturbs harmony disturbs health and makes for the development of any lurking tendency to disease. When we are in harmony, the mind is balanced, and to form the habit of mental poise early will add more to one's comfort and efficiency than any other one thing. Children should be trained to form a poised thought attitude, a mental balance, to enable them to go through life with comparative comfort no matter what misfortune overtakes them, and to be able to preserve repose in body and mind under all circumstances. Harmony is the secret of effectiveness, beauty, happiness, and harmony simply consists in keeping ourselves in tune with the infinite. This means absolute health of the mental and moral faculties. Poise, serenity, amiability, sweetness of temper, tend to keep the whole mental and physical economy in harmony with the renewal processes constantly going on within us, and which are destroyed by friction. It is not our work, but the doing of it in a discordant, unpoised condition that consumes our vitality. I know a man who does everything in his day's routine with impatience. He will snatch up his hat or his coat, or the papers or letters on his desk, and do everything, just as though he felt it a consummate bore, a nuisance to have to do things which didn't amount to anything in the day's work. Now, these things do count. If you do them in the right spirit, they will make you more poised, a better balanced, wiser man, but if you do them in the spirit of impatience, always fretting and stewing, and considering them a bore, you will waste a great deal of precious energy. People who have a poised mind, a cheerful temperamental outlook on life, can bear their physical ills and the frictions of life with greater equanimity than those who have acquired the habit of petulance and apprehension. Quick-tempered people never get credit for what they do, for no matter how ambitious they are, or how hard they work, they are never chosen for responsible positions or sought in emergencies, because everybody knows they are not safe, that they are liable to go all to pieces at any moment over trifles, and that no matter how great their ability, they are not always sure of being able to use it under all circumstances, and that the ability would be useless if not under control. The first thing to do in life is to learn to keep one's mind in harmony, because harmony means efficiency. You who long to attain self-mastery, try the experiment of starting out in the morning with an invincible resolution and determination to keep your poise, your mind serene, yourself in harmony all day, no matter what happens to make you otherwise. Make up your mind that you cannot afford to lose your mental balance under any circumstances. If you do this, you will get such immense satisfaction from your increased efficiency, the greater amount of work you can do with so much more comfort and peace of mind, that you will soon feel you cannot afford to pay such a terrible price, the price of your peace of mind, your health and your happiness, for the sake of indulging your explosive passions. There is no business nor efficiency in it. Unless you have gained that poise of character which is serene under great provocation, serene in adversity, in failure or defeat, you have not yet felt the touch of truth, the truth which makes free. This truth gives you peace of mind, passive understanding, even when going through what other people call serious trials or afflictions. Calmness is a child of poise. Calmness under whatever pressure or emergency circumstances may bring about. Such calmness, however, is very different from mere stolidity, inaction, lethargy. The Sphinx is not a true type of calmness. Petrification is not poise, it is death, the silencing of all the energies. No one lives a life more fully, more intensely and more consciously than the man who is calm. The fatalist has no true calm. He is, rather, the cowardly slave of his environment, hopelessly surrendering to conditions, recklessly indifferent to the future. He accepts life as though it were a rudderless ship, drifting on the ocean of time. He has no compass, no chart, no known port of destination. His self-confessed inferiority to all nature is shown in his attitude of constant surrender. It is a great thing to be like the iceberg, which reaches so far down into the silent depths of the sea that, no matter how violent the storm which lashes its sides, it does not even tremble or quiver, because its huge bulk is steadied by eternal power. We ought to be so anchored in our consciousness of oneness with the One that no commotion on life's surface would disturb us in the least. The mind that is poised in the eternal calm never feels the storms which rage about him. It is only the poised souls, anchored deep beneath the waves, down in the eternal calm, who ride steadily, serenely, and safely through life's tempests. The end.